Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 13 Bronze match. The pre-finals, if you will. Our third place matchup here this afternoon between Imperial versus Boss Fight. My name's Nightfire with two E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Jamie. And Jamie, we are in for some good action today.
Yeah, we are. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. This is number 2 EU taking on number 3 EU, I believe. So, these teams, they're going to be great. They've played against each other quite a lot already beforehand. So, I'm anticipating, they know each other's playstyles. They know what to kind of anticipate. So, I think we're going to see some different stuff coming out tonight. I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be exciting. It is a long road, like you said, for these teams to get here. If we go ahead and look at what we have out there as the active prize pool for Season 13, 7,640 USD on the line, 7,000 of that in cash. That all comes in from our sponsors, including ProTube VR, VR Cover, VRML, Arma, and Asterion, all contributing into the prize pool for Onward in the Season 13. We appreciate our sponsors, but obviously there is stuff on the line here. First place comes away with 4,000 in cash, $30 VR cover kits and customized Arma jerseys. Second place, 2,000 in cash. Third place, 1,000 in cash. There is money on the line here to be earned. And like you said, Jamie, it was a long road for these teams, or at least some of them. We started a couple of weeks ago on October 8th with the Challenger Cup for both NA and EU. We had the semifinals where at the end of the day, we had one team from each Challenger Cup advancing on to round robins for both EU and NA. We then had a round robins for all of the regions where we took the 3 teams from each region, North America, Europe, and 2 from OCE, and had them battle it out in the World Finals. That happened last weekend, and now we're here, Jamie, just moments away from getting into our first map of the afternoon between these two teams to decide who is going to take that third place money, who is going to be $1,000 richer. That's what we're here to determine today. And we already do have players getting into lobby, so we got to get into the pick bans of this afternoon between Imperial and the Boss Fight. You can see beneath us, each team, if you're new to Onward, gets to ban a map. The map pool is predetermined at the start of the season. And so these two teams have been playing these maps, especially against each other, since they're both in the EU region, for an entire season of 15 weeks of regular season gameplay. So they have an idea of the maps they like and don't like. And I guess these bans don't necessarily surprise me, Jamie. We have Suburbia and Cargo both taken off of the plate here, 2 close quarters maps. Both of these teams do tend to like a little bit more range. And so I'm curious what your thoughts are on both of these bans.
Yeah, Suburbia is a staple kind of map for any team. It's the most commonly played one, so I can understand why Imperial potentially would not want to take Boss Fight on that map. It's such a difficult map to play against when the team's played it that many times. So yeah, that's definitely one that I can see. And then we're also seeing the ban by Boss Fight with Cargo. That's it. It's a good map to ban against Imperial. They've played it 8 times and they've won it 7. So it is a very, very strong map. It's their strongest map alongside Subway. Okay. So definitely a ban there based on that knowledge there. Yeah,
getting rid of a map that they do not want to share with their opponent and do not want to allow them to pick into, because we do have a potential 5 maps to be played here. It's a best of 5, so we could be done in 3 if things go quickly. But our first map of the day is going to be Tanker to start things off. And I mean, what do you think about a Tanker pick here? We have these close quartered bans, and then we go to maybe the only other close quarters map.
Yeah, I mean, for Imperial, they have played it 5 times, they've won it 5 times, and played it so many times with them. I know that they know how to play this map, they know how to take a lot of angles. They've got some very, very good strats on this. Boss Fight haven't tended to play this that much this season. They played it once, and they didn't win it that time. So, a little bit of a difficult one for them, potentially, to start things off with. But also, it is a kind of stable map as well that we've played for a while, so I imagine they've got some idea of what they're doing.
Yeah, should be, again, an interesting start to things here, but we do have both teams in lobby, and we'll talk a little bit more about the loadouts and the night vision and the choices here this afternoon, because it is a dark map, one of the few that you can choose. I guess every map has a night option, but not often do we get into the darkness here, and to find it as our first map for this decider in third place is certainly exciting. But let's take a look at the active rosters today. Over on Imperial, we have Phantom Operators, Stamp 290, Siegmeyer, nope, not Mikey, and Leo. And over on Boss Fight, we have Archer, Mantis, Little Sayonara, Shook, and Scooby-Doo. And those are the usual suspects for both teams here. So we have the strong ends of both Imperial and Boss Fight going at it this afternoon, Jamie. And it looks like we are ready to dive right into the action. If you're tuning in on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon Meta Worlds, we do appreciate you stopping by and enjoying the action. It's a long day of high-intensity Onward esports here, as this is the third place matchup. We obviously have our first and second. Our finals matchup here will be right after this, or shortly after this series, and so you're going to want to stick around. It's a full day of Onward, and you're not going to want to miss out on this because it is the best of the best, duking it out. And right into it we go with flashes, smokes, a heavy counter utility use coming in, and Shook actually applies aggression onto the boss fight side to catch one out for Imperial. On the underside, Stamp suppressing out and pushing forward. A team kill comes through. Unfortunately, Sayonara catches Mantis, and then Sayonara goes down. Phantom quickly scoops them up, and just like that, boss fight had a lead. They suddenly gets picked apart. Stamp catches another one underground. Mikey evens the odds a touch by finding a kill before they go down. It's up to Archer and Scooby on the top floor, while the trio of Imperial trying to figure out where these defenders are. And Archer definitely pushed into a forward position. And I wonder if they're going to be at all checking into the basement, because otherwise Stamp is going to be able to advance pretty freely eventually. Scooby is obviously concerned as they're checking behind them, but man, a fast-paced start for this series.
Yeah, that it was. It's kind of how you anticipate the first kind of minute to go, really, with Tanker. It's such a close quarters map. This objective right in the smack bang in the middle of the map. So that utility use is going to be ever so powerful. Stop any early aggression, and that's exactly what we saw there. Phantom Operator now trying to find an angle onto it. Archer, as he notices there's got to be a defender there. Archer narrowly avoiding getting shots there, but does happen to go down there. So Scooby now all alone, got to try and push out for that revive. Oh! The push again. Got to watch out for this. Gets a great trade with Phantom Operator there, and Imperial coming out the starts running, really.
Yeah, no kidding. A good rollout for them, and Boss Fight really applying again that counter aggression, because they definitely came in with the heavy utility use. They didn't get too far forward, but they did push up a little bit, and they end up finding themselves into some early scraps because Imperial are also looking for that action out the gate. And like you said, the nature of Tanker, especially with this objective, you can't really even avoid that early action, can you?
No, you can't. With Marsoc starting literally just above the objective, usually you would have like kind of an angle. Sometimes maybe a bit of a slower play from teams. They'll let that aggression happen and not walk into those flashes. But these guys, they just wanted to get that battle going early on. We had the attacker Stamp going underneath, underground, to avoid all that utility and potentially come around on the back of the objective there. So just a great play really by both sides. I think that could have gone either way there.
Certainly could have, and I think that's going to be the sort of statement of the afternoon, Jamie. It could have gone either way. I think we're going to be running into that a lot here today, and hey, that is fine with me, because that means that we are getting good quality back and forth in this game of Onward. And I mean, hey, the pressure's on here today. Again, you know, we talk about that prize pool. It is substantial, you know, 7,000 in USD in cash, 7,640 in prizes. You know, there's obviously something to be earned, but on top of this, Jamie, the obvious notoriety, right, of being Season 13, at the very least, third-place qualifiers here is what these two are competing for. But our next matchup after that, even more pressure, first or second on the line, and it's just going to be so fun to see teams playing at the best, with an NA-EU matchup, no less. There's going to be a lot of hype around that series, JV. I'm certainly looking forward to it. We have action to get into here as round 2 unfolds, and Boss Fight go on the attack while Imperial defend.
So yeah, we're gonna see a counter aggression coming back out by Imperial. Lots of smokes coming out by Boss Fight. They know that if you get enough smokes on here, then the vision is blocked for the most part. But I am liking the fact you've got Stamp sitting in the south bunker there, calling things out to his team. He's safe, not able to
good
shot
pickup
through those
from
windows.
Phantom there. Archer now crashing in, and Siegmeyer does go down. Archer was on objective, ready to cap as the nade comes in up over the top. Scooby is following up the smokes. They are checking their tablet. They're pushing up to the objective now. Sayonara downs themselves with their own nade. Scooby tries to get tablet out. Nope, not Mikey. Says nope, not today. And now Mantis is alone after boss fight trying counter Imperial with a push of their own into the objective space, end up getting denied. And now we'll have to see what Mantis does, as again, they are up against the entirety of Imperial, well, at least 4 of them.
Very, very tough thing when you're all alone on this map, especially on this objective. Well, 5 minutes remaining. Mantis has got a lot of time. There's a lot of pre-fire coming out there. So he's getting all these sound cues, knows roughly where people are going to be positioned. But with Phantom Operator here in the middle, checking there, you've got Stamp who's in that south bunker. He could get a line of sight onto Mantis, call it out to the rest of his team, and potentially, defender come around on the back there. Some gunshot taken out onto Phantom Operator, so he goes down by Mantis.
Yeah, now Mantis going to swing wide here. Nope, not Mikey. Seeing them through the window and calling it out to Stamp. Stamp's on the short corner, could swing wide quickly. Mantis trying to watch up over the top, and maybe Imperial are slowing down a little bit, not necessarily flinging themselves out at their opponent in the midfield here, as Mantis does hold up here. They're going to try and push the corner, and there's Stamp to fly it quick, deny the cap. Imperial take 2 quickly against boss fight. A very good start for them. Can't really get you can't really get much better than that, but hey, they could have gotten a cap to start things off, so I guess I am wrong. It could get better than that, but it's a beautiful start for Imperial. It's their map pick, no less, and they are up 2-0.
Yeah, I think the tough part with that objective is, with it being in the center, I think it definitely favors a team that is a little bit more aggressive, is a little bit, quicker on those corners to get those angles, and great with that utility usage. Those flashes were just pretty much devastating, really. It stops any kind of push coming in. It lets you set your defense up, and I do like how Imperial use those north and south bunkers. They have a defender in there looking out through the window. They're safe. They can call out the movements that are coming in, and then you've got a defender who's near them to swing the corner and get the shots. So it's like a kind of shock and awe strategy, I guess. One of them's distracting, you've got the flashes going in, and then somebody swings around, gets a pick, back in they go, and you don't know where they've come from. So just fantastic play, well rehearsed by Imperial there.
Our next objective is going to stay on the top floor too, and so this is kind of getting a little dicey for boss fight now, because this objective, if played similarly, could go another 2 points into Imperial's hands. They could come out map 1 4-0. It's not necessarily that's not what I would expect out of boss fight. They're a team that can easily bounce back from a 2-0 loss. Matter of fact, they've won games last weekend down 2-0, and so it's not out of question here for them to be able to come back on something like this, but it is a little worrisome with Imperial up 2-0. They now go on to the attack. They're actually just a cap away from securing this series, and so we'll have to see what they can do as we do get into it for round number 3.
As you were saying, Nightfire, there, this objective, I think it's got a little bit of a shift and change of pace as well, which may just benefit boss fight there, slow things down just a little bit. Imperial have got to get out to them. We saw that the flare get used there, great, vision denial really with that. Using the night vision on that will block any line of sight, and we're seeing Leo and Stamp using those bunkers again, the windows, trying to ascertain where that defensive.
Kill comes in early. Sayonara finds Leo, but it's a down. So Leo's going to get res. It's a positive net kill for Imperial. They're up 5-4. And you'll hear that as we tune into these players, call-outs coming in, and I can fill you in on what some of them mean. A common one that you'll hear is echo and then a number. That is an identifier of the enemy's numbers. So if you hear echo 3, it means that they are calling out that there's only 3 defenders left, or 3 opponents on the other team. It's not something that they're calling out about their team. It is a enemy identifier, and so it's vital as a tool, because you do need to keep track of how many kills you have, how many players are alive. It allows you to effectively work up through a defense, because there's only a certain amount of defenders, and so kind of an interesting little inside baseball bit there. But for now, we're into a bit of a pause here. Boss fight are set up and waiting for the push to come in, but Imperial haven't quite gone in yet. Maybe a bit of a change of pace for them? Just like you said. They listening?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's this objective, really. There's so many angles where a Vault defender could be that you just don't want to take this open angle where Archer's watching at the moment. If he just works together with Scooby, they can effectively deny any cross. The nade coming out there onto Scooby's position. These are common spots, but just went a little bit too far. Couldn't quite connect onto him, so he's going to survive another day, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
And this push definitely slowing down now for Imperial.
Yeah, the right idea from Imperial to toss that nade up and over, but I love to see this. You know, one thing that I talk about at a high level is a variety of strategies, and Imperial are out the gate deploying everything they have. They're not holding back any sort of... They could have just kept with aggression and see how it would have worked. You know, maybe it would have gotten them the points they needed, but they are trying to throw in counterplay, some alternate routes. As a nade comes in from Scooby, a pretty decent toss, but it's again another down. So Imperial will not suffer a death yet. Shook maybe saw that rotation in the res, but yeah, this is all very pokey and proddy right now. With Imperial slowing things up, it's going to be maybe on the 2-minute mark that we'll see an actual push.
Yeah, you can tell that they're certainly working to a certain number of kills, really, at which point they will probably push in. So I imagine if they do take out Archer, do get the pick onto Scooby, I think the push then will come in, and that can be a tough thing for a side when they do rely on those picks to signify when the push is coming in. If you don't get those picks, then when do you push? So it's got a little bit of an angle there. Sigmire going to get challenged here by Sigmire, pushes straight round the corner, but does get taken down. Scooby spotting this, does get the shots back onto him. Seems like he will get the kill there.
Yep, nades come in. Mikey goes down on the outside. Imperial are at risk of getting pinched. Scooby suddenly on the side of Phantom. Leo has their back exposed, but they're on objective. Stamps coming up to support, and Mantis is alone, trying to hold things down. They find one kill. The shots in the back on Stamp go a touch wide, and as they try to crouch down for the heal, Stamp finds the back exposed. Imperial, with one left alive, go up 3-0 on map number 1. Now, here's the question. If your boss fight, is there any merit in even using a timeout now? You know, you're down 3-0 on map 1. If there's a time to slow things up, it would be maybe now, but at the same time, maybe just kind of let's just play this one out, you know, see how it goes. And if it goes 4-0, then you just got to refocus onto your next map, because it is going to be their map pick. And, you know, that is an important element to consider here when we talk about, especially these two teams playing against each other. The map picks can have a bigger impact than I think it will in our finals matchup between NA and EU teams.
Yeah, map picks certainly have an effect on a team. You know, if you know you're picking something that they're kind of not afraid of, but, you know, one that they don't tend to play as much, then you can slow that kind of momentum, that confidence just a little bit. And especially if you're playing one that you're more comfortable with, a home ground, you know, Boss Fight do enjoy Quarantine, Downfall, those bigger maps. So I imagine they'll get that kind of confidence booster themselves there, and it just be beneficial for them. So we'll just have to see how it goes. I mean, the issue I think they had in that last one was they didn't have they didn't use the bunkers to the full effect where they spawned, so they would have been able to be high up the ground, get the angle on that center push, and be challenging Imperial. They kind of let them walk in front of the lines of sight, and that's what they were anticipating. Those walking into the line of sight, get the shots on them as they make those corners, but yeah, just couldn't quite connect. Needed that high ground, and that's what I imagine we'll see from Imperial now.
Yep, we go into what could be map points here for Imperial. If they can put up a defensive round, they will take map number 1. We'll move on to map 2 in a best-of-5 series to determine who our third-place champion will be. Who is going to come out $1,000 richer? That is the big question mark. And so we'll have to see how Boss Fight approach this. They obviously want to get one on the board here. They need to try and start the comeback engines going here. It'd be nice to get some momentum on their opponent's map pick before they go into their map pick at the very least. So even 1 point is worth fighting for here for Boss Fight. And I wonder if they're going to deploy a similar sort of strategy, Jamie, where they're going to be a little bit more patient. And if anything, we are seeing a much more patient defense from Imperial. They're not playing forward. They're not getting aggressive with any utility. They're tucked in, defending objective because they recognize this as map point.
Yeah, it's a great way to also throw your opponent off guard and potentially make them use their utility. You know, if they've been anticipating those aggressive pushes, they're probably going to try and defend against it again. If it doesn't come out, they've now used the utility and they've got nothing to go with. So it can be good to kind of have your own shift and change of play, speed and play like that yourself.
Right.
Archer is trying to get a bit of an angle there onto Nope Not Mikey again. We're seeing some pretty kind of meta spots from the defense, and Little Sayonara and Archer do recognize that they've got to be checking them, and that is the difference when it comes to these teams. It's the teams that know those meta spots have played these maps more often than not, so they know what they need to be checking and they know where they can go for. Nice flash going, smoke should I say, going to come out there to block Sigma's view, so he's not going to be able to see that kind of central cross now. It does seem like Boss Fight going to smoke through what they can to get the push in.
Yeah, heavy smoke application. Boss Fight obviously have cap on the mine. It's an objective that is capable, but Sigmar still has a line through these smokes. They catch one, but they do go down quickly. A nice twofer on the side here. Sayonara and Archer crashing in. A flash up over the top doesn't quite deny Archer vision as Leo flies the short corner. They go down there as well, and suddenly Stamp's alone in a 1v4. Where is the cap attempt? Because Boss Fight need it. If they can secure that, it's going to put them up 2 points. Here's Stamp trying to lock things down. They have plenty of attackers on. Scooby's tablet out, punching in the code, and Boss Fight are looking to push this back up 2 points. Just like that, Boss Fight is a point away from tie game.
Now that was a very, very nice Boss Fight style play. You know, they're down, but they are never out. You cannot count them out for anything at all. You know, they're just a fantastic play by Archer. You know, he really got around on that north side of the ship and really put some work in there, finding 4 kills, was it? Or 3 or 4 there, you know? He basically took the defense out there. Stamps then got to rotate back in. So just fantastic, fantastic play by him and Boss Fight to, know not to kill that last defender and get that cap in. So brilliant play.
Very good map awareness and ultimately not enough awareness from the final defender on Imperial's side. Needing to really crash the objective was the priority that they had to have there. They had to fling themselves into the multitude of defenders, and when the pressure's on like that, sometimes the suppressive fire is enough to kind of throw the brain off a little bit and prevent that individual from pushing out because they're so used to trying to survive and not being the one to run into the battle. And so just overall, like you said, a very nice job from Boss Fight, and they are right back into this one. Can never count them out, and I'm sure Imperial kind of kicking themselves here because now we go into the basement. And, well, this one isn't hard to attack. It's not easy, though. It's kind of a little bit of a boat, a little bit of a column A, column B. If you can't hit it from all sides, it can be a pretty chaotic entry into the objective space, but if you get picked off on your way to those entry points, then you can kind of lose yourself as an offense. And so we'll have to see how Boss Fight lock this one down as they go on to their defensive round, and Imperial just a point away from taking their map, but that point's sometimes the hardest one to get. We'll have to see how they deal with it as we go into the action. Again, Imperial attacking, Boss Fight defending for round number 5 on map 1.
Yeah, we know how difficult it can be sometimes to just close out that final round, and now Boss Fight have got that cap, that confidence, that momentum, certainly going to start building up, so Imperial really need to put a stop to that and find some picks here, but it can be such a difficult objective to get those picks. It's just so much more difficult to get picks on the subjective, you know, with Boss Fight kind of hunkering down, staying low, and just getting an angle onto the approaches in. Then Imperial could find it a little bit tough to push through, as it were, and thread that needle.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as we do see a bit of a setup on the upper floor for the most part. Actually, it's all upper floor. No one is committed into a basement entry point yet. It means they're going to utilize the stairs to come down, and that to me does make sense. I think they actually do have one on the upper floor there. On the bottom floor is Stamp, but it makes sense to utilize these stairwells and push down from them. Sometimes defenders can get aggressive and hold these stairwells, but if you're at the stairwell, you're essentially just a corner turn away from pushing into the objective, and so I imagine they may even send one around to the back. Yeah, you do see Siegmeyer going there, and it looks for now it's going to be two down both sets of stairs on either side. They'll eventually be pushing in. Maybe they'll send one up through the center. That's going to be coming down from the, south stairwell, technically. And so we'll have to see, again, how this whole play comes out. But if I imagine correctly... Oh, Sieg isn't going over to the north. I wonder what their plan of approach is going to be then. They have plenty of time, 4 minutes left, so Sieg could eventually rotate all the way over to that other side, push in from the far west, and they would be hitting all 4 entry points, which again is kind of the goal, if you will, is to overwhelm your opponent. But sometimes 2 is good, sometimes 3 is good enough. You know, if you can coordinate well enough on those entries, then you'll be fine. Again, Sieg now rotates back. It's almost like Sieg's watching for a potential flank. Concerned that boss fight may end up deploying a little bit of counter aggression.
Yeah, I'm just watching, and I wonder, are Imperial using the upper deck sounds to get boss fight to call that out so they can understand how many are actually on the objective there? Because I'm seeing, you know, Leo's moving around just above them in the center of the deck.
Right.
They know it's pretty much safe. And I think they're listening to the call-outs so that they can understand the defense, because you can't see it until you get in. So if that is the play there, then that's some big brain plays really going on. And, you know, after 13 seasons, I don't know if I've actually seen something like that before.
Yeah, it could be that. Could be, again, just kind of, if anything, maybe even trying to distract Archer with false audio cues. Yeah, I don't know, but that what I have seen done there is just an LMG. you shoot a gun into the ground above Archer, he's not going to hear a single thing, except for the LMG. You know, it's a maddening rattle, and so I have seen that. Oh, we got to go eyes on little Sayonara, who suddenly decided to be up on the top floor and is challenging. Nope, not Mikey up here on the upper stairs. Mikey makes the call out. The rest of the team maybe not necessarily aware that Sayonara's here, but Sayonara's applying aggression. Archer swings on the bottom side. Sayonara does find one. Stamp now has to be concerned about their upper floor as Sayonara comes crashing down. Stamp doesn't quite find the back. No, they do. Sayonara does go down. Archer isn't able to re-peek in time to support, and so it's a 1-for-1 trade off of a little bit of chaos at the 2-minute mark. Sayonara trying to disrupt the entry point for Imperial, but can't quite do it as there's still, well, I was going to say 4, but now only 3 as Mantis does scoop up 1 by pushing up to the stairs.
No, another one south.
Yeah, great play there by Sayonara, you know, pushing up, getting into it, recognizing that they're using this time, and then start challenging them, wasting more of that time against them.
Mantis pushing Siegmeyer and Leo. The trade comes through off of a nade. Siegmeyer forcing that play, and ultimately a 1-for-1. So boss fight have a net positive gain there. With 2 left alive, it's a 2v3 for Stamp and Sieg. How are they going to make their way down? Archer still, almost team killing Shook on their way back, but is now still holding down the corner. Stamp, though, as they try to get into position, catches Archer out. A nice timed play, very perfect. Classic Onward timing, if anything. You know, the one time Archer leaves their angle, it gets peaked and Stamp finds the kill. And it's now left with 2. Siegmeyer's rotating him back to approach from the center, and so they're going to try and hit it from 2 entry points. Sieg on objective side as rounds come down to Scooby, and another on the other. Stamp on that other side, who does end up trading, and so it leaves us the 1v1. Can Imperial clutch up this final kill? Or will Scooby save it for a 3v3? Boss fight may be able to take Imperial's map just yet.
Wow, just both sides really bringing out the plays there, you know, like say those sound cues, trying to understand, listening to the call-outs from up top so you know where the defenders roughly are. You can call that out to your team, they can hear it as well, know what to anticipate when they do go for the push, and just great play by Sayonara, recognizing, you know, they're using that time, they're just moving around up top, they're probably not anticipating anyone coming through, and there it was, you know, the push up to the top deck, quick picks, it slows down that time, it just disrupts the planning there, and then makes people have to adjust, makes them have to probably play slightly different than was originally planned, and you know, that time goes down, it stops at a certain push, and just great play all round. There's going to be a bit of a tough one now for boss fight, but well played to them to bring this back into a 3-3.
Crazy stuff. And again, a shout out to everyone that is tuning in here, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds. We're live on all the platforms right now. If you don't know what Meta Horizon Worlds is, it's an app that you can go and download on your Quest or Quest 2 right now, and you can watch this action inside a VR movie theater, essentially, with other people in VR. It's a really cool way of enjoying the action on a big screen. I would recommend checking it out if you do have the opportunity. I know there's a couple of folks in there, so a shout out to you fine folk enjoying the action in Meta Horizon Worlds. We appreciate the support there. And yeah, I mean, this is, so far, Jamie, I can't really get much better as a starter point for today, the final day of Season 13. It all comes down to this. These teams competing for that third place prize pool of 1,000 USD in cash from ProTube and VRML, both sponsoring that cash prize pool in particular. And so it's a good time to be watching Onward, I think, is what I would say, right? And well, I'm happy to be tuning into this matchup as we go back into it for our final round of map number 1. The winner here takes the map and moves on with a slight lead in this best-of-5 series. But we'll see if Imperial can do it or if Boss Fight are going to take a Marsoc round. As Boss Fight's stacking heavy on one side here, Jamie, it's going to be a quick entry as Mantis and Archer already applying pressure. Nades, utility, flashes coming in. Mikey catches one up over the top, but suppressive fires coming in is a little bit chaotic. We're going to have to keep an eye on both. This bottom side, and shoots Leo up top, who catches little Sayonara under the chaos. Sayonara's down up top. They have to defend from the upper half, while Mikey also applies pressure from underneath. Scooby may not be ready for Leo behind them, but Leo can't catch up to Scooby. Archer pushing into the smoke. Mikey catches that kill. Shook pushing it up to Sigmar. Imperial shutting down the Boss Fight aggression as Leo finally finds the back of Scooby, and Shook is the final one alive as they try and push through the smoke with utility, nades, flashes, smokes. They're going to come crashing through, and Sieg's going to find the final kill for Imperial to take their map pick. Finally getting the final point. Just took him a little bit, Jamie. Whew. I gotta take a breath after that one. A barn burner of a round, and ultimately a map into the hands of Imperial. Wow, what a stellar battle here. And I think we did have we're having a bit of an internet connection on the side of Jamie's end, so we'll hopefully get them back into things shortly. But we do have to put our eyes towards map number 2. For those just tuning in, this is a best-of-5 series. Underneath me, each team bans a map in our predetermined map pool at the start of the season. Each team has been playing for 15, well, maybe not 15 weeks, but has been playing throughout the course of the regular season to get to this point where they then qualified into the top 8. They battled through World quarterfinals, World semifinals. They're now here for a chance at that third-place prize pool, and Imperial have a slight lead. Where do we go from here is the question. Boss Fight played well on Snow Peak in particular over the course of this postseason. It's a map that they have picked into. It's a map that they certainly seem comfortable on, and it's a map that we're going into for map number 2. That Snow Peak pick, Jamie, doesn't necessarily surprise you. It doesn't surprise me.
No, Snow Peak coming from Boss Fight definitely doesn't surprise me. You know, it's that and Quarantine, like I was saying earlier, staple maps for them, and they play ever so well on them. So this is going to be a great battle. And Imperial have only kind of played this a handful of times. They played it 5, won it 4, so good amount of times really to you know, get that knowledge. You look at the stats, and Boss Fight played it 5 times this season and won it 3. So, but again, I know it is a map that they do enjoy, so the stats not always something you can go off there.
Yeah, and it is a map they also ended up playing a couple of times in postseason too, so you have to factor that in as well. Under that high intense sort of gameplay, you get you know, you can learn a little bit and develop strategies even more. And so, yeah, we'll see if they've maybe honed in a few things over the course of the week between last weekend and now. But either way, it is going to be Snow Peak for map number 2, and yeah, it's a much more longer range map. There's a lot more open ground to cover, which opens up opportunities for long range optics, snipes, and again, a bit more of that mid-range combat. There are still certain objectives on Snow Peak that are close quarters, and so they won't necessarily escape that, well, they could potentially, I guess, depending on how many rounds they win. But, you know, there's a chance where Imperial will get that opportunity to go back to the close quarters like we saw on Tanker. At this stage, though, boss fight, I mean, they're still looking good. You know what I mean? The comeback was big on Tanker. They weathered a storm there, down 3-0. They couldn't quite take the map, but they're now going on to their map pick. And Imperial, if anything, really do have to be on there, still locked in and focused. Just because they've got a map win, it is not going to be. Well, I think obviously they're ready for that, right? This is boss fight's map pick, and we'll have to see. Like you said, Imperial, no slouches on this either. As we do get into round number 1 on map 2, we'll see how Phantom and the rest of this team roll out.
Yeah, I think the benefit the Imperial definitely have here is they have a lot of information over the past couple of weeks to go off of how Boss Fighter played this. They played it every single phase up to now, so they have got a lot of information, know roughly what to anticipate. So now it just comes down to what research have they done on this to know roughly what pushes will be that are going to come in.
Yeah, and an early kill there locks in for Phantom Operator. Going to start things off nicely for Imperial. Good pickup from Phantom, and that's going to give them even potentially the spawn away, because Phantom should now know that they spawn north, because there's no way you can be on that north side this early unless you spawned there. So will Phantom be ready for Sayonara, rotating up to the center? Obviously, with shots coming out here, Sayonara going to be wary of Phantom's potential peek up, and if Phantom does peek this angle again, Sayonara is ready and waiting. Shots do come through, and they are going to connect. Sayonara does find the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Boss Fighter right back in this.
Yeah, nice 1-for-1 there. Going to help that push also coming in through the center there. And the bunker now completely open. Boss Fight going to be able to basically surround the objective, spend a little bit of time trying to understand where the remaining defenders are, and then push in based on that knowledge. So good pick up, a very much needed one there. And it's not a position you want Boss Fight to be able to get into where they can just walk right up to the objective. Little Sayonara is taking shots there. Just what you need to be doing, challenging the offense, and just make sure that they can't move in and waste that time down. 4 minutes remaining, but Boss Fight do know their timings, and they're pretty aware of that a lot of the time. There isn't many times you'll see them run out of time. So even if you are challenging them, they're going to push in at some point. So if you can, get those picks.
I do see some comments coming in chat. A few folks unfamiliar with what they're tuning into. It's the 5 versus 5 military simulator search and destroy style gameplay. Each map is a best of 4, excuse me. That's called a best of 7. First team to 4 points wins the map. We're playing a best of 5 map series, and so already so far, map 1 has gone to Imperial. They won by taking 4 points, 4-3 on Tanker. And now we're in a fresh map here with Boss Fight attacking, Imperial defending. Every round we swap sides. Every 2 rounds the objective changes location, with the end goal being that the attacking team, the blue team, Boss Fight currently, is trying to get close enough to the objective, which you can see on the minimap as a small circle at the top of the screen there. And if they get close enough, they can enter in a 7-digit code and secure themselves 2 points. We've seen it done already today, and little Sayonara is why it's the one we're keeping an eye on, because with that pick, it allows Sayonara to essentially freely rotate across the lake, get up behind this defense, and be a potential threat for a cap onto that objective. Stamp is going to have to crash back here if Sayonara is successful in getting rid of Mikey on this defensive point, but they are very close to pushing into this objective already. It's going to come down to this defense, how Mikey holds things down as shots come in. Sayonara goes up the stairs with a great angle over the top of the fence, finds the kill. Archer and Sieg crashing in, and Sieg denies Archer entry points there. Stamp trades down, Boss Fight left with 2. Sieg's on objective, and Sayonara finds the kill. They eliminate their defending team, and with 2 left alive, Boss Fight then secure 1 point. They'll swap sides to go on defense on the same objective, but a perfect start for Boss Fight on their map pick. Well, almost perfect. A cap would have been perfect. That would have been 2 points, but hey, it's a Marsoc win is the second best thing.
Definitely, it's but it's kind of a classic play really by boss fight there. Get those picks, get the knowledge, and then surround on the objective, push him from the back, and then use that distraction so the front can come in and pick off the rotating defenders. So just textbook play by boss fights, and as we were saying during that, they just need to be able to kind of stop the push from coming in. Any defenders do, you've got to be challenging Marsok. You've got to be not letting them kind of move in and push in on the objective there. So just a really, really good play by those guys there.
Yeah, ultimately a nice job from Boss Fight, and we'll have to see how they now defend this next OBJ and see if they can put up a nice 2-0 start. Granted, we've seen how those go. It's not necessarily a guarantee, Jamie, especially at this level. Both of these teams very capable of weathering storms, battling back, even keeping things close. And so, yeah, we'll have to see again how this unfolds. But wow, again, great map one start, 4-3. Not the maximum amount of rounds with caps coming in, but still nonetheless maximum amount of points. Almost. You can score 5 points technically, but either way, a solid start to things. And now we'll see if we're in for more of that, or if Boss Fight can step away, get themselves a 2-0 lead, defend things nicely here, potentially set themselves up for map 2 into their hands. Would push us to at least then 4 maps. We're not guaranteed that just yet. If Imperial can take this one, they could be going into series point for map number 3, and so obviously Boss Fight at this stage trying to battle that option more than anything. Really just trying to get on the board, get a map on the board in particular, and well, as we go into the round, Imperial spawning on the south. We'll have to see what that rotation looks like. It's going to be a bit of time, I think, before we see any action. We have 2 set up south, kind of monitoring the lake to see if there's any aggressive pushes from Boss Fight. You can catch kills like we saw last round, where if you push up to that bunker, your back is exposed to the lake. And so, fortunately enough, Boss Fight aren't investing in any sort of defensive layout like that, and I think because the callouts came in from Scooby early identifying this spawn, that we instead see a heavy investment in the north defense. We see everyone comfortably setting up here on the north side with Shook tucking in behind bunkers, and in particular Little Sayonara pushing all the way up to the entry point to this from the inside here. And I think it's because Little Sayonara is trying to read that Imperial are sending maybe 2 or 3 to the inside of this mountain, and we'll be rotating around from the north, and I think Sayonara is going to try and be that aggressive point forward. They are so far away from objective, though, Jamie, and we talk about this as a dangerous element to while it's aggressive, to be this far away from objective, I mean, the last thing you want is Imperial to cap and suddenly have a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be ideal, really, at this stage, would it? Just you really got to be able to put a stop to their momentum, and if Boss Fight can certainly hold down and just continue going through, then yeah, it wouldn't be so bad for them. But
yeah, that aggression is just a bit of a dice roll, though, and if Sayonara doesn't rotate back quickly enough, it could be bad. If they stay there, though, they could also find some kills. Shots coming in up over the lake. We want to stay on board Sayonara, as we do see Stamps and Sieg. They are pushing in through the mountain, but they're not committing to this far rotation here. And so Archer catches Mikey pushing up through the lake. Mikey will be able to be res, and we're going to have to, again, kind of split our attention between both sides. That's what Imperial are trying to do with Boss Fight, as they try and divide them coming in from the east and the west, the lakeside and the mountainside. And again, this mountainside offense is actually avoiding Sayonara, and this is the danger of getting too aggressive on Sayonara's part, where this offense has essentially worked in around them. Now, of course, like I said, the crash back from Sayonara could be effective. It could find the backs of a couple of attackers, but it's all a matter of timing. And when would Sayonara rotate back? I would think around the 2-minute mark, which is when you would think Imperial would try and attack. And so maybe it could be a successful sort of flank on this offense, but it could also be the downfall of this Boss Fight setup. So we'll have to see how everything works out. And as I say this, Sayonara is rotating back on the timing. 2:45, and they're actually going to catch the back of Stamp. A nice start for Boss Fight, finally finding a full kill. Sayonara goes back to defend over on that side, while the rest of this offense seems to be prepping in for their push. 2:30 left. They're rotating in from the lake, and Sigmar and Leo are putting a suppressive fire down onto the defensive positions. Still no rotation from Sayonara. Nades coming in, don't quite catch Leo or Sieg, so they're still alive to suppress. And if anything, interestingly enough, maybe Leo heard those shots and Sieg heard those shots behind them, because they are slightly examining their flank here. And Sieg in this push is going to be determined by the effectiveness of that lakeside entry point. Nope, not Mikey is right here, able to throw utility up and over a couple of angles, trying to smoke out Archer's position. And with a minute 50, this push has to come in. Sayonara is still on a long rotation that does get identified by Nope, not Mikey. Call out comes in with a good airburst nade. No, doesn't catch Mikey, doesn't airburst. With the call outs here, Sayonara may find their flank a little harder to work with now. And in particular, Phantom Operator able to scoop it up. They were lingering here in the south. I never even saw them on the minimap as the rest of this team pushes in. Mantis catches Sigmar. They've got already an attacker on the lake. They're almost a little bit out of sync here, as the trio is essentially a duo with one on a long rotation to get connected with the rest of this team. Bach is taking down for them to push in. A minute and 10 left. Mikey does catch Shook. Boss Fight down to 3. To 3-3 with a res available. And a minute left on the clock. Mikey identifying the time, calling it out to the team. And so that's an indicator to me that this is a planned effort here by the Boss Fight side. Or by the Imperial side, that they're very much intending to crash late. Oh no, but that late crash gets identified by Archer. Mikey maybe hearing, or Archer maybe hearing Mikey's calls, ends up rotating around, finding the kill on Lakeside. That shuts down a key flank element onto this defense. And it does force Imperial to kind of push them from the front. Archer able to shut down Phantom, trying to rotate around for a res. And now Leo is alone in a 1v3. Boss Fight looking to push this up 2-0. Mantis can't quite connect. Scooby goes down. Leo still crashing in. Knows the general location of Mantis. Is able to avoid him by pushing forward here. Archer is up next on the hit list, and they're not ready for it. It's a double for Leo as they crash around to the back of objective. Mantis now has to come flying in to defend, and oh, they find the kill. Leo could have capped behind the box, but Mantis does save the day, and albeit barely, Boss Fight in a 1v1 do take their round. They'll go up 2-0, and we head over to our south objective now. I'm holding my words here, Jamie, because while we saw such a good start from Imperial, they went up 2-0 on their map. Boss Fight climbed right back into it with a three-point win streak, and so I'm not counting Imperial out to do something similar here, especially with them getting so close in that final round. But Boss Fight definitely playing things nice here. Is there a chance, I suppose, where we end up with just trading down these maps, albeit 4-3 each map until we get, do we play the maximum amount of points here today, Jamie? I mean, with these two teams duking it out how they are, anything's is up on the table, really.
Yeah, well, what we've got to remember is with Cargo and Suburbia both off the tables, Tanker has now been taken off the tables as that's being played. The remaining kind of map I think that Imperial would consider home would be Subway, so I imagine that may come out for the next one, but that is also a strong map for Boss Fight, and then the remaining two maps we're going to go into the likes of Quarantine and Downfall, maybe even Abandoned. So yeah, I think they're really going to be looking to secure this victory here, because then they'll feel even more confident for their map pick and that map. So this is actually a really key kind of point really for Boss Fight now. They need to secure this victory if they really want to, put a stop to any kind of momentum that Imperial could be building up. So it's a good start for them, and we'll see if they can continue with that. But with an objective change going into the south, it's a tough one. It's a very tough one.
Yeah, it is. Well, like you said, it's still anyone's game here, and boss fight, I think this plays into their hand. I think they want the range, and so, like you said, I think it even makes it even more tough for Imperial, just because they now have to set up and weather that long-range storm. They don't have the opportunity of going into the mountain or into the square box, and ultimately they do have to look for these mid to long-range angles, as we do focus on the south here. Shook, Sayonara, and Mantis all stacked up on the south, with the two others rotating in onto the north side, so they'll be coming in from the lake most likely, but that's going to take a little bit of time. For now, we stay focused on Shook in the south, and nope, not Mikey, defending from underneath the tower here. Underneath the tower, interestingly enough, they're not on the stairs, they're on that bunker in front, and this is kind of an adjustment on meta positions here, although I do see Mantis kind of glazing over these sandbags. It is interesting to see the slight shifts on spots that these teams are throwing out here, and I think this is one where Mikey is just trying to slightly throw off the offense as they approach from this side, where they would normally be looking for at the stairs or even potentially pre-firing the tower. Mikey is nowhere on that tower or stairs, and instead is just off to the left on the sandbags. Again, though, these teams know even the off-meta positions, and so even if you do go off-meta, it's still something that can be identified, as Mantis is looking at these sandbags, and Mikey does find the shoulder of Mantis, just the shoulder though, not the head. Mantis goes down, is able to get rezzed, is quickly picked up. A nade that comes in from Sayonara over the top doesn't connect. The flash does catch Leo, maybe even Mikey, but Sayonara doesn't apply the additional pressure off of it. It could have been a double, but they didn't know that flash was as good as it was, and for now, it's really just kind of a standoff on this rock, as Leo and Sayonara really just about 10-15 feet away on either side, and Mikey holding down the entry from the south. It's Sayonara swinging wide now, who does catch Mikey just a touch peeked out. They shifted off of their normal sandbag position. They had their back exposed. A flash comes up and over. Leo connects onto Sayonara. They're applying counter aggression, and Sayonara is blind. Leo finds that refrag. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Leo still has control of the south defensive side here, although Shook is going to swing wide and challenge. Leo and Shook trade down. A kill for kill. Leo's resible, so they're going to be able to call out Mantis here. Mantis is going to confirm the down body by taking shots at it, or at least they should. Mantis hasn't done it yet, and now the defense is keyed into Mantis' position. This is good distraction, though, because meanwhile, Archer and Scooby are entering in from the lake. M203 launched in from Scooby. Goes a little bit too far on the corner there. Stamp is still alive here on that common tight corner to defend the lake. They could pop right up and have shots down onto Scooby's head, which they do. Scooby goes down. Archer tries to take some reshots back up to Stamp, and it's a battle on both sides, as we do have a brawl between Mantis taking shots down here, Phantom swinging wide, Stamp and Archer on the lake. It's a split 2v3, with Leo able to call out every move from Mantis, and Archer trying to deal with Stamp on the corner of the lake. Do they reconnect? How does this work? What does Mantis do? They really got to get rid of Leo. And all of these callouts actually are forcing Mantis off the corner.
Would you just bleed out already?
And Mantis doesn't want to overpeak to confirm the kill onto Leo. And you hear the call out, would you just bleed out? That, leaving Leo down here. I wonder how this works out, because you do see Phantom, who does seem to be keen on potentially rotating here to get the res. Pushing up too far, though, puts them way out of position. And so, yeah, Leo's not going to get picked up. Mantis still hasn't confirmed him. There's the confirm. So now Leo won't be able to communicate the advancement up through the center. And it's up to Archer and Mantis to try and battle back. Stamp on the corner, and the rest, the other two duo on objective. As I say that, Phantom swings wide, finds a kill onto the back of Mantis, and now Archer's alone in a 1v3. Minute left on the clock as well, and so time is a factor here. And Archer can hear these callouts from Stamp. Oh, and there are the shots from Phantom. They catch Archer over the top, but a couple of kills from Phantom to get Imperial back into this. At the end of the day, 4-2-1 with a revive on Phantom's scoreline. 4-3 for Leo with that counter aggression. And, well, boss fight did try, but Imperial threw a solid defense at them, plain and simple. Good communication, good counterplay, and well, they're right back into this. Like you said, an important round for boss fight, but they couldn't quite secure it, and now, you know, it's anyone's game still. The momentum almost at an even point because Imperial did take map 1. They have the opportunity to potentially look at a cap here, and we'll have to see how Imperial attack on the range. I think that's something that they did okay. You know, certainly brought it close with that 1v1 on the last objective on Snow Peak, but curious to see how they attack here in the south. As, yeah, again, they seemingly coming a little bit alive here. Shook 0-3, unfortunately. Sayonara 5-2. Mantis 4-1. So boss fight are also doing quite well, you know, shooting well here this afternoon, as you would expect in a third place matchup here for the World Finals of the season, right? I mean, this is what we're here for today.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and it's always going to be a bit of a battle here. It's a tough objective in the south, but knowing how Leo played in that last one, it may play well into that kind of movement phase, you know, moving around, because it is just so open. It's in the center of 3 or 4 different kind of pushes.
Right.
And this objective really also goes off spawns as well. If we see the south-west hangar spawn for Imperial, then, you know, their playstyle, it could go really well for them, and they're going to be on the objective straight away and getting those picks. So it's really something that boss fight have got to be aware of, and this objective I would probably say is one of the most capable on Snow Peak. There's just that many angles, and your defense does have to be somewhat off the objective, at least initially, to understand where the spawns come in and where you need to lock down. But then also it can play well into a defender who can flank as well. So many plays that could be coming out here. We've seen them coming out from Sayonara, and we've seen them coming out from Imperial as well.
Yep, and now Sayonara pushing up to the building in the divot there, just behind that major rock in the middle. And boss fight's a very different defensive setup. They've got almost a triangle point where they're not as aggressively set up in the south, but they still do have a pretty aggressive defender all the way up at the very front here, who is potentially looking out for, you know, rotations up through the middle from either the south or the north. They won't necessarily, however, catch the far south rotation. And I think that's where the rest of this defense comes in. Archer on the late angle, Mantis watching in from the south, but it is kind of a weak south setup from my perspective. We'll have to see how that all gets pulled together, of course, because Sayonara can maybe end up rotating for a flank and shut down the south entirely. Who knows how that defense actually does flex, but either way, still is a 5-5 in our first minute, and I think Scooby identified maybe 1 or 2 on the lake side, as they did take some shots over towards the bunker. And we still are waiting for this south rotation to come to fruition. Stamp, Siegmeyer, and Leo all crashing in around the south side, with Leo a little bit more up the middle than Stamp and Sieg, and they're taking it very cautiously. There's a lot of time in every round, 6 minutes total to work with to approach the objective, and these teams at this stage are definitely going to utilize that time to make sure that they are clearing the multitude of angles that anyone could be in. And so, hey, yeah, there's a lot on Snow Peak as well, and so yeah, there's going to be some time taken before Imperial, even how quickly they've attacked and have been attacking, are going to be able to set up. It's interesting, because I almost feel like boss fight have maybe even been throwing more aggression than Imperial have this afternoon.
I don't know any of these callouts.
Stamp, not familiar with a couple of the callouts coming in. Has to rely on Sieg to help them identify positions, and Scooby does catch Mikey on bunker, trying to rotate around the south side, and that's a nice, or north side, excuse me. That's a good pickup from Scooby there. It is a down though, and so Phantom should be able to rotate around and get this res, although yeah, Mikey is behind cover as well. So
around the back, I think. He's watching that cross. That's where I got taken out. If you have a smoke, I'd use it. Don't worry, there's a better route. I mean, that's the route I took, but it will
Phantom's going to go around the long way.
Hey, you've been shot in the gap. I'm gonna smoke this.
And wow, it's such a small gap that Phantom's going to smoke, but they are going to smoke it to be able to cross, not get shot by Scooby, and get the res necessary, ultimately, at the end of the day, because it does put them back into a 5v5, but does use one of the smokes that I'm sure they wanted to save for their eventual push down to the objective. And we now go over to the south side, where Sieg and Sayonara are a wall away from each other, as Sayonara has tucked themselves into this building, and Sieg has no idea that Sayonara is down here. Conversely, it doesn't seem like Sayonara is really peeking out this doorway or even checking south, so Sieg maybe will kind of get a free pass up through this midpoint here, right past little Sayonara. Wow, so close as they advance here, and Sieg's prepping utility. Leo also pushing in here, and like I said, Sayonara is technically behind this offense, but too far behind. If they keep pushing forward here, Sieg will be able to just kind of work around that point defender, and again, maybe that's the plan. Maybe Boss Fight are going to crash onto the back of Imperial, but for now, it's Imperial gaining control of the south pretty freely. Archer goes down because Siegmeyer wasn't picked up by Sayonara. Scooby shuts down Mikey, so that's going to be the north kind of getting denied. And oh, look at this. I didn't even realize Phantom reinforced the south. We have everyone here. All four of Imperial stacked up in the south pushing in. They've gotten past most of the defense as Mantis comes alive on this south side. Shuts one down. Tries to get a C4 up and over. Can't quite get it far enough. There's shots coming in from the back as Sayonara comes alive there. Siegmeyer's on objective. Mantis finds that kill. C4 detonated. Leo survives. Leo's alone in a 1v3 as utility flashes. Everything's coming flying at them with a flank from little Sayonara. Boss Fight shut down the final attacker. And with 4 left alive from Boss Fight, they take their defensive round. They'll go up 3-1. We've seen this before, haven't we? It's the opposite.
Yeah, definitely have. You know, we saw it in that tank. You know, Boss Fight were a 3-0 deficit, and then they brought it back. They brought it back up to that 3-3. So Imperial definitely could do that. I think, you know, Siegmeyer getting past Sayonara. The nade didn't give the knowledge to Sayonara to check. It was only until Archer went down that he decided to have that peek. Potentially, you know, that could have actually gone an opposite way if Siegmeyer had been able to carry on pushing back through and didn't get picked off. Sayonara's flank was a little bit far. He would have probably caught Leo, but then you've got a defender in on the objective there, an attacker on the objective there. So just, it was a bit of a risky play, really, for Boss Fight, but paid off in the end there. So well played to them, and now they've got a tough attack moving in onto the kind of southeastern objective now. Again, this I think it's a bit of a cappable objective. You can get your attackers around and surrounding it. Defenders have to be somewhat off this one as well, but the spawns and all the variations to the to this objective certainly will come into play. So not really going to be able to say too easily whose way this could potentially go, as you know, it's both sides really have been popping off for this game.
Indeed, and both sides, like we've been talking about, hard fought to get here. We got the bracket up on display here as Imperial and Boss Fight battling it out in that bronze matchup. A look ahead to where we're going after this one. No Fun Intended versus Resurgence. That will be our Season 13 World Finals, where we will determine a first and second place team. Will NA or EU be the dominant team? That's what's going to be decided after this series. So you're going to want to stick around. It's going to be a full day of Onward. At the very well, 2 full games here, best of 5s that you're going to want to tune into. And we go back into the action for round number
5.
5, thank you, of map number 2 here. The quick math is done. We go to a new objective. It still stays outdoors, however, and so maybe Imperial just not really getting the luck they need with the close quarters combat. Either way, shots do open up early here, and Siegmeyer does catch the first kill for Imperial at least. Although now they have pressure from 2 more, Archer and Sayonara on the other side. That could have been 3 kills with Imperial sitting pretty. Instead, it's a 4v4.
Yeah, the flash there definitely would have really changed that up there. Could have seen potentially 2 kills there, but didn't go that way. So trading kill for kill, as it were, there does allow little Sayonara move around from the U-bend and just peek around on the objective, or at least just on the outskirts of it, and see if there's any more aggression coming out by Imperial. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be much. But the issue I think they've got at the moment is the objective is wide open coming from that horseshoe. An aggressive attack, you know, a Marsok attacker could just sit on the corner of the objective and wait and allow another attacker get into the shed and get the cap there, whilst the other attackers kind of defending them. There's a few picks still available on the table there, so I wonder if this is something that Boss Fight A are going to be able to identify and then B work that out. We know they can play to the camp. We know that Scooby's, you know, a great in-game leader. He gets those call-outs. He really organizes the team very well once they make the call-outs of the positions of the defenders. So it is something that Imperial really need to identify and react to. Otherwise, going into those bigger maps, we could potentially see some more caps coming out.
Yeah, and that picture really is clearly drawn when you look at the overhead, but we're going to stay on board Sai and Nora, who's worked their way up very close to this objective space. Stamps and Mikey so far away from this objective. Yeah. It is standard defense to set up in the garage. I think what's a little bit maybe off-standard is that Boss Fight aren't applying any pressure through that garage. Instead, they are kind of playing into this weak point of Imperial, and if they do end up swinging these two at the north here in through this center point, there's really going to be some damage that could be done as shots do come in from Stamps over into Sayanora's direction. We got to keep our eyes split as we have to go over to Shook, who's also making pressure and applying pressure here in the south. Could be running into Leo shortly, but definitely attention is split, and Leo is staying tucked in, and so Shook isn't going to identify Phantom or Leo because they're not going to commit to that rotation, and if anything, they're going to come up through the middle. Hopefully, no team kills come in. The likes of Archer, who is watching that exit point, but this really could go well for Boss Fight, and well, it just is all a matter of timing and where does the defense sit once Boss Fight pushes in, which is going to be around 2 minutes. And if anything, I would imagine Mikey may end up rotating closer towards objective once that clock ticks a little bit closer towards the end.
Indeed, and Shook getting a little bit aggressive here on the south. They can make a little bit of ground there. And throws a nade as he knows that a defender is going to have to be behind that hill, and moving back around now. He is going to kind of meet up with Archer whilst they break from the south. Gunshots coming out there. Shook making them. He does spot Leo there, but not able to be the victor of that battle there. Leo is going to successfully defend that far southern push. Archer now got the knowledge that there is a defender at least on the other side of this hill. Smoke's coming out. Scooby is getting danger close though to the objective. Him and Sayonara moving very quickly into this weak side. The distraction definitely coming out. Lasers all pointing over into the south. No one is watching for the push to come in from the Heskos. If Boss Fight can use this distraction that they're starting to build up there, we could potentially see the cap come out, or at least defenders getting picked off as they got to crash back in. And 1 minute 30 coming up on the clock. Boss Fight really got to get this attack going in. That smoke's going to dissipate, the distraction will stop, and Imperial will realize that there is an open angle here and get back to watching it. Very nice nade. Does take down their Stamp just below the watchtower there.
That was a beautiful toss. It gets thrown up and over through the uprights, so to speak, for that nade kill. Raids coming through, and as we get back into the action, we're into a 2v1 as Leo shuts down Archer, shots up through the center. Scooby catches one. We're now into a 1v2 as Scooby has to hold this down. Smokes are coming in. Leo finds the shots over the top. Imperial aren't out of this yet. They take a round and they keep themselves alive. They'll go on to the attack. They'll be looking at potentially map point if they can secure a cap. And oh man, I gotta wonder how Boss Fight are feeling right now. They're up 3-2. They're looking at a point away from securing this map, but this is kind of danger town right now, because if Imperial get this, then they're looking at series map. Next map on their pick. You know, you cannot allow this Snow Peak map to slip away from you if you're Boss Fight right now.
No, most definitely not. It is not a position that they would really want to be in at all. I mean, they're going into a defense now, so they may be feeling a little bit more confident on this, gaining that point. But as we saw there, your defenders do have to be off the objective, and if an attacking team can identify that, some good smoke utility usage there would have been a push in onto the objective. So Boss Fight got to recognize that, and got to make the rotations that are going to be needed. Imperial certainly going to be looking for a cap here, and you know, the spawns for Marsoc certainly could work in their favor. If they get that hangar spawn, they're in on the objective, they're moving around in the South Hills, and the Boss Fight don't react quick enough, then they could soon find themselves getting overwhelmed by attackers. So many variables when it comes to this this objective, this map. Gotta say, it's definitely one of my favorites.
Well, action-packed Saturday, as we would expect. Again, these two teams battling for what is now $1,000 on the line for third place. Definitely something to be fighting for, to say the least. I mean, that's going to be a couple of $100 to each player, and it's something that, you know, that's
nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, exactly, and it can make that hard-fought season worth it to a lot of degrees. And so we'll have to see what we get out of these two teams, as again, they are battling for this cash that is in that prize pool. That comes from our sponsors, which we will be shouting out shortly. You can see them here on your screen. We do go into the action for map number 2, round number 5. 6, there hasn't been a cap yet.
Yeah, it's round number 6. Little Sayonara going for a very similar push that we saw. Probably a little bit more aggressive, actually, coming straight through the horseshoe. He's going to be directly challenging the attackers here. Does give the knowledge as well of the spawn for the rest of the team. So whilst he's challenging them and holding them back, the rest of Boss Fight can set themselves up for what could be a garage push. Little Sayonara going to be putting a stop to any early aggression as well. So that time dwindling down for Imperial. It's a battle of time as well when it comes to this game. You know, if a defender can successfully waste the time of the attackers while they're hunting for one single defender, then, you know, the timings for the push, the timings for a lot, it soon gets thrown off. We've seen some utility already get used, so, you know, it's all part of the game, really, isn't it, as a defender, on what you can do to just put a stop to any easy push for the Marsoc attackers.
It is an aggressive setup here with Boss Fight looking to scoop up a couple of kills onto the corner early as Sayonara peeks out, can't quite connect, and like you said, you got to keep the tension split. Archer and Stamp go down in a trade. They knew where Archer was off of that drone usage, and so good connections there and good communication. Meanwhile, we go back to Sayonara, who's pushed past Phantom and Leo and is now trying to hit to the back of these attackers here as Mikey is still defending. Here's the footsteps. Here's the chaos. The trade comes through, and Mikey's pre-fire catches Sayonara trying to peek the angle.
It's got to be Sayonara, right?
It's a 1 for nothing, technically, as the reses come through on the other side, and they lose their point defense. Boss Fight are now down to 3 in a 3v5 with really not a great grasp of the entry points. Scooby can watch the garage entry. Chook is here, but just like we saw from Imperial, they have a big gap in coverage right at that horseshoe exit point that pushes up to the objective, and so we'll have to see if Imperial can sort of organize things. Then they can get their 5 to really crash down and pinch in on what is a weak defense right now.
Yeah, the concern we've got here really is Mantis is kind of positioned all the way in the bunker. He has recognized that the push is now coming in to the garage, so he has rotated back in, which is definitely what was needed. But Scooby-Doo going to be all alone over in the garage, got to take on three attackers. It's not going to be an easy challenge. Stamp has already gone down, so potentially one bullet will take him out the game. But then he's still got 2 more attackers to try and defend against. Meanwhile, the push from the horseshoe will slowly come in at the same time, so this boss fight defense could find themselves getting pinched here, and Imperial got to be feeling good at the moment, checking that tablet, seeing 5 attackers up, knowing they're on that Echo 3 count. And they're definitely going with that. Stam now getting aggressive, is going to come round on the side of Scooby-Doo. Not anticipating the push comes in, does go down underneath the watchtower there. Now the garage push is open and available. The Hesco push is certainly open and available. Mantis and Shook really got a lot of work to try and stop this attack coming in. Now they've got to find a nice angle to be able to hold and watch for the push to come in and hope that they can take Imperial out as they make the approach to the objective. A direct defense here may not be the best method of approach, but Chuck certainly going to try for that. And 2 minutes now remaining. Imperial working on this time, know that they're going to have two defenders to work with here. Mantis has found a nice angle as well to watch that kind of push coming in from the garage and just wait for the attackers to come through and pick them off in that approach there. But question will be, will Imperial identify that if he does start getting those picks?
Yeah, Shook is still on objective, holding that down, making sure that there's no flank or rotation around that south side. And there is Mantis that does come alive, catches Sigmar trying to rotate around, gives away their position, of course. Now Phantom and Leo are going to be making their entryways in as Mantis drops the gun briefly to communicate. They're going to pop back up, catch Leo out. Phantom still hasn't quite swung around behind enough. There's the kill to the back of Mantis, and now it's a 3v1. Imperial trying to tie this thing up 3 apiece, trying to even potentially go for the cap. As they do take shots on the Shook, they'll find the final kill, and they won't hit that cap. They will instead tie this up 3 apiece, and no easy maps here this afternoon in our 3rd place battle.
Not at all, you know, both sides showing really that you cannot count either of them out no matter what the deficit is. You know, people are going to be coming out and doing work there. If you take a quick look on the kill feed, you know, everyone is more or less kind of even. Both Leo and Sayonara kind of standout shooters. Mantis doing work, but you know, everyone else, they're all getting kills. Everyone's doing their work, doing their job, and it's basically what you would expect to see at these at the 3rd and 4th kind of playoff. You know, these teams really battling it out and, you know, making every single kill count. So, great play by Imperial. I think that's, what, 2-3 unanswered points now versus boss fight. So, you know, got to be feeling good about that as well.
No kidding. This is a beautiful start for them. And, I mean, again, this is danger town for boss fight. This is maybe even worst case scenario. I do feel the pressure even more so on boss fight's side right now. Because again, if they lose this round, if they don't take a Marsoc win in close quarters up against Imperial, then they will be down 2 maps out the gate here. And they do not want to go into a 3rd map that's picked by Imperial. Granted, map picks at this level, after we've already banned down 2 maps and played 2, there's a limited pool to choose from. And oftentimes both teams are pretty skilled at that limited pool, especially at this rank. And so it's still anyone's game if we get to that 3rd map, but the momentum definitely will be in Imperial's favor. And so boss fight have to battle for their lives here to tie this series up 1 apiece, or to be down 2-0 and looking at series next map, which is not what they want.
It's a quick spawn
away. Yeah, it is a quick spawn too. Boss fight have played well, fast, and aggressive, but I don't know if they're going to deploy that on what could be, again, that this all-important round here to lock in map 2.
Super tight, just waiting, watching those angles, but it didn't go in their favor. And I think we've got a similar kind of defense here where they're very, very tightly kind of packed around the objective and just watching the angles of approach coming in. So I do wonder if they've learned from that tanker objective, and they're going to play this one just a little bit differently, as we did see one attacker come through and kind of put a stop to the defense. But I must say, I am liking Sigmar and Mikey here in the like the snow mound, both just watching those entrances. They're not letting anyone push through the garage, but it is a bit of a late angle knowing how Boss Fight are pushing on this.
Yeah. Overall, a interesting setup here from Imperial, really waiting for Boss Fight to push to them. And then meanwhile, I think our best perspective that gives us a good idea of the pacing of the thing is going to be the overhead map. You'll be able to see 3 working in up along this north side here. Their plan is to push in from the north, maybe split one off, send them inside the building to reconnect with the Horseshoe team. But either way, it's going to be a 3-2 split. The 2 from Horseshoe will make their entry points in from the sides. There's 2 entry points they can make. The 3 will come in from the north. An interesting stack north, so I'm curious to see how they send that out. But they've got nobody coming in from garage, nobody challenging the backside of this defense, and it is really going to be, well, at this stage now too, maybe even 5 stacked north as we're seeing some rotations over to that north side.
Yeah, I think when Boss Fight generally do take this on, sometimes most of the time they will push through the north end of the tunnel. It does seem like Mantis is going to be the one to approach this, and like you said, Shook going around, going through the bunker, going to back up the support from the tunnels from the north side, and then the remaining attack coming through the center. I have seen Scooby with the drone somewhere, not exactly sure where. I haven't seen it go past yet, but I imagine that's gone through the north tunnel, and they identified a couple defenders there. Didn't hear any gunshots towards it, so maybe that didn't get taken down. And this Boss Fight attack slowly coming to a head. Sayonara getting a little bit aggressive here on the corner. Could find himself getting picked off. It does seem like there's an angle here from Leo. You can hear the footsteps. Archer can just pick out. Oh, the back of him was shown. Didn't get taken down for that one. And Leo giving away his position now.
Yeah, has to drop back off of this. Can't stay into the corner, but does. Lingers around too long. A nade comes through. Sayonara applies the appropriate aggression. Phantom's there to deny and rebut. They try to get the res, but there's no dice there. As more shots come in from Archer, guessing onto the corner, taking shots before Phantom even peeks and finding those kills. Meanwhile, M203 smoke comes in to set up for the push from the south. It's 3 coming in through the south. They're stacking it up heavy with nade utility, flash utility, smokes coming in over the top of this smoke. Nothing quite connecting with Archer still on that Horseshoe side. It's going to be a matter of this tunnel push coming through, and then Archer connecting as a distraction. Nades come in. It's a deep nade. Doesn't go far enough. Mikey still left alive. Everyone on objective still alive, and Mikey peeks out to catch 1, biting the ankles of Mantis. 3 still stacked up here on the south side as Mikey tries to defend. Can't weather that one. Shook finds the kill. Siegmeyer reinforces, and Stamp still holding down. Anticipating aggression from a different angle, but it just hasn't come. Siegmeyer blind fires through the smoke to connect 1, and it's a 2v2 now as we go into our final round of map number 2. A minute and a half left. Shook and Scooby crashing in with Shook thrown, dodging the shots coming up over their head through the smoke. Stamp also taking shots. Shook still alive. Scooby still alive. The LMG fire not connecting quite yet through these smokes. It's information to be known, but no one is pushing yet. Shook is still proning their way up, using this smoke as cover, and now they're danger close onto the tight corner of Sieg, who does take some shots. Shook's here on the other side of the brick. A minute left for these two to try and push into this objective. Imperial trying to hold this down, and Scooby catches Siegmeyer over the top, sending out suppressive fire. Stamp's here on the short angle, and they don't see Shook, who's pushing in. Stamp flies wide, does catch 1. Can't catch the shots over the top from Scooby. 45 seconds left for Scooby to push in a 1v1. It all comes down to this, and Scooby connects. Boss Fight, take a map. They hang on to this thing. We're guaranteed for today. It was looking like we might have been done in 3, but wow.
Talk about taking it to the wire. I don't know if you caught me there. I was just gasping every single play there. I mean, how many smokes did Boss Fight bring with them for that? Those smokes were just on point. The initial smokes to get through the tunnel, to get close enough to throw even more smokes onto the objective. All the defenders basically were just blind there, can only pre-fire, and, Shook making his way up there, getting a fantastic pick at the same time, just being there. I think Scooby was getting the picks, but just at the back. And, you know, the smoke some Archer as well from the tunnel really helped that. Oh, wow, just a fantastic play, really, by Boss Fight there. But, you know, commiserations really to Imperial, because the defense there also, you know, that was just so close. That really could have gone either way. I think the lack of utility from Imperial there potentially allowed Boss Fight to get close. But, you know, just wow.
No surprise on map 3. It's one that's been in the rotation consistently throughout the course of the postseason, and it is going to be a close quarters option that Imperial pick into. Subway for map number 2. And we are into it. Tied a map apiece. Map 3 here rolling out. We're guaranteed at least 2 more maps here this afternoon, Jamie, to determine who is our third place team, who will be taking $1,000 home, and that third place for season 13. Definitely a good amount on the line here for these two squads, and we're obviously seeing focus from both of them coming in, neither one letting the points or score lines impact their down to the wire gameplay. And that's what I love seeing at this level, is you're watching two teams that can deal with pressure. They can play into it, and sometimes they play a little bit better when the pressure's on.
Yeah, I mean, what we've got to remember here is Boss Fight have been in these kind of playoffs many, many times over the seasons. They've got a little bit of a different roster here who may not have been in there, but, you know, Mantis, Archer, Scooby, they definitely have been, and Shook. So really, they know how to deal with this pressure. And for Imperial really to be going toe-to-toe, it's their first season in the finals. In the finals. Yeah. So, you know, they're really handling that very well. You know, it doesn't seem like it's got to them. They're playing it how they've played all throughout the regular season. So it's great to see, really, and it really shows why they're here. And now we're going over to Subway. It's their kind of home side. They're a very, very strong side on this, but Boss Fight are as well. And to open things up with a North objective, I mean, it's like the Onward, like gods have heard, know what's going on, and just want that kind of pressure even more. And, you know, the back of, oh, this is just a great objective. I love it.
Jamie's gone and spoiled the surprise. I was trying to wait to debut.
I'm sorry, I couldn't contain myself.
This guy can't keep his mouth shut.
Why else are we casters?
But yeah, it is all tied up here, even down to the rounds for our first round here on Subway. Let's just take a look for outs coming in at any point for either one of these teams, because whoever was going to be a timeout called, it would be, I feel like at this stage, for either one of these squads to sort of recollect and regather themselves a little bit. But I'm not seeing anything official, and so if that's the case, we should just be kind of keeping on trucking through this series, Jamie. And I mean, you got to factor that in too, right? The maximum amount of rounds played in 2 maps here. We're guaranteed at least 2 more. It's going to be a decent day of Onward for both of these players, for both these teams.
Yeah, and we couldn't really ask for anything more, really, on the caster's deck. I have been watching the teams, and it does seem like Stamp has jumped out for the Imperial side, and Special Ops has jumped in. No change for the Boss Fight side, so interesting to see how the shift in players potentially could affect the Imperial side. Will it make them that much stronger? Will the, you know, the warm-up side of things come in there? You know, the Imperial have been building up that communication, and as you do throughout the game. So I wonder if another player jumping in could put a change to that, or if it'll, you know, change the pacing as well. Lots of things to be watching for.
Things to be watching for, as we do see early utility coming in up over the top from the offense of Imperial here. Often an indicator that they do want to push this north side early, and so Shook and Mantis are here and are going to try and defend with some counter utility. Nade comes over the top. Mikey reads it well. Calls for Leo to push back, and they both dodge that nade coming up over the top. It was a good toss, though, from Shook all the way from the bottom of those stairs. A very nicely done throw. They know they could backboard it off of that wall, and it's going to be pretty effective. Another nade comes down, this time just onto the outside of Shook, and that does down Shook. Mantis could potentially get the res. Mikey tries to commit up to get that confirm, and they do find Shook on the corner. Mantis is still tucked in, but that seems to be known as, again, it's a standard spot to be, and you can see suppressive fire coming in from this north side, and for now, they really do have good control of the north entry point.
Yeah, this is it's a very, very tough one. You know, if you allow Marsok to get to the top of those stairs, you do fall foul of those nades going into those kind of common meta positions. There isn't too many positions you can really defend this objective from. So a lot of the time, a good northern push from defenders to really challenge the attackers on that corner there and not let them get there is usually the play. But Bossfight opting to go with a bit more of a kind of more controlled defense and just wait until Imperial do start throwing those smokes and then try and take them out on that approach there. But it's always a little bit of a tricky kind of thing to do there. But with 4 minutes on the clock, Imperial do have enough time to be able to just keep trying to draw out the defenders, make them peek. That's what the LMG fire at the top of the stairs there is for. Just try and get a defender off their corner, take them down, but it isn't going to work with a team as regimented as Bossfight. They know they've got to hold those angles. Smoke there from Leo, going to block Mantis again, just trying to draw him out of that corner so that they can get the picks. They know that somebody's going to be sat there and they know they've got to deal with it, and it's also such a powerful position. They can just come around on the coke cans and just peek around on that corner there. So something that they really need to be kind of watching out for here.
Yeah, and it's well, it's a game of inches, and right now, the matter of Leo and Mikey just pushing a few feet down these stairs for their ankles to get bitten by Scooby-Doo. We obviously also do have a hold in on the south side, which is watching in for the advancement through the south. You got Little Sayonara prone inside the building, and Archer watching the train lane, but it is going to be, for now at least, Phantom kind of working around Little Sayonara's prone angle. Sayonara was watching for anyone to come up through the middle, but instead both Phantom and Siegmeyer are using the horseshoe and the underground to avoid pushing up through the center here. So they are going to kind of go around Little Sayonara's prone defensive position, and if anything, Siegmeyer may be able to identify it as they push down through the stairs, but it is all a matter of time to see if, when really, Imperial do try and push in. I imagine it's going to be a coordinated effort.
Yeah, we've seen it already on Tanker. We've seen it on Snowpeak as well. They know how to coordinate and they know how to get those pushes in there. It's just how a Bossfight going to defend against this. And M203 smoke has come out there to block the side. Little sign. There, Phantom Operator getting ready to push in from the north basement stairs. Archer going to be watching for this, but then also the push is coming in from the north. Mantis pretty much blocked, can't really see a lot. Scooby got to fire through the smoke, and at the moment it's just chaos again. Imperial trying to draw out the positions. Archer takes down Phantom Operator, puts a stop to the south approach. Now it does all come down to the north. They've got to make their way down the stairs, and the question's going to be what utility is actually left available. You don't want to be trying to push this without a lot there. Note not Mikey going to see what kind of angle he can find onto Scooby as he's just free-firing down there. Does get a nice angle from the top. Very, very big pick here.
You have to crash. You have to crash off of that. Why are they not pushing right now? It's crazy that they're not pushing the objective right now. I wonder if they're trying to force Bossfight onto rotations to find the kills, but they have an easy Mantis dead and a cap here. Archer has no way of defending this in time. They're not crashing back yet. They have to get out of the train, they have to get out of their divot and then push up to defend here. With 56 seconds left, there's a big chance for Imperial to get a cap if they get rid of Mantis. Mantis is still alive, though. They're still holding it down, and like you said, there's no more utility, so they have to challenge with the guns. Leo does find the kill. The tablet finally comes out, and Archer's trying to rotate in time. There's all the time in the world for Leo to punch it in, and they will take map number 1 with a 2-0 lead, or map 3, excuse me, with a 2-0 lead.
I don't want to be in that tent right now.
Ooh.
I know what's
Don't want to be in Archer's skin right now either, man. It's just so hard being that last one alive and allowing something like that. Not allowing per se. You did see the rotation coming through, but It was just too late. You have to recognize that if you're the second defender, that there's one on objective and it's being actively pushed, that you should be there to support that second defender and die for the cause. I guess maybe the fact that they already had 2 kills in the south, they were worried more were coming and that north was purely a distraction. But no, indeed the other way around. South was a distraction, ended up tunneling Archer's vision and ultimately opened up for a cap for Imperial. They take a 2-0 lead on their map pick for map 3. Yeah, you can't. That is the perfect start.
Yeah, that was the perfect start you were talking about. In the other maps, you know, it was a textbook play as well, you know. It is very standard. You have the approach coming in from the north, the LMGs pre-firing down, you know, using that sound suppression, having the push coming in from the south as well, and just to distract again, see if you can get in from that side and get the cap there. So it definitely had an effect on Archer where he was just sat there waiting. But yeah, you've got to rotate in, so it's better to go down for the cause and only allow 1 point and then go into your next round as opposed to allowing the cap to come out. You know, that could be the difference between a win and a loss. Even later down the line when it comes to, you know, you're in a 3-3 situation because you're thinking to yourself, if that, you know, if they hadn't got that cap, then we would have had an additional go at this kind of thing, you know. It's so difficult when that happens, but boss fight, no strangers to this objective. I'm sure they're going to be planning something very similar themselves.
Yeah, I would anticipate, like you said, a equal hunt for the cap. We did hear an early call out here that there is going to be one holding back for the flank, one rotating south. Seems like the focus will be north. As I say that, we also see one going basement, so maybe only 2 really applying much pressure north. We've seen this play before, an M203 smoke that gets launched almost vertically to go over the walls and lock in as a smoke that denies vision on the stairs, shutting down the stairwell defense. It forces the Imperial defense to push up a little bit, maybe farther forward than they would normally, and in a trade between C4 and Gun, Special Ops is here on the tight corner. More coming in as a flash over the top. They'll be able to confirm Shook and scoop up Sayonara off of a fantastic transfer, and now Imperial set up into a 4v2, looking to take map number 3 up to 3-0. It's going to come down to the duo in the basement and the duo in the horseshoe to make their positions in the south rotation successful. Which could be the case. They could push into the south here.
We've seen it many times before, and again, that is a very, very tough angle to defend from as well. You know, if you're so invested in the north, you've still got to get around on the open and be checking the corner on the right side of the objective if you're looking at it from the south. So, you know, there is a lot of angles that this can be capped from, and it's certainly a good approach now for boss fight to take. The one thing they do need to be watching out for is a potential flank back onto the overpass. If somebody does get up there, then, you know, they've got that high ground. They can just see whatever's coming in and take them down. It doesn't seem like we may see that. Mantis has opted to rotate back around and meet up with Archer, get some call-outs and try and plan out the remaining attack here, but it is a tough one. 4 minutes remaining, but again, if they can put a stop to the only defender who is covering the south, it's only Nope Not Mikey. Holding, not Mikey, sorry. Sigmire. Sigmire just holding that lane of approach there. If they can take him out, it's a common meta position, then like you say, you know, the south.
Cut you off here. Just here to Mantis and Archer chatting up a little bit.
You need another smoke, maybe just in case.
Yeah.
Gonna come up and get it.
Calling out strategy, trying to identify utility left in their pockets, and Mantis isn't going to commit to coming all the way up. Instead, what Archer's going to do is chuck that unpinned, unpulled smoke down to the stairs. Mantis picks it up, and a beautiful display of the beauty of VR and being able to share your kits and utility.
Hey, yeah, it is. I did like the little, oh, too far. You know, you can never really account for it, but you know, these guys, they know the common positions that are going to be there, so if nobody takes shots at them from either side of the tracks, they're definitely going to know that Sigmire is in that little divot there in the room. So you can see Mantis periodically checking for that, knows that nobody's on these tracks here. Maybe exposed himself a little bit.
Mantis should be able to at least get to the corner here and put some fire onto Sigmire's spot. They now know Siegmeyer's there, and they are very close to objective. Siegmeyer has to shut this down as more smokes come in. Archer flies past Siegmeyer. They're onto the tight corner. Archer's tablet out. Where's the call out? Is Mikey here in time to shut him down? No!
Oh, what a play!
Fuck's sakes, man.
Oh, just, you know.
Oh, no. Imperial furious about that one. 3 defenders alive, and he casts in between all of them.
Archer redeemed himself.
Yeah,
Archer redeemed himself.
No kidding. What a great way to get your team back into this one, as I put up the wrong score line on our scoreboard. It is all tie. I mean, what did you expect, Jay? You expected this to go one way? Please. There's no chance. There's no chance that could happen. It is all tied up. A cap apiece. Map 1. Or excuse me, map 3. Feels like map 1 because it's a reset of the series, basically, as we're all tied up here. But, man, map 3 off to a crazy start. And now we go right back over to the south objective. Equally as crazy to defend. Really, at this point, with the kind of attacks we've seen on this OBJ, it is no cakewalk on holding this one.
No, you know, this again is a very, very capable objective as well. So, you know, well, how lucky can we be to have these 2 objectives back to back? Really, you know, and it's something the boss fight are going to be super aware of. You know, if they allow even one attacker in around the objective, then the cap potentially could come out. So the pressure is certainly on at the moment, and yeah, they're going to be feeling it, and you know, they know what's going to be coming. It's yeah, but these plays at the moment are just fantastic. At the moment, you know, it's match for match, really, isn't it? You know, they really are balanced, and this is the matchup we were wanting to see here.
This is the whole point of the league. This is the whole point of the finals, just to get the best teams to play against each other, and we are seeing a fantastic bronze battle here. The battle for third place to take that $1,000 in prize pool home. We'll see who comes out on top, as we still have, like we said, guaranteed 2 more maps left ahead of us, including this one, of course. But either way, I think we're going to get some early action off of this defensive. Oh, no, Scooby's not going to commit to anything too crazy, but we do see C4 get placed here in the south stairwell, which is interesting. I don't think I've seen a C4 prioritized down into the south. It's oftentimes more so focused up over in this north, where Sayonara is getting aggressive and making sure that there wasn't the quick spawn. They now know exactly where Imperial spawned in from, and I'm curious to see if this defense works, because Sayonara is set up very aggressively in market here to catch special ops off guard.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he's probably set up, if he can stay here and take down special ops, to just put a stop to the main alley push as well. He's going to be behind the overpass, and then, you know, that method of approach is pretty much shut down unless Imperial can take him down on the exit there. So fantastic play, and there's the first pick we were anticipating by Sayonara. Takes down special ops, and now he is basically on the backside of the attack with a little bit more movement. Then you know, boss fight can pretty much lock this one down. It's something Imperial really have to identify, that special ops has gone down, that there is a defender in the market, and either adjust the method of approach or up to try and take him down. But then you're investing a lot of time in that. And you don't want to be caught out with only about 30 seconds remaining on the objective. So certainly something we are going to have to watch and wait for. But all the while now, it is just the setup phase. We got Leo and Phantom Operator trying to push through on the overpass. Know that they've got to push through here and make the way.
We have to keep an eye on Mantis and Siegmeyer as well. Sieg has popped up from the basement. Could be a potential threat here soon. Like you said, Phantom and Leo working their way up, and we're also keeping an eye over on, again, Mantis, who catches Siegmeyer out. Phantom does come up from that basement position, or that middle position at least, takes some shots, gives away their location. Sayonara could still pinch in from the flank, depending on how this push comes through, and nope, not Mikey, still making sure no one pushes in from the south, but I imagine we'll eventually be pushing to this south into the C4 that Scooby has placed. And so for what we're looking at, boss fight seemed to have things set up and ready for this push.
Yeah, but you can never count a team out at the moment, really. Anything can happen from what we've seen so far in the series. It's just been a great bit of back and forth. Mantis and Sayonara both defending the market now. Got that pretty much locked down, and Leo seems a little invested in making sure that a defender doesn't come around, because you don't want to be setting yourself up for an attack on the cell stairs there, and then the defender comes around and just takes you out from the back. So got to be able to clear out this market realistically, or at least just check it, which I think he is building himself up for here. But it's always a bit scary. You don't want to throw yourself head on into the attackers, and unfortunately for them, they don't have the same kind of set of eyes as we do as the casters here, so they don't know exactly where Sayonara could be. They know that there has been flanks and rotations being made by boss fight tonight, so again, air paranoia going to be there of, is there somebody coming up behind me when this attack starts? But so far, a little bit of shift and change of pace for Imperials. They are taking this a lot slower than what they have done on previous rounds.
Yep. Making sure, again, like you said, that everything is clear, but not really committing to clearing out little Sayonara. And as utility comes in, Shook should identify this. It should be the indicator for Sayonara to rotate. And as I say that, Sayonara rotates.
There it is.
Looking to have the back of at least one. Phantom goes down. Leo able to get the refrag. A nice pickup. Shook still here on the tight corner. It's going to be C4s that down both final attackers on both sides. The C4 at the basement and the C4 up from Shook shuts down Imperial, and Boss Fight take a 3-2 lead off of a nice defensive hold.
Yeah, very, very nice tight defense there. You know, great play by Sayonara, moving on, identifying the spawn, taking down special ops, and then taking control of the market. I think most objectives in Onward have certain areas that you've got to identify as an attacker and clear out or secure, basically. And Subway is certainly no stranger to that one, as on this objective, that marketplace and the overpass area generally is the areas you need to be kind of taking control of in order to allow your attack to come in. So yeah, it's certainly something that's got to be done there, and unfortunately Imperial didn't secure that marketplace, didn't secure the overpass enough, and ultimately got punished for that. So now I imagine they're going to have a similar kind of defense, but again,
right,
with this objective, the two spawns, boss fight do get that quick spawn, then the Imperial Cubs find themselves getting overwhelmed very quickly.
Yeah, they really could. You have to be ready for that quick spawn on defense. You have to play aggressive into it like it's happening. Even if you don't know that it is, that often costs you utility and resources that then could go underutilized, so it's a risk to try and push the quick spawn, but here it is. Boss Fight have it. Do they utilize the quick spawn becomes the question as we go into the action for round number 5. There was a cap. You did the math. But map number 3, no series decider here. We're only in 3.
Two caps, and then that round.
You're right, round
so
4. Okay, I was too high. I wasn't sure what number you were correcting me on. There's a lot of them out there, but yes, map 3, round 4. And a quick spawn for Boss Fight that's now given away because of pre-fire coming through here. They do push up onto Phantom. The pre-fire maybe even necessary to shut down Phantom from being too aggressive here on the corner. The suppressive fire allows Sayonara to peek, find the kill. Mikey finds a headshot over the top, and more suppressive fire comes in, allowing Boss Fight to continue to advance. On the other side, Shook applying the pressure, pushing forward, has to be wary of a bevy of C4 placements that could be anywhere on any of these walls with their advancement up here. Sometimes you'll even see nades used as a clearing tool for these kind of spots, and I think that's what that nade
might get
is.
that one.
Yep.
It did get that C4. Nice.
Feels good to know what you're talking about. As Shook does a great job of clearing that out, and clearly these teams know what they're doing as they do shut down that C4 from being an effective tool. There could be a second C4 placed here as an element to almost bait the push in off of diffusing that C4, but I don't think that's the case here. And so it does come down to how does this push work. Shook is clearing down the catwalk. Sometimes defenders tuck themselves in there and try and be a flank element. And it is Boss Fight setting up for their entry onto the 2 points. The one that Special Ops is holding and the one that Mikey is holding.
Yeah, if we go over to my cams, we'll see a C4 here just in front of Mantis, and there it goes off! does take him down. No, not Mikey gets the confirm there. Now has to rotate back around, and the trade comes out between him and Archer. They're only down, though, so going to be able to get the call-outs that push from Sex Alley has been stopped. And Sigma is going to go around for that rotation and get that revive. Scooby-Doo naturally pre-firing the corner where Special Ops is, knows that he's got to take him down, and this is just a little bit of a battle now between these guys. You've got Scooby behind the trash cans, Special Ops behind the corner, Shook providing a little bit of support, and at the moment in a 2v4, boss fight looking not as strong as what they were in the last one. Special Ops does get some shots out onto there, and they've really got to watch out for any kind of flanks at the moment as, again, you know, that marketplace is exposed. A push from Sex Alley could come around on the back and take these guys down, but Shook has identified that, it seems, and Special Ops and Scooby-Doo both going to basically just hold each other in these corners. No one wants to make the movement as they know you're going to get shot, possibly.
You dare push out when you have a 4-2 advantage. You probably have an accurate kill count. You know, no reason to get too aggressive. It's why we're not seeing a flank, and it's why this Imperial team is just staying tucked in. They can't afford to lose this round, or they are... Again, you know, then their opponent's looking at series point. You know, the winner here is looking at series map, next map, and so you don't want to let go of map number 3 right now. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you have to fight for your life, although we do see teams do well when that's the case, so who knows what we're going to get for map 4, but right now it is a fight to have that lead, to have that comfortability of being able to lose another map and not be done, well, you're going to be done no matter what, but not be pushed down to 4th and instead get that 3rd place money. And so with pressure on the line, prize on the line, we're seeing these teams lock it in and stay a little bit more focused and tight.
Yeah, I was just watching Shook. He rotated around onto Sex Alley and then decided to, found a grenade there. This could be pretty potent in taking down Special Ops. You know exactly where he is. He can't move out of this corner, and there is the nade. Does it go far enough? It doesn't.
Oh, the kill applied pressure like it was a flash and tried to push in, almost went down. You could hear the oh no come in from Shook as they saw that push happen, and they're lucky that they didn't end up team killing their friendly on that corner. But either way, the round goes the way of the defense, and Imperial will have an opportunity to compete for map point, just as Boss Fight will. I mean, come on, this series. To kick this day off, it has me already. EU versus EU has been fantastic, but I'm already looking towards the NA-EU finals here. NFI and Resurgence after this, going to be, I mean, hey, we're here for a good one now, and I'm excited for that next one. We will be doing some giveaways to the NA audience that does tune in to that broadcast, some HyperX products that you're going to want to get your hands on, some keyboards, mice, headphones, maybe even a microphone or two. Do be sure to stick around if you are in the US region only to get your hands on that HyperX giveaway, but we will be giving away those products at the start of the finals and potentially throughout the course of the finals. I think we have a couple of products to give away, and so do keep your eyes out on chat for when that happens. You'll be wanting to enter in the specific code that is predetermined. It might be something like Onward Finals or who knows, but once that code gets announced, it's not right now, it'll be again at most likely the start of our next series when we do have the NA team playing, but yeah, be sure to stick around for that if you are in the USA side of things and do want to get your hands on some free HyperX gear. I do recommend that. And it looks like that was enough of a read to get us right back in to the action. Not necessarily round 7, but the final round of map number 3 with Boss Fight defending in the basement objective. We've seen this one by Marsoc, so I don't think it necessarily leans as heavily into the Volk favor as we have determined in the past, especially as we get into this postseason with teams playing as good as they are. But historically, it does lend itself into the Volk favor because you just have to wait for this team to push into your stairs. Most teams don't do that, as we're seeing now. Sayonara is not going to wait. Sayonara is going to take it to this defense and push forward here to get in and defend from any kind of potential aggressive push up from the basement stairs.
Yeah, we have seen him working his way into those kind of really aggressive spots, and it's been a bit 50-50 so far, so it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. He does find himself a pick onto Special Ops, though, successfully securing the maintenance tunnel, and that's going to cause a bit of an issue for the Imperial side. They know that they can't now have free roam of this kind of center platform, and it's something they've really got to be aware of. The rotation coming back down now, so that's probably... It's the good brain play, really, though, isn't it? Because, I mean, now Imperial are going to be kind of watching for the service tunnel and anticipating the defender to still be there, possibly. So that time going to dwindle down. Scooby has placed a C4 just above the tunnel exit itself. So good usage there. I have been trying to identify where the other one potentially could have gone, if there is one, but not finding it yet. Shook and Sigma are having a bit of a battle there between the south stairs and the south overpass stairs. Something that is a very common kind of place here, really. The overpass position, so powerful for this objective. You just got that, or for anything on the center platform, really. You're just above the defense, and you can just loop down, get the angles on them when they're making the rotations. So good map knowledge there, and knowing that they've got to take this, but got to push in on the objective and try and find some picks now for the Imperial side, as it's going to be a tough one if you try and tap this with 5 defenders still up as tight as what boss fight are at the moment.
Yeah. Little peek here from Sieg as they do try and identify where Shook was shooting them from. They also do have Phantom working in behind Shook, and so they're trying to pinch down onto this stairwell position here, and they may be able to just do that. It's a trade for a trade, though. Sieg does go down as those shots come in from Phantom. They quickly get killed because Phantom does have the line onto the back, and so a 1-for-1 boss fight, still net positive with only 3 left for Imperial to attack with, and both of them in the basement trying to challenge Scooby and Sayanora's position. It really does come down to Phantom also assisting and pushing in from these stairs and then pinching in on this duo, because they can get the 3v2 on just Scooby and Sayonara isolated here in the basement, and they don't have to worry about the rest of boss fight.
Certainly is possible, but that C4 placement, has it gone off? I didn't hear it go off. It must have gone.
Yeah, you would see more of it.
No, I know. I didn't even hear it. Fair enough. So there's no backup now for that. Seems like Scooby must have blown that a little bit earlier, and they did come out. So no, not Mikey going to be able to just come out of the tunnels here and try and challenge Scooby head on. Does take some shots, finds the kill onto Scooby, narrowly misses getting Sayonara also, and finding himself a nice double there. Good flash does come out from Sayonara as he pushes round on the corner, but no, not Mikey and Leo both do take him down. Imperial turn this around from a 4v3 into a 2v3 now in favor of themselves. Archer got a long range angle, got to try find himself. Mantis has gone down on the center platform, and this is a dangerous position now for boss fights. In a 1v3, Archer got to get back on the objective, and this could be going to be series point.
It all comes down to Archer again, as it always has. It seems as it is. Yes, going to be map point, not series point. The winner here will have the lead. Yeah, don't want to give anyone too excited. We're not coming out with a W here just yet, but yeah, the winner of this round takes the map, takes the lead in the series 2-1, and is looking at map point next map. But that's going to be boss fight's map pick. So if Imperial can get this, obviously it puts them in the best place they can be in, with boss fight being able to pick map 2. It's still not locked in. Archer's clutched a couple of rounds, and it's going to come down to how Imperial push this as a team. Do they make sure they don't go in one at a time and instead invest in a multi-person push, because that's what they can do right now. They don't need to send one at a time into this objective space, and there is a risk of them doing just that. No cap is necessary here, though, and I doubt that the cap's on the mind.
No, and it's a tough position, really, for Archer. He's backed into this corner, and with 3 lasers basically trained on him, if he goes for one pick, then... Ooh, that's a good smoke.
It was such a good flash. If Archer just committed to it, he could have had a big triple, but that's huge. That's huge to commit to. They catch the head of Mikey, trying to crouch through, and now they know one's on the tight corner. The clock's ticking. Imperial have to push this. Phantom takes the wide angle, and they find the kill. Imperial take map number 3 and are just a map away from securing the series. Boss fight are going to have to win map 4 and take it to 5 if they want to get themselves their 3rd place now. Which is kind of daunting if you are the boss fight team, right? You have to look ahead of you and say, okay, now we have to win 2 maps. You know, we have to beat this team on 2 more maps ahead of us. We cannot afford to lose a single one, or 3rd place into the hands of Imperial.
Yeah, it's a really, really precarious kind of spot at the moment. I mean, it is tough, really, for boss fight. If they go for quarantine, we know that Imperial have played that well, but it's also a very powerful map for boss fight. If they decide to pick Downfall, then they're relying a lot on a Marsot win for that one. So the pressure is really on at the moment, and there it is, the Downfall pick. This could be close. You know, one Marsot win for boss fight will take them through into that 5th map potentially if they then ride out on those defense wins. But will they get it?
I don't know if I even feel confident enough at this stage that either team could effectively defend either team from capping as well on this map. You know, I think caps are certainly something that's still got to be in the cap here for either one of these teams, in the playbook, so to speak. And man, we are going to have to see how boss fight does this, because like you said, it's a must-win Marsuck round here. It's no surprise that we go to Downfall, because it is a map that boss fight historically are been powerful on, and a team that is efficient on Downfall, but they don't necessarily have the old ranged experts that they did have in the past. They still do shoot well at range, and everyone on both teams is a pretty good shot at this stage. You don't get to be at this rank and not connect and hit your shots frequently and often. And so it still is a toss-up. It truly is. These objectives are cappable, depending on which one you get. We've seen certain ones picked up more than others, but there are objectives that can be capped in a long-range map on Downfall, despite it being open, or at least as open as it feels. And so map 4 is filled with uncertainty for me, and I got to imagine it's the same thing for the likes of Boss Fight or Imperial. And I guess if you are Boss Fight, you really got to lean in on the certainty that you can play this map well. It is your map pick, and you have to lean into that confidence, because Imperial have a lot of momentum right now. They are looking and thirsty to take this series.
Yeah, and you know, they, as a side, they are no strangers to this map, so they are going to put up some good defenses. I think this is the one and only map, unless they've been scrimming, that I don't think they've actually played against each other throughout the regular season. So I think there's going to be a little bit of unknown, and the knowledge that Imperial could have on boss fight for this map could be somewhat lacking, as they haven't really necessarily played it all too often this season. So, you know, this is going to be a bit of a battle of uncertainty. I don't even think we've seen Downfall really played in the postseason either, have we? A couple of times, but nothing.
Yeah, we did see it a few times in the postseason, because we did have best of 5s for those world finals, and you just end up having fewer maps to pick into once you get down into those 4 or 5 maps. And so, yeah, it seems like a strategic save for boss fight to allow Downfall to be still pickable this late into the series, and we'll see if that was strategic enough to get them, like you said, a Marsoc win, a lead, and to take map number 4, because they need it. They need 4 and 5. They want to be 3rd place. Imperial just need to lock it in here, and defensive setup pretty standard. Our first objective, kind of a crazy one, Jamie.
Yeah, it is. You know, depending on the spawns, again, it can lead to some very, very quick plays. But again, even with this kind of spawn, it can still lead to some kind of off-the-cuff kind of decisions that get made. You know, with Volk having their own kind of spawns, as well as Boss Fight having their own kind of spawn, and that being different. You know, you can't truly plan your defense fully. You know, you've got to plan for both eventualities and see which one you get. So it is a very tough one. Volk have to be pretty far off the objective as well, in order to be able to shut down any approaches in. So it's a very tough one, but then also, you know, I think it's one of the more faster played objectives as well, once it does come down to that wire with all the smokes and the open ground and just the commotion and the chaos that does happen once all those smokes come in. So it is something we really need to be watching out for on this objective here.
It's just a matter of moments until we do get in to the mix here. There's 4:20 left on the clock, and Sai and Nora still kind of on the hunt for any of these early angles. But, man, Imperial are really playing this one tucked in. They are just not exposing themselves out or going on any sort of hunts for early picks.
No, but the key thing really is the positioning of Phantom Operator in a very, very common kind of spot. I've been watching this, and so many lasers have been just periodically scanning for anyone in this building. So as soon as he does take fire from there, then Boss Fight know that he's going to be in there, and they're going to be working to take him down. Well, the key difficulty bit really is going to be for Archer. If Phantom does just loop through that window, and he could find himself catching the head of Archer, but then he'll be putting himself in a bit of a dangerous position as well. So it's a very, very tough one really at the moment, and time is dwindling down. The key thing for any Volk defenders really is to be challenging the Marsoc side and just not letting them gain much ground at all, because once that clock does go down to the last minute, then it's panic stations for Marsoc. So not a lot of pre-fire or firing or just checking of those longer range angles is coming out from the Imperial side here. So I wonder if that could be a bit of an issue for them, as Boss Fight going to be able to get really up close and personal, and Archer is getting danger close to this tower now and taking down Phantom Operator, and then being in a pretty dangerous spot really for allowing the cap to happen.
Leo finds the first kill of the round. 2:40 left on the clock. About 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes into the round, the first kill does come through, and Boss Fight, like you said, playing this one very cautiously as they do work their way up here. Suppressive fire comes in on the Phantom from Mantis to allow Archer to push up. Shook gets shut down, trying to slowly work their way up to the objective, and now Archer is trying to tag Phantom here up into the tower. If they can, it's going to be a big start for the Boss Fight trio. It'll be the first big kill to kick things off, and Archer is going to be able to get that relatively, pretty uncontested. Now Leo's in trouble from the tower shots. So are a couple of defenders if they push out. And Archer has a very powerful spot to attack from and pressure this defense.
Yeah, it's talking about it just. It is such a powerful spot. He knows where Leo roughly is going to be, as he took shots at Scooby a little bit earlier on. So the rotation back onto the objective isn't going to be available really for Leo whilst Archer is there. So if the rest of the Boss Fight side can carry on attacking on this north, Special Ops going to get taken down by Sayonara, peeking into the bungalow there, and this is getting a bit of an issue now for Imperial, as the wide open defense is slowly getting taken down. Nearly some team kill there from Sayonara onto Archer though, and now No Not Mikey going to be the next one to try and put a stop to anyone attacking from the north, but he has also fired from his position, so Sayonara is scanning for that window, waiting for any kind of movement, and is the next position really the Boss Fight need to be considering about taking down in order to approach onto the objective and secure themselves a cap here.
Smoke's coming in, a minute left. They have to make their move. And Sayonara, like you said, is definitely on point. The first and foremost one here. Archer able to get some good smokes in as well. And Imperial not necessarily panicking on the rotations here, as Mikey still has an eye out that window on the Sayonara, who's out in the open. Down they go. On the other side of things, Archer crashing forward here. They're taking shots as well from Nope Not Mikey, who does get picked up by Mantis. A key pickup to allow Archer to advance forward here as Leo comes crashing back. Utility comes in, but doesn't catch Archer, and Siegmeyer is able to shut down the advancement up through the center. Now Mantis is alone with 30 seconds left on the clock. They could get Sayonara potentially off of a res, but Leo's here on the backside, and they're going to find the kill. Imperial hang on to their defensive round with 2 left alive. And it's all still close, Jamie. There is no easy rounds here. Downfall as well, but Imperial do take the lead on their map pick. But what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's a tough one really at the moment. They've taken the lead on Boss Fight's map pick, and you know, it's going to be a bit of a concern for Boss Fight, as they don't want to be trading these Vault rounds. I mean, at the end there, I think that was a very clutch kind of flash that did come out from Leo, as I think it did catch Archer, as when Siegmeyer came out there, Archer was just standing there. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that actually, you know, was probably the defining moment really there, as Siegmeyer would have been aggressively attacked by Archer and potentially taken down, and Leo was so far away, he wouldn't have made it back on the objective in time. So that could have been a clutch flash there without fully seeing the, POV. But great play, really, for Imperial, you know, holding down on the objective, not panicking when those smokes come out, and just holding the angles. But Boss Fight, we're finding those picks there, so that's something that I think Imperial really need to identify as well, that, you know, this side are going to be picking off defenders, and that's a big thing for Downfall. It's not an easy task as Marsok to be, you know, taking down the defenders. There's just too many windows, too many angles, and 9 out of 10 times you find yourself getting taken down. So big play there as well by Boss Fight.
Yeah, no kidding. A solid start for them, not solid enough. And now Imperial go on the attack. They have their defensive lead. We swap sides as we always do, and we give a chance for Boss Fight to defend. And so for now, it could be kind of locking ourselves in for trading down of defensive rounds, which would be sort of how Downfall normally gets played out. But like you've been saying, that plays into Imperial's hands. So let's see what we get as we go into round 2. Boss Fight on the defense and a quick spawn onto the south side here for Imperial. They'll be able to apply pressure very quickly into this ravine space, where we do see at least one running over to Mantis, and also Little Sayonara, who's going to be looking for these shots on the back and may actually find at least one. Phantom goes down right out the gate. Leo's here, quickly scoops up the refrag, and now Mantis is going to apply the short pressure. Fly up on the short angle, doesn't catch Leo's head. Leo's able to tuck back in, and a nade now comes up over the top. A blind onto Mantis. Mantis counters with a blind flash of their own to make sure no pushing or aggression is coming up over the top, and as they drop back, they are going to be able to avoid Imperial for now. Yeah, Imperial's not going to apply too much pressure. Scooby still is a threat from the tower, and so Mantis can drop back and still defend Ravine, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, great play there, opening things up really for both sides. You know, Little Sayonara finding a big pick onto Phantom Operator. I think he's a little bit of the in-game leader as well for the Imperial side. So, you know, we haven't talked about it much really in this, and on these bigger maps, that is like, it's a very important thing to have, to be able to, you know, call the plays on the battlefield and just keep your team moving, basically. Don't let them get stuck. So sometimes finding that pick, if those teams have that, certainly can be an effect. Mantis does identify the drone, takes that down, so not a lot of information really for Imperial there. They knew where he was roughly anyway, so all he's got to do really is just hold back, as they are going to invest so much time into trying to take him down, because they can't push on the east side of the objective whilst he's there. So if he can identify that himself and just lay down and just hold an angle, then potentially you know, it's going to be a bit of an issue for Imperial pushing in here, and they are so heavily invested on that south side that it could just be the stopping point for this attack. So something we do need to be watching out for, but also at the same time, Sigmire is slowly making his way around on the back of the objective here, and with Boss Fight so invested in that south push, he could find himself a couple picks also.
Yes, indeed. We'll have to see what this ends up unfolding like here as Mantis sees Leo. This spot is so crazy. It's way off meta. It's not where you would think you would see a prone body, and I wonder if Leo is seeing anything with the head peek they're taking. I don't think they are. I think Mantis staying prone. They're just barely avoiding detection here. And so this could be powerful. Once the push comes through for Imperial, this could really shut this south side down, like you were saying, Jamie. And so, matter of time. 3:15 left. It is going to come down to also if we do get pressure applied on that other side. If we do get Sigmire to challenge effectively, find a kill or two, and maybe force a rotation, that's when that south defense can kind of crumble a little bit. But for now, Sieg is still working their way up here, and it's going to be around a 2, maybe even a minute push on the timer before we see that collapse into the objective.
Yeah, that's basically how Imperial do kind of play too. You know, they're relying a lot on the time and also those picks. So if they do get those 2 or 3 picks that they're looking for, then you can normally guarantee that they're going to get a little bit more aggressive and a little bit quicker pace. So it's something you've got to be watching out for. But then also they do rely on those time cues as well. And whilst we've been looking at this, Mantis has got himself into a bit of a powerful spot here. He's above the attack. Nope, not Mikey's is super exposed. And if Mantis looks around, then he could find that pick. But it's checking it. If he doesn't, then Mikey could find himself getting pretty close to that objective, maybe even behind the tank and taking down Scooby.
I think Mantis is just waiting for Scooby to give a call out or something, where they'll then peek up and have easy backs. They don't want to risk popping their head up over the top here, giving away their position on the back side. And that obviously has its own set of... if you aren't going to be peeking, then you're not going to be seeing, you're not going to see. Nope, not Mikey, prone behind you. Oh, and Mantis looked to the right, but didn't look far enough. You know the FOV of the headset, you could see that they were just out of field of view. Mikey there, still prone onto the corner. Even now, Mikey is just out of field of view. Siegmeyer is right in sights, though, and Mantis does find that kill. Gives away the position. Mikey still isn't looking here, though. Shots have come in. And now, finally, Mikey takes a gander, finds the kill, and is now going to be behind the defense. A 2v3 with Leo and Mikey trying to split Scooby and this defense as they push into the objective with a minute left, but Boss Fight are looking good on their setup right now. It's going to come down to how Nope, not Mikey, executes on their advance here, and if Shook catches this out through the window.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo also got a little bit of an angle, does just need to turn around and peek around here. The smoke should have given that knowledge away. He does find a pick there onto Leo, and Nope, not Mikey, the final attacker, has gotten danger close onto the objective. Shook hasn't changed his line of sight, and now Archer is the sole defender. Gunshots giving that away. Nope, not Mikey pushing in. Archer trying to get the shot. Can't quite land them. And now Nope, not Mikey is danger close on the objective. Shook also pushing in. Does run in front of him and narrowly avoids getting taken down, but does find a repeat to get the shots. Just back and forth. And, but, wow.
That could have been 2 into the hands of him. That could have been 3-0 on this map, but... He didn't. He commits to the wrong. He goes into the first hole and not the second one. If he had charged into the second and killed Archer, he would have been able to tuck in and be punching in code inside on objective, where the rest of the defense would have had to crash.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
danger
33%
close.
chance.
Yeah, yeah.
Pick your door. That's basically what it was. Pick your door and hope for the best there. Well,
right.
Commiserations. But I don't think they're going to be too concerned, really, because at the end of the day, they know they can just, you know, try and sail through on these vault wins. So as long as they don't let the cap happen, then Imperial's still going to be feeling pretty confident, really, at the moment. It's Boss Fight who, you know, really need to be trying to push through on these objectives and you know, get that valuable Morsot win. So again, Imperial still going to be feeling confident here.
Yeah, it is a... Like you said, they gotta be feeling confident because they have the comfort, they have the cushion of losing this map. Obviously, you don't want to go to you don't want to go to a map 5 where everything's on the line. You know, you want to be able to ride the confidence a little bit that you have, but it is a toss-up, truly a coin toss between who's going to come out on top of this series, of this map, of this best of 5. With how it's been going so far, I don't think anyone would disagree either. 3 threes for every single map leading up to map 4, and now we're tied 1 apiece, as if we're on track for another 3-3 here to get to for map number 4, which would be, I mean, it's the most pressure you can put onto every map, you know? And so I don't hate it. I'm certainly enjoying tuning into these games. I'm sure everyone that's stopping by, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds, is enjoying the action. I do encourage you to follow this channel and any channel that you're watching on, as we will be doing more broadcasts here with Echo Arena's postseason coming up, but we're not there yet. We're still locked in on Onward. We still got our bronze match and then the finals right after this tonight. So tonight, today, this afternoon, this morning, wherever you are. So don't go anywhere. Do be sure to stick around for the action. An early kill comes in. Mikey shuts down Shook, trying to push in on the north.
Yeah, valuable pick as well, because it just signals to the rest of the team exactly where Morsok have spawned and where the push potentially could be. So rotation certainly could be available. And if Boss Fight don't find themselves a Morsok win on this map, then Imperial win the series. They've had 2 maps. So it's all on the line at the moment on these Morsok attacks for Boss Fight, really. It's so much pressure, and you got to ask yourself, is that getting to them at the moment, or will that happen towards the end of the map? It's very tough. I don't know how I'd handle it anyway.
A lot of sweating, I think, is how it gets handled. But you can even hear in the comms you know, from Mikey and both teams, really the intensity in their voice.
Possible
Mikey
-1
finds
North
Sayonara,
Villa, probably just down though.
but Mikey being very descript and
Assume
clear
Echo 4 for now.
when he calls
There's
anything
at
out,
least one at North Hotel.
and making sure the team is getting very accurate comms, which is important and vital at a top-tier level because you need to be able to quickly react off of information given so that you can find kills, because there's no mini-map, there's no UI, they don't see lasers, they don't see through walls, they don't see any HUD at all. It is a military simulator. These players are simulating their environment of being inside a real-life military space, and it's, I think, one of the major appeals of the game is that it is so challenging. It has such a high skill gap. There is so much to learn, and these players are making it all look like they do see through the walls, that they do identify the lasers, because they just know where to look. They know what to look for, and they know how to hit their shots. And so you really are seeing the best of the best playing this game right now, and I think it's important to remind the folks that are tuning in that that is the case, because it is a skill set that's on display this afternoon. Every nade is hand-thrown, hand-crafted, hand-baked by that player, and it really is, it makes it even that much more impressive with what we're tuning into here this afternoon. And we are tuning into a current 5v3 with Imperial looking good on defense. Boss Fight not able to wiggle their way through the cracks that honestly aren't really present in the Imperial defensive setup here, at least on this objective.
No, we're seeing a pretty kind of standard defense really for this objective. You know, 2 sitting in the mid hotel, 2 sitting in the north HQ, and then 2 sitting on the helicopter, 1 sitting on the helicopter bungalow, should I say. And you know, they cover that lines of sight, they go all the method of approach onto the objective, and kind of holding those late angle switches. How majority of people do tend to take down for, you're not really going to see any kind of risky flanks, any risky movements, because it's just such open ground, and Marsoc are constantly watching that. They do have that advantage of, once Volk are in their positions, for the most part, they are stuck there. So unless they are going out in the open to get back onto the objective, you aren't going to really see too many rotations. So that does also make it a lot more difficult for the Marsoc side, as they've got to identify those buildings in 6 minutes and take the defenders down. Watching Mantis' screen, I can see a drone flying around. Scooby using that also to get some information. And that's a key thing to have on this kind of objective. That player that can use that. Nope, not Mikey, does find himself a nice pick there onto Archer in the north. So now the north push is basically done with. It's all coming down to this south and central push that now needs to come in. So I imagine mid-hotel now is going to be the target for the remaining members of Boss Fight. But with 1 minute 30 remaining, they've got to get a wiggle on and start getting some picks now.
Yeah, you need to dive into that middle building, the middle 3-story, kill both and gain control. That's going to force rotations out of the defense, and that's going to be the path to fight this 2v5. But if they go any other way, try and go up through the middle or approach and allow that north to be an element, then they are just going to continue to put themselves into these difficult situations where the team is just going to stay locked in and wait for them to push into their angles. But yeah, I don't think Mantis has a ton of options with where they're set up. And so I think they're going to have to sort of test the waters, and like you said, time is ticking. There's only a minute left now on this clock. Mantis is counter flash, so that's another 6 seconds that's going to tick down before anything happens.
That was a nice throw, really, on the flashes, I imagine, to just deny anyone getting any vision from the stairs at mid-hotel, to just allow yourself to push up at the moment. So Mantis going to be moving through, coming through onto the helicopter and seeing if he can make his way onto the objective. 30 seconds now remaining, though, so Imperial going to get even more locked down when it comes down to this push. If Scooby-Doo can distract long enough for Mantis to just get behind this wall, then, you know, the cap potentially could come down here. Mantis trying to get shots onto Nope Not Mikey. Can't quite connect. Sigma there on the refrag, though, does get the shot. And Imperial going to continue to hold on to their advantage on the defense at the moment.
Yeah, pretty clean defensive round. It seemed like for a moment there might have been an opportunity to swing in and break through that line for a cap, but ultimately it is held well. Flashes are coming out onto the objective. Those are vital. Flashbangs on objective are key. And man, I'm just thinking about all the things I've seen today that have stood out to me, that have just been gone under the radar. We really got to do a analysis session of this, like a postseason stream where we get to sit down and look at this stuff in slow mo, because there's little things happening, like teammates pre-firing corners and walls to cause those bullet impacts on the walls to force and to create an audio disruption while their teammates advance on the up. I mean, there was just some crazy stuff happening on Subway. We're seeing great comms and suppression and teamwork here on Downfall. Throughout the entirety of the day, it's been really non-stop clip factory with these two teams duking it out, and I do hope that you find folk that have been tuning in, have been clipping your favorite moments in today, because man, there has been a lot of them, and I imagine there's going to continue to be more, as this is just the start. This is our bronze matchup. This is the third place decider. We still have the finals coming up shortly after this at this point, because of how long this series is going. So the finals will be pretty quickly after this, and that will be between NFI and Resurgence, and you are not going to want to miss that. If you're in the US region, again, we'll be starting the giveaways then, so do keep your eyes peeled on Twitch chat when we get to the finals. But for now, none of that will be happening. You don't need to worry about missing out on anything. Instead, you should be worrying about tuning into the action. Whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or Meta Horizon Worlds, you can catch this live right now as we go into round number 4 on map 4.
Yeah, it's now we just got to see how Boss Fight do defend against this, but it's the dangerous position now. If Imperial can find themselves getting an attacker in and getting that cap, this objective certainly is cappable. There's a few angles where Marsok can just either get down behind the hill or behind the wall. Even I think inside the actual bungalow building, I'm not 100% on that one, but I think you can cap from inside there as well. So this is something that you really need to be watching out for on the subjective. It's a bit nasty, really, and very similar defense coming out by Boss Fight. 2 in Mid Hotel, 2 in North HQ, 1 on the West Road, effectively behind the objective. So again, very, very common spots, something that Imperial obviously won't be unaware of, as they did it themselves, so it's something that they have got to watch for. But again, with that time and it dwindles down, Marsok's main thing that they've got to be doing is identifying those positions really early on and trying to find those picks. But as we saw in that last round, it's easier said than done when you get defenders tucked away in every nook and cranny. Got Mantis knows that he could potentially find himself getting pre-fired through the wooden kind of blocks, as there are as many objects in Onward that you can actually shoot through and take down defenders, so you're never 100% exactly what will provide you cover and what won't. But this is something that players will know doesn't provide much cover, so Mantis going to use the wall instead and stay laid down and see if he can find an angle onto Phantom Operator when he moves down this hill and get the pick there. And again, all comes down to identifying those positions and getting the shots, as 2 minutes has already gone down and not a lot of ground is being gained by Imperial and no picks are being made yet.
Guesswork from Phantom does tag Scooby, forces a heal but not down. And so Scooby will tuck off of their corner position, a bit of an off-meta spot where they're using the door as a piece of cover from the likes up through the center. But like you said, lots of things are penetrable, and Phantom blind firing through those penetrable points does actually both push back Mantis and Scooby to tuck themselves in a little bit more into that middle building. And so, if anything, the push from the south is looking to be relatively uncontested. There's not going to be Mantis or Scooby to be able to threaten Leo and special pushing in. And I wonder how that's going to play out for Boss Fight, with no one really applying pressure too heavily in the north outside of the distraction shots coming in now from Mikey. The drone also was deployed by Mikey, and so they've been droning this north side trying to gain info. And now we'll see how they want to try and distract from the north and push forward. And it's interesting, some callouts are coming in. Someone said Bravo 4, so an indicator there that Bravo is the call out for their home, for the team that they're on, and because the call out was then shifted to no, there's Bravo 5, so meaning that there is 5 alive. And it could be that, or it could be that their Echo is Bravo. It depends on the team, I suppose. But either way, The call-outs are there. Shorthand is there. And now it's a Bravo 4 as Leo goes down with no smoke. Special Ops deploys. Can't res, but does get across with that smoke line. And you gotta wonder why they went without the smoke first. Maybe to try and see if they could save utility. And then once they realized they couldn't, they ended up throwing that smoke. Either way, that play costs a life and a utility piece. So I don't know if it was worth it, but they do make it across here. And how does the rest of this team approach? They're getting suppressed. Archer denying Siegmeyer advancement in the north. Phantom's still up through the center, but hasn't pushed forward yet.
Outside.
Yeah, and that time really is dwindling down. We've had 4 minutes now on the clock. Imperial not found themselves a pick yet, but have lost a member of the attack. So they've really got to get this push moving in and get North HQ secured. Nope, not Mikey going to be the attacker to push in and see if he can find an angle. But Shook has moved and found a good spot himself to be able to discover the cross. The smoke did block his vision, so nope, not Mikey's going to find himself getting into the northwest vault tower. And now he's in a good position to be able to take down defenders on the rotations. The smokes are coming out. And 1 minute 30, Imperial are making their way closer and closer to the objective and getting danger close. There's one pick for Archer. He takes down Siegmeyer, but nope, not Mikey gets a pick of his own onto Shook, and Mantis finds a pick of his own onto Special Ops. So now the center is secure, more or less, well, the south. But Phantom Operator does find a pick onto Mantis into mid-hotel. So that defense is slowly getting thinned out now. Scooby-Doo all alone, and the panic stations is starting. We can see the movements coming. Nice pick by Scooby-Doo into the center there, taking down the Phantom Operator. Now they can breathe just a little bit, but you don't want to breathe too much as Phantom, nope, not Mikey, is still in a very powerful spot. Going to be able to get around on the backside of this defense. If Archer doesn't peek this far west side, then there could be a bit of an issue here as they're going to have to make rotations if Sayonara goes down. Archer has realized, though, that the west is pretty much exposed and now opting to peek that through the door. Nope, not Mikey. After a lot of ground that he can hide behind. Narrowly gets the shots onto Archer, but gets taking him down whilst trying to take down Sayonara also. Ooh, and we're back to those defenses.
Trading them down, trading them down. It works for Imperial at the end of the day, and if you can apply pressure on a boss fight when they're on defense, you're making them nervous throughout the course of the entire round because they need to win a Marsoc round coming up here, or they will not be able to take this one away. I do apologize for having the scores wrong at the start of that last round, but now they're right because we're all tied up 2 apiece. And, wow. Take a look at the score lines here. 7-3 for Mikey on Imperial's side. If there is ever a time to engage and start playing well, it is the postseason. It's when the pressure's on the line, when you're competing for the prize pool, and it's so great to see some of these players excel when it really does come down to the wire. Scooby, 4-2. A fantastic leader for that boss fight team with big call-outs and organizational strategy power behind them for that boss fight squad. And important for them to be doing well because they really do end up motivating that entirety of the team. And so both squads playing obviously their best game that they can play right now, and it is slowly getting closer and closer to series point for Imperial if they can keep this up. I mean, heck, if they can win this defensive round, it puts them at it for the next 2 rounds potentially. But if you're boss fight, don't you think a cap? Don't you have to try and go for a cap here? I don't know if you do. Is it too risky? This is the conundrum we're having in the desk. We're not even in the. I mean, do you go for it? Do you try and play it out? What is it? Oh, there's so many what ifs that you have to ask yourself if you're on one of these teams right now. And what ifs that we're asking here on the caster desk as we go into round number 5 to decide who is going to be our bronze champion? Who is going to be that 3rd place in Season 13? It is all on the line right now. We do go into a fresh objective. We swap objectives every 2 rounds. And maybe some early kills coming in. Shots do connect, but Mikey and Leo get across.
Yeah, this is something that we really need to be watching out for here in the Northeast. Is it can be a bit of a dangerous push if a defender gets themselves into that valley and then just watches from behind there. They can basically stop anyone coming around on the Northeast. I'm very surprised that Imperial are opting to not go with that. Special Ops isn't keeping an eye on the crater side, so Mantis and Sayonara are going to be able to make their way all the way to Marsop before potentially getting spotted out. And on this objective, that's just too close. They have so much of an angle. You know, they can basically just peek into the objective buildings and pick people off as they move around. So this is something that we've really got to keep an eye on there. But then also at the same time, we've got the push coming in from the helicopter bungalow as well, making their way all the way over to into mid hotel, which again on this objective is another powerful spot that has to be taken. So if Boss Fight can secure those two buildings or those two areas, they are definitely going to be looking strong. And as we've been saying, they need that Marsot win. It doesn't have to be a cap. It just has to be a Marsot win. That should be the one that's on their mind. Get those kills, and if the cap opportunity is there, go for it. So Imperial really got to be careful at the moment, as this isn't a position you want to allow Boss Fight to get into at all.
76.
No, it really isn't. And a team like this to set up on all sides, I gotta wonder if they're gonna be able to set up enough to where they could potentially contest with a cap. You know, it's got to be on the minds of Imperial. Boss Fight are a team capable of executing on it, and if they get the cap, they take it to a map 5. So it's a huge play that has big benefits if they can lock it in. If they lose, they still have another round or two to work with, and so I just have to think that Boss Fight are going to take the risk and try and execute on the cap, but that's all about setup, all about how they can push up. Archer going to have to clear out the 3-story first with Nope Not Mikey here on the bottom floor.
This is a bit of a scary position now, sitting here for Mikey. You got two attackers basically surrounding you. Any kind of information, a gunshot, just a voice click, even a footstep will alert them. Archer does find the pick onto Special Ops, and that opens up the approach now coming in from Marsok. Phantom Operator does have to acknowledge this and realize that he's got to find a better angle to cover that south now, as nobody is coming from the north. He's missed his chance at kind of stopping that push, so now he's got to readjust and find an angle on the south and make sure that nobody can push through here. Still a very good position to be had, but then also again the push coming in from the west. Boss Fight really working themselves to get this kind of pincer movement going in here. Nope Not Mikey has got a bit of an angle here on Scooby as soon as he tries pushing through.
The defensive setup too. It's Leo on the out front who's dead. Mikey on the bottom floor still. I forgot about them. Still inside this building, staying quiet. Scooby flies the corner in trades, but that's a net positive for Mikey. Shutting down 2 inside. Shook gets down on a cross. They get refragged quickly, though, and it's a 2v1. Imperial have one final defender to hold down this objective, and it's Siegmeyer off objective. They recognize the danger of where they are, and as they crash out in the open,
there it is.
Boss Fight find a Marsok win. Sayonara and Mantis push Boss Fight up 3-2, and now we're a round away from going to a map 5 to decide this series. What a day to tune into for Onward. If you are just stopping by, you've missed what has been maybe the best EU battle we've had in years, if not guaranteed all season. These two duking it out to the fullest in this best of 5. And we now sit at a chance where Boss Fight are a round away from securing this series at series point. A reversal of what I was anticipating with Imperial taking that Volk round, but instead it is Boss Fight clutching that all-important Marsok win. They'll now go on defense, and if they just play a tight conservative defense, then there's an opportunity for them to lock this one in. Now, I propose the same question, the same theory, dare I say, if you will, when we were talking about Boss Fight attacking Imperial. Weigh the risks and rewards here. You go for a cap and you get it, you win. You take third. You go for the cap and you lose, you have another round to play. Or no, you go to your next map. You don't go for the cap and win, you have another round to still play out here on this map. And so it's a matter of weighing, do we want to try and just get kills and get back to a defense? Or do we try and go for the glory, so to speak, set up for that cap push and risk going for the cap when maybe Boss Fight, gosh, they have to be thinking and defending strong for that cap. And so yeah, the conundrums of the strategizer of these teams. You know, this all has to be stuff that they're considering right now, and it just goes to show you how much nuance and how much strategy there is in this game, outside of also executing your shots, hitting your nades, all of that challenging stuff in VR. It is truly a full esport in my mind, and I do always enjoy watching Onward at the most competitive level.
Yeah, it's all that equipment usage, it's all everything that does go into it, but then also it's teams that can adjust to the ever-changing battlefield, because that's what it is at the end of the day. You have one idea of how you want to approach, one defender potentially shuts down that approach or causes a bit of an issue, and then you've got to think on your feet and try and come up with a play that's going to get it for you. And these are the areas where we do see them happen the most, the 1v2 clutches, or like we saw with Mantis and Archer on Subway, where the North got shut down and they still made their way through, replanned and got in there and did it. So, there's just so much to this game, which is, I think, what keeps us coming back season upon season. And it is always changing. Like you were saying earlier, the plays that we have sort of seen, but probably not kind of spoken about too much, we have definitely caught them. And, we could definitely make a long highlights reel of just certain things. This season, the use of flashes, I don't think I've seen flashbangs used as much as what I've seen in this season or even the previous season. It was mainly smokes and nades. I mean, we've had the change in points, so people haven't got grenades as much as they used to now, so maybe it's because they can only take a flash and that's what they're most confident with. But again, people used to use smokes so much more and their flashes weren't used as much. C4, drones, teams now, they're really making use of every bit of equipment that you can possibly have, and that's what's great to see here. So it's Onward, such an interesting kind of play. It's great.
Absolutely, and we are going into a brief pause. Wonder if it's a timeout coming in. Yes, timeout taken by Imperial. Not unwise, in my opinion. A smart time to be taking a timeout, and if anything, it may even be a technical timeout technically. While certainly they are using it for that the moment to reset and strategize, it could also be used as a moment to charge batteries, because we've been playing for what has been now 2.5 hours of high intense Onward action, and if any of them are on a quest, they're going to need to be charging if they weren't already between rounds. And so maybe a little charge break too. If you're tuning in on Meta Horizon Worlds, also a good time to get a charge in, because we will be going to a brief big break shortly. But I do want to talk about a few things before we do that. One of those being obviously the finals coming up shortly after this. NFI, versus Resurgence. We'll be tuning in live to that right after this game. I mean, really, there's not going to be much of a break between this and that one. If anything, we'll do a little bit of a pre-show. We'll talk about the teams, what we're looking forward to, and get into the start of the finals to determine who is the best team in the world. Is it an NA squad? Is it an EU? Is it going to be NFI? Is it going to be Resurgence? That's the question on everyone's mind that will get answered in just a few hours from now. So do be sure to come back and stick around. Obviously, you're going to want to catch the end of this bronze matchup because it's insane, and technically we could be on track for a map 5 if things go well for boss fight. So you do not want to miss out on the best Onward that you can tune into. So stick around. We're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, it's going to be what is series point for boss fight for map number 4. Do not miss it. We'll be right back. Look at that. Perfect timing, Jamie. As we always are. That counter is never wrong, and it always tells the truth, and it never tells you an inaccurate time. You can always trust it 100%. As we go into the action here for round number 6 on map number 4, it is series point for Boss Fight. If they can lock in this defensive round, they can take themselves home 3rd place. Otherwise, Imperial looking to contest this, push us in to a map number 5. Is that right? No, it's the other way around.
Map number. If Boss Fight take
win,
this
we go to
defense,
map 5.
we're in. Yeah, we'll be on that defense. But at the moment, Phantom Operator going to open things up with a pick onto Archer. Imperial not wanting to let them get that point or go into that 5th map. They want this series. They want that cash on the line. So they're fighting for it. You know, they've got that Western spawn. They've had probably the best spawn they would have got for this objective to give them that advantage and just be up close and personal on the objective there. Sayonara gets a nice long-range angle all the way from the North Mossop dart room there. He has got a great line of sight there onto the objective, but those smokes are coming out. They're coming in thick and fast. They're going to be covering a lot of sight here. Scooby-Doo got to get an angle now and make sure that nobody is pushing around on the objective. Nade comes out to make sure nobody has left mid-hotel, but they haven't as of yet. Imperial still holding out, and they're not wanting to move just yet. Leo trying to get some information over to the rest of his team. Shook also trying to peek over into the west, onto the west road, and see what he can see there. A bit of a dangerous spot, could be exposed. Nice defensive smoke coming out from Scooby-Doo to deny any kind of vision there, or well, throwing away a smoke, should I say, to deny any vision and just get rid of it. But again, Imperial not made much ground now. There was that dangerous spot that we were talking about there. Shook does get taken down, only down, so Scooby-Doo is going to be able to go in there, get that revive, and bring him back. So now Leo has to acknowledge that, and hopefully Imperial aren't going to be working to an Echo 3 counters. That's usually when they start to push in, and they could get caught out by this.
Yeah, a lot of angles on Leo right now, too. Mantis has an eyes in. Shook peeking the tight corners. Scooby could have gone up to that top floor and been a threat, but they go back downstairs and tuck in, and Boss Fight know they need to win this. It's a must win here as Shook picks up another one. Mikey through the window. The trio here is trying to strategize. Let's listen in. Tosses a smoke. Great toss. Perfect camera angle. Cinematic as heck. As Leo, Sieg, and Special Ops get ready to push in to make their way through this defense that is very much ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, this is a tough spot now for Imperial. They're getting locked down into this building at the moment. Lil Sayonara has a very nice long-range kind of angle, denying any kind of crossover into the objective. So Imperial really need to identify his position if they're going to have any chance of getting close to this and going in for the cap there. It does seem like the lasers are trained on that dart room. Special Ops and Leo both trying to see if they can get an angle on anyone near Mossop, but Lil Sayonara is just staying tucked in, so he is not going to fall foul of that as of yet. But once the push does come in and he exposes himself to get those peaks, then it could come down. Mantis with a great angle all the way from the back of the South Valley does find himself a nice pick there as well. Brilliant shots there, and Sigmire and Shook also trading. We come down to the last attacker, Leo, all alone against 3 of Boss Fights. If he can find himself the pick onto a Scooby, the pick onto Mantis, then Little Sayonara is going to be in a very tricky spot. He has to make it back into the objective. The walls on the west will be able to provide just a little bit of cover for Leo, so it isn't all against him as of yet. It just depends how he decides to take this push now.
Yeah. Love to see the pressure on the shoulders and how Leo will execute. Scooby's got angles on the basement to really kind of deny a quick push up. They've got Mantis on the backside. It's a tough route for Leo, but we've seen clutches, we've seen 1v3s, and there really is a 1v3 here in that he can go for Mantis first, Scooby second, Sayonara third. Sayonara might want to get in the action sooner, though, so... it depends, and Mantis does find Leo here on the corner truck. Sayonara follows it up with good callouts, and Boss Fight take us to a map number 5 to find out who our third place team is. We don't get it to be quick here. And now the question is, where do we go? What is map 5? What...
Well, what are we left with?
Yeah, that's the question. What are we left with?
Quarantine, abandoned. Suburbia and Cargo both banned. We've played Subway, we've played Tanker, we've played Downfall, and we've played Snow Peak. So yeah, I think it could only be abandoned and quarantined, couldn't it? There it is.
Oh my gosh. Map number 5, and decide who our third place team is going to be Quarantine. What a series, Jamie. I mean,
You couldn't have asked for anything better, really. I mean, you know, for the run-up from the regular season, all the action throughout the postseason, you know, this is just what we have come in to see, and you know, both sides really have just performed today, haven't they? I don't think either side has really missed a beat at all. A single mistake has been punished tenfold by any player, and you know, that's the level it is here. It's fantastic to see.
yeah, this is a, well, amazing series, like you said, to be tuning into. And again, it's the first half of today. At this point, it is half, because we've gone all 5 maps, Jamie, and so we're definitely halfway through, but it is at least halfway through today of Onward. After this, we have NFI versus Resurgence. I know, and on the schedule it says it's coming up technically in 2 minutes, but we got to tune in and catch this final map, and then we will start NFI versus Resurgence. And so, no real breaks, I guess, which is a good thing. There's not going to be any downtime between this and the finals, Jamie. We're going to we're just going to slam home Onward maps. Map after map, and so looking towards that future, sure, but I'm getting caught up. I'm getting ahead of myself, Jamie, because we have rounds to be played on Quarantine. We have to determine who is getting $1,000, who is going to be third place for the 13th season of Onward in the VRML. It is an exciting time to be tuning in to the Onward space of things, because this is truly the best EU teams that I've seen in a while duking it out, and it's just so cool to see Boss Fight here as one of these teams. They're a team that's been around for so long. They've changed rosters substantially over the course of time, but they still do have a core that has sustained them, and for them to be playing so well, to fight for this fifth, to get to this 5th map, for it to be Quarantine, no less, Jamie. I mean, this almost plays into their favor, it feels like.
I don't know I don't know whose this is really in terms of favor, because both sides are just fantastic at it. You know, we saw so much action from Boss Fight in the postseason. You know, playing out on this map, some fantastic caps by them. You know, really organizing the attacks, really surrounding the objectives, and just doing some work. But then Imperial themselves, you know, they had a fantastic game against Dark Tidings when they played this. You know, they came, I think they came down from what, a 3-0 deficit, wasn't it? Even a cap against them, and they still brought that one back. So this map is just going to be hectic. If anything up to now has been, you know, we've seen those fantastic plays, the organization, the equipment usage, all that is going to be in this map now. You know, you've got those quick plays, you've got those long range plays. This is going to be one to watch.
Yeah, this is the final map of the Bronze Series, and we are getting in to the final round 1 of the Bronze Series here as Imperial go on the attack and Boss Fight defend. If I'm gonna vote, I'm saying Boss Fight, because they start defense and they do play Quarantine well. And so if we're gonna be trading rounds down, that's where Boss Fight will be the winner when it comes 3-3 round 7. So that's where my vote goes, but boy, is that a flimsy vote at this point, Jamie, because we have had Marsoc rounds get secured by both sides, and I really don't know how this is all going to unfold here. But it is going to be a full north press coming in from Imperial. They're going to rotate likely all the way around northwest, take control of the AC rooftop, and from there they'll have some good power down into this defense. But the defense is kind of interestingly set up and tucked in. Archers here out in the rubble, somewhat exposed to a threat from the north, but everybody else really trying to identify where this push is coming from. And after they see there's no south pressure, Sayonara gets a little bit more aggressive up into the hospital building. They could potentially have presence up on this rooftop soon, so we'll keep an eye on Sayonara there, although it is a bit forward. Everyone else is pretty tucked in, and they're almost waiting for this West defense to come around. They're going to allow them to take control of the 2-story. They're allowing a lot of control to Imperial.
Yeah, they really are. They're allowing them to get so far into the north, and they're going to be able to just then, you know, take crash building and just get some good angles really onto the defense. The one thing the Imperial really need to watch out for, though, is Sayonara has been going for those notorious flanks. Some of them worked, some of them haven't, but once he gets that knowledge that nobody is going into the south and the attack's coming there, I imagine that will come out, those rotations will. And there is a lot of ground, realistically, that Imperial have got to gain. They've got to go all the way from the north into the south now, so they've still got a full map to cross. So it's not going to be an easy challenge for them to make the way. There may be a couple easier crosses, but it's not going to be simple by any means. And we know how Boss Fight do like to cover things out. Shook gonna open things up, does identify some push coming in from the west there, gets a couple shots, not able to connect them yet, but able to call that out to his team and let them know that, yep, there is people coming from the northwest and they are going to be coming in soon. So now it does come down to Archer and Sayonara having to cover that central area and then identify if any of the pushes are coming around from the east over into the south.
Shook upset they're not connecting with shots there up through that west side as Mikey now smokes out the west side. Shook does catch Leo, so clearly not too hard to hit their shots, but they do find a kill and back off. So Boss Fight set themselves up for a 5v4. And they still have one in the west. Mantis is still there set up, but Shook has dropped off. Now they're coming back. It's interesting to revisit that angle after finding the kill. A bit of a risky play to be making, but see if it does pay off. Siegmeyer could be victim to that angle soon, and they are. Shook catches a second.
Boy, mid staircase. Don't challenge me.
Yeah, this is as tense as it really does get at the moment. You know, we sit here and look at something and it's like, why have you just done that? But then, you know, then they do something like that and get a pick. You know, it's we just sit here and call him as we see it there. Archer does get a nice pick though into the center from the center. Nice long range angles, putting the stop to that. And Imperial, with all that ground to gain, it's been 3 minutes 30 and they just haven't gained any, you know, and that can be the tough part of this map. I think, you know, you do need that push from the east, especially for this kind of objective where you need to split that defense. You can't let them just get honed in on one position and you get honed in yourself. You know, you've got to be fluid on this map, and I think that's something Imperial really needs to kind of identify here. And Shook does find another pick into the west there. Nope, not Mikey, now moving around, narrowly avoids getting taken down himself, but he is now the lone attacker to try and take on 5 defenders.
It looked like he was running through to
Almost had a third, but not quite. As Mikey then drops off the west, recognizing that threat, tucks into the building, and oh no, they're going to go up into that window. No, they see 2 dead. Dare they take the risk of pushing this and exposing themselves to, again, that line of sight from Shook and from Mantis now at this point? No, they thankfully don't. They're just getting some utility. They're not going to make the same mistake their 2 teammates did. And they're going to see Shook unaware looking down into that bottom floor. Mikey finds the first on the Boss Fight, but in a 1v5, it's a long road ahead of them. How do they overcome the odds? Archer's still tucked into rubble. I don't think Mikey ID'd that, so they're going to end up kind of approaching this with maybe a false sense of confidence because Archer is still here. And I think they hear Mikey running around here on this bottom floor. They're going to be able to peek out and catch them unaware. Good coordination with shots from Mantis also coming through. Likely call-outs for Archer to work off of. And Boss Fight with 4 alive. Maybe their strongest defensive round we've seen yet. End up taking round 1.
Yeah, I think that has been one of the most kind of commanding kind of defenses we've had so far this series. Most of them have come down to the 1v2 or the 2v2s, and then they're down to that 1v1. But yeah, it's so far has been a battle, and that was just an excellent kind of defense by Boss Fight there. You know, they identified the spawn, they stayed in the positions, didn't make too many rotations, didn't allow Imperial to get those long range angles and pick them off, which is what they were hoping for there, and then, you know, get that push in. So just great bit of teamwork between Shook and Mantis there in the west as well, and Mantis's angle there just providing that support that Archer needed as well. So, you know, it's just textbook team play really, all backing each other up and knowing what your team are looking at, so you know what, you know, you can be a little bit more exposed in a certain angle because you know that your teammate has got your back, and that's a very, very important thing at the higher tier play. It's knowing that your teammates have got your back, because sometimes you do see it in teams where, you know, they'll expose themselves a little bit, have a good angle, but because they haven't got that support, they do get taken down. So, you know, it's a very, very crucial thing for a higher tier team to have, and both of these sides have definitely got that.
It is you can tell the emotions are high too, you know, a lot of trash talk going on as they're taking shots, and, you know, it's you know, part of the game. You know, the open comms are something that we also have as part of the camera. You know, when we get close to the player, we can hear whatever they're saying, and so while some of that is maybe inappropriate language, we do apologize for that. It is a mature game, and so it is something that can be sort of, can happen, especially, again, when the pressure's on. These players are locked in, and you can just tell there is definitely high emotions in these players right now as they are battling for this win here to take third place. And, well, into the action we go for round 2 to see if those emotions can be controlled and if Boss Fight can put up a Marsoc round with this quick south spawn. They're applying pressure right away. Stamps, and nope, not Mikey, firing shots down into the hospital room, and Mikey calls out Stamps to talk. He says talk is the call out. And Stamps now finds 2 more inside hospital. A huge kill for Stamps. It makes it 3. Scooby can't find the M203 through the window. And finally, Mantis is connecting with that kill. Shook should be able to get the res. And it should make them a 3v4.
Just listening to Shook either singing there, hilarious. We were talking about comms and stuff. You can hear him there calling out while he's down. Just a great bit of teamwork there, and Stamp really came out there. You know, that could have been a bit of a dangerous one there for Boss Fight. He basically nearly shut down that south quick spawn, and that's a powerful thing to be able to do on this objective. But now Imperial will have the knowledge of the south push. They know that everybody's going to be there, so the rotation's definitely going to be needed to be made. Special Ops has found his way into a good position though, up on the north roof. He's going to be able to keep an eye on any kind of approach, but it does rely a lot on his teammates not going down, because he could be finding himself a little bit far, and with 2 defenders on the objective, another one sitting in the crash building, and the heavy boss fight push coming from the south, it could be a bit of a dangerous position. We've just got to see how these things do go, as 2 minutes has now nearly gone down on the clock, and not a lot of movement has been made by the remaining members of Boss Fight. They've really got to identify these positions, listen out to those gunshots, and try and paint a mental picture of the map and where the people, or well, where the defenders are. And again, not really 2 uncommon spots, really, as we've got gas station covered and we've got the Vault Courtyard covered. So any kind of push there will be denied. And then you also have the long-range angle from the north rooftop, which should cover the eastern cap point, which is a very important thing to be done. Usually that's done by mid-burning. And to that effect, all goes quiet on the western front, really.
Yeah, Mantis has a great line down onto 2 defensive positions here. Mikey's through the window, but then also if they swing over to Phantom Operators, and so it is a good spot to be in, and Special Ops can't see Mantis here, even if they decide to peek out. They won't be able to get a line onto Mantis up on this roof unless Mantis does kind of expose themselves a little bit around that backside. Phantom pops out from their position and does catch a kill, but the smoke comes in for Shook to work with, and it is going to blind Mikey. Now Mantis can shift their attention over towards Phantom's side, but Mikey is going to peek out the door, and they're going to find the kill. Shook crouching their way up, trying to slink through this defense. 4 alive here, holding this down as Shook gets ever closer, just a wall away to getting this, and they find their first kill. They get rid of Special Ops on the roof.
Rooftop down.
They now need the rotation for Leo, as Leo is coming back. It is a 1v2 with Phantom and Mikey both holding angles. 2.5 left on the clock. Shook tries to cross. They do get past Phantom, but Mikey is there. If they had killed Mikey, that could have been a cap. It could have been a 3-0 instead. It's 2 defensive rounds apiece. And we go in to our next objective in the north for round number 3. All tied up.
Indeed, and how now the shift has changed really, because Imperial are the ones now who really need to get that Molsov victory. They had a choice. I think we've been corrected, or I was corrected in the chat. I forgot about Bazaar. So you know,
yeah, we both did. That was definitely
about
on
Bazaar.
the table.
Yeah. So you know, and if we look on the for the scores, it certainly would have been a map that Imperial could have done well on. You know, it's pretty even. And it is an even kind of map, whereas Quarantine can lead into certain kind of advantages, this one being the Volk advantage, really. If Boss Fight sail through with these defense rounds, they will take that 3rd place and the $1,000 prize. So, the pressure's on now. The pressure is on.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't before, but
No.
now it's just been turned
Every
up
round
like
gets
100.
you. Every round now at this point gets us closer and closer to that state, and so. Yeah, it's also kind of funny to imagine, again, looking forward to NFI and Resurgence, that these teams are now eagerly waiting to get into the action, you know, whether that's playing practice rounds or scrimming or just maybe watching tape, getting ready for strategies, because at this point, how much more can you prepare, right? You're going to come in well-oiled and, and ready to go, being able to practice the whole week and get prepared, you know, so... It's interesting to think about the dynamic there of the additional stress being applied to the first and second player teams now as they have to watch what has been a great series unfold, and it's fun, man. It is the postseason, and it's why we're here. It is all of it's what we cultivate over 15 weeks to get to 13 seasons of live gameplay, and now. Got Mantis getting aggressive on defense, and Imperial spawning North Crater, getting an opportunity to apply some quick pressure onto this boss fight objective here in the north.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a dangerous position, really, for the Imperial offensive, though. If Mantis does just tuck behind that skip and just keep an eye on the east side of the roof, which is what he's doing now, then he's just got that super late angle to take down Imperial as they make any approach onto the objective, because they're not going to smoke that cross bit there. They may save them for once they get to the tank in the center. So we will have to keep an eye on that as and when the push does come in, but at this stage, it's going to take just a little bit. We've got a bit of a setup phase coming in by Imperial Special Ops, opting to go all the way around into the south, take that hospital, and just get an angle onto the objective and see if we can see any movement on the north rooftop, whilst Boss Fight are able to just sit down and wait and listen out for any kind of sound cues, as they know that the push may not come in until those final couple minutes, but even then, just the pressure of when's that push coming, or the gunshots, you know, until it starts, that's the most tense moment, in my opinion, you know, as a defender anyway. Until those gunshots ring out, it's so tough.
We got our eyes on the trio working up through the middle. Still got to keep an eye on Mantis, who's tucked into this position, like you said, will be a vital point if Phantom doesn't identify it sooner, because Phantom may be pushing this corner that Mantis is on, which could be huge. This could be a very important push. I don't think they can see Mantis through the crack, but it will alert Mantis, and Phantom finds the kill on the corner.
Yeah, he's pushing on me. He's right on my body.
Mantis is down. Phantom has to heal as they did take shots. Quickly use that syringe in the heat of battle there as you see it on the ground, and it's a big pickup. Phantom finds one, but Mantis is down, and I was gonna say can communicate effectively behind the trash can, but there's a toe peeking out, and so not anymore. A big denial there of a defensive angle. Mikey, Leo, and Stamp all set up to push in towards objective if they want to. No one's here on North Rooftop. The West defense has to start crashing back. Shook and Sayonara are doing that, and it's unfortunate that Special Ops isn't also here to be peeking this, because that could have been a kill on the rotation. That's why you send Special Ops over here, to catch the kills on the rotation, but Sayonara identifies Special Ops. And if Special Ops can keep one there, Imperial may open up a moment in time for a cap. With Shook, Scooby, and Archer here, Sayonara is still holding that west side, and smokes are coming out to the objective.
Yeah, this is a bit of a concerning moment really now for boss fight at the moment, as they've got to crash in. The smokes have been coming out. Imperial used a lot of equipment though to be able to do this. Shook does identify push coming in from Phantom Operator, who's trying to make his way onto that north alley, the most exposed point in this defense. If he can successfully make that, then boss fight really in even more of a tricky situation there. The trio is coming in. Archer does get taken down by Leo whilst that trade comes out, so now the north alley approach is pretty much open. Could be able to get around. No, Shook does get himself one pick onto Nope Not Mike. He can't quite connect onto the second. I think Leo went down to the trade with Archer there, but the revive has come out. Phantom Operator now making his way on that north alley, getting danger close, all the way closer to the objective. If he can get in and time this well with the rest of his team, then he could find himself getting on the back side of here, and boss fight could potentially have themselves see themselves getting capped on. With 3 defenders left, it's a very tough objective to be able to hold. This could be the crucial Imperial Marsop point that they are desperately needing for this.
Ooh, and Phantom tried to smoke the cross on the backside, but didn't, and isn't actually going to apply the pressure there. Shook is dialed in onto that side, but for now, Phantom is peeking up through the middle, looking to see if they can catch Scooby or Sayonara, who are, if there's anyone on that awning there, on those red scaffoldings in the back. No one is there. Stamp does catch Shook on the rotation, and so now it's a 4v2. Scooby and Sayonara have a good hold of this space still, but not anymore. Sayonara goes down. Scooby gets picked up by Special Ops on the roof, and Imperial take a Marsoc round on Quarantine 4. We're going to the objective. That could have been so much worse.
That could be
or better. It could have been so much worse or better. Who are you rooting for? I don't know. But, Imperial were, yeah, like you said, dang close to that cap.
Well, you know, Scooby was definitely about 5 seconds away. Phantom Operator was near enough behind that wall there. You know, if Special Ops had just pre-fired Scooby instead of actually killing him, then, you know, he could have given him an extra second or two there where Scooby just peeks him and identifies that position. You know, those 2-3 seconds really can make all the difference. We know people can cap in about 2-3 seconds. So, you know, it's all these things that you've got to be playing for, but I guess in the high-stress kind of situation, you just want that point no matter what. You didn't want Scooby coming in and potentially taking down 3. But, you know, when you know you've got that position and you've got that advantage of, if he does take them down, I'm just going to shoot you anyway. Sometimes maybe it is better to try and distract as opposed to kill. But at the end of the day, it is the point that Imperial needed. And if they can successfully defend, well, they're going to get that $1,000 prize.
Whew. It is getting ever closer as Imperial do take that all-important round. They now have to defend the north side, and Boss Fight are no slouches. You know, they are certainly a team capable of, again, taking objectives, taking caps. Nothing's out of the question yet. These teams need to both still execute at the highest level. Obviously, it is the last time to be locked in this season. You know, it is the last map for both of these teams. The winner here takes that 3rd place. The loser gets nothing for their whole season. You know, that's one way of looking at it. I guess you really don't want to come out with nothing after playing for 15 weeks, battling through the world quarterfinals, the world semis, and getting here. Very well could be the case for one of these, will be the case for one of these teams after this map, as we do go into round number 3 on map 5. Who is going to take 3rd place?
Just listening to Scooby and Mantis there talking as Scooby has that line of sight. Just acknowledges the fact that they can't push through without him seeing them. And that's the good things about these sides, you know, that experience. They know basically how teams are probably going to push, or at least the common pushes anyway. And, you know, that it's an important thing to have as well, isn't it? You know, that time played to be able to organize that kind of stuff. It's no easy feat, really. You know, and a lot of the time trying to impart that information onto other players as well can be another challenge of its own. You can only kind of guide so much. Archer going to open things up with a nice pick onto Phantom Operator in the northeast. It does allow the callouts, but he gets confirmed, so there's going to be no callouts from there. Leo going to get a pick of his own in the crash building, taking down Little Sayonara, and 1-for-1 trade now. It gives Imperial the knowledge of where this push potentially could be coming from.
Yeah, very nicely done there, and an interesting defensive setup. No one set up on the roof. Stamp takes down the drone, but Stamp and Mikey are back here on objective. And the other two pushed up very far forward in the east. Spec Ops and Leo still pushed up there, as Shook maybe has been distracting them. I'm not sure, but there really has been a big opportunity for the rest of this boss fight team to push forward here, get up into a position to challenge this objective. And I wonder if Shook heard Spec Ops rotate to the other side.
He did. He's just turned.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
maybe not. But will
maybe
Spec Ops see him moving?
no, Spec Ops can't see over that crack, so they're going to miss Shook crouching. And so Shook will get inside. And I wonder if they've heard anything. Because Shook is definitely hearing Spec Ops moving here.
And this is the tough one. Do you kill him and give away your spawn, or do you
Go
sneak
past.
past?
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to opt to go for the sneak, but... Or is he going for the kill? Going for the kill.
Dialed in on Spec Ops here. Distraction shots coming in over the top of Shook that ultimately allow for a trade. Spec Ops goes down. Craig can come through. Is Mantis going to be able to hold this? No, they can't. The res will come in. Leo will get up into here and pick this res up. And like you said, Scooby and Mantis don't need to keep pushing this. They can kind of just say, okay, well, whatever. There's two inside. Let's just dodge them and push up to the middle objective. They have an opportunity here to really avoid this middle house. And Stamp and Mikey, the only two holding down objective right now.
Yeah, and Archer making his way in the north alley as well. He's going to be around on the back here and potentially find himself just being able to pick off people as the push comes in and they're distracted on the east side of the rooftop. This all comes down to timing and coordination now, as this pincer movement certainly could play and give Boss Fight an advantage, you know. Special Ops and Leo super far away. Get behind the wall near the objective. They aren't going to be in a position to defend the cap there. They are just going to be too far away. They won't have an angle. They won't be able to at all. This is crucial now. And no one's actually checking the northeast.
They are so exposed in that north, too. I mean, just Mikey. If they stacked all north, it would be huge. They would be pushing into the most powerful position right now, but they are potentially going to work into Mikey's hands. It's all, again, a matter of the pinch. Is Archer going to get here in time to save Scooby's life? Doesn't look like it. Mikey is going to catch Scooby there. Scooby had a smoke in hand. But it does make it harder to find Mantis. But all this time, Archer working closer and closer, but still hasn't peeked this corner yet. They will have an open shot onto the back of Mikey. Oh no, but now Mikey turns, and Archer's there to at least pick up the kill. The shots don't connect. You can see that bullet just hitting the corner before it connects onto Archer, and now the rest of this team has to rotate back. They have to crash to objective because smokes are coming in. Archer is trying to crash forward up to this objective. They need Mantis to also apply pressure up through the middle to distract Stamp at the very least, because now it's Archer versus Stamp out through this hole as Stamp is holding down this cover. It's all over, they drop it, and Archer flies through, finds the kill. Leo connects up over the top. Mantis looking for the refrag, can't find it. Leo doesn't expose themselves up over the top. Do they know where Mantis is? They don't. Leo finds the kill. Spec Ops is way away from objective. Mantis has a chance to push up here. Look for a cap. Spec Ops is trying to crash to the roof, but Mantis has no idea where this final defender is. And they're going to see Spec Ops on the top, and it goes to boss fight. No, Imperial take it. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That was back and forth at its best, you know. Boss fight had that advantage, then Imperial have got the advantage. Oh, I think if Archer had just been 10 seconds sooner to get the pick before Scooby died, that would have been different. Again, these plays, they've just come to that one split defining moment in every single round. I think you could easily pick them out, couldn't you? That's just turned the tide in the opposite favor.
You just commit. If he just commits to not even, oh man, you know.
But would you have held that? You know, if Mantis had held, there was only 25 seconds remaining. Special Ops could just hit.
No, honestly, instead of going all the way around north, after you get that first kill, you just go straight to objective, and you get up against the back wall, and then you can technically cap even with the defender at that truck, because you can prone behind the wall and cap on that, right on objective there. And so they're, you know, it's our perspective. Oh, you know, of course, when there's pressure on the line, that route seems kind of nutty, because you do have to push out into the open for a good portion there, but it is, well, quite the crazy series here, as we are now a round away from crowning a third-place champion, or a few rounds away from crowning boss fight. We'll have to see, as Imperial are looking at series point on the attack, going into round number 5 on map 5.
And we'll say, the last time they played this, boss fight won 5-3. So, Cap's opportunities there. They know how to turn it around. It's just how they decide to play this now, and I think they play well when it does come down to those kind of events. Phantom Operator, though, going to open things up, taking down Shook. That's going to be a pretty key pick here on this objective. It's so close to that mall. Shook going to be able to get the call-outs, though, that the push, or at least 2, are coming in from the north. Give that information back to the remainder of his team, who are pretty set up in the center, really. Archer and I think Scooby just waiting to have that late angle and take out the Imperial attack as they try and crash into the objective there. So that is something we are going to have to keep an eye out for. But now boss fight already at a deficit. If Imperial can continue with this momentum, they're going to take this point in that $1,000 prize. This is all to play for at the moment.
All right, I confirmed him, Phantom. Give him another love tap, please.
They got their first kill. Boss fight down to 4. And this objective is tough to defend. I really, outside of where they're at, I don't know what a better setup is. Archer, I think, is crouched low enough where Spec Ops can't see over the top of this crack onto the head of Archer, but there may be a moment if Spec Ops full stands up onto the corner, they may be able to see, but that's a big risk to take, to be fully standing there. Although they do have north control, it's a risk they can take. And, oh, I just don't think they can see Archer. We have to go into their perspective to get a better idea, but yeah,
He's
they
just
can't
staying
see.
too tucked in.
Yeah, they're just where they need to be. And that's the real
There's 4 minutes left.
kind of
So annoying, 'cause I didn't record the first round. Like,
focus piece, right? Is that, you know, these guys know right where to be. This is where the experience comes into play. This is the best of the best going at it, and they know right where they need to be to avoid the smallest line of sight and still hold a powerful angle on the objective.
Or in the
Yeah, and what I think is interesting is we aren't seeing boss fight take the motel. Now, on these eastern objectives, that usually is probably one of the most common positions, because that person is going to be able to stop Nope Not Mikey or anyone doing this kind of push from getting around all the way onto the east and behind your defense. Mantis is the only kind of defender who will be able to see this, but from the eastern 2-story, it's a little bit of a long angle, and you're kind of relying on your initial gunshots connecting early, pretty quick, as it's a pretty tight gap. You know, one smoke, a very quick push at the right time after a bit of pre-fire, and that attacker could potentially get around here, and yeah, that's not going to be a position you really want to be in. 3 minutes now remaining there. Phantom Operator has backed up Nope Not Mikey now. Both of these guys getting ready to push around onto the far east, and I think they have identified that there isn't anyone in the motel. They haven't seen any movement, no gunshots here, but
And that's why
It's
maybe
still-
Mantis is back here, because Mantis still has a perfect line. And as soon as they feel overconfident that no one's watching through those 2 windows, they'll push out. And shots will come
That was
in,
what I was talking
and
about.
Mantis doesn't catch the cross. Mikey is able to make it across. And Phantom next up on that crossing list. Who knows, but they now got to worry about Mikey rotating around from the north, and Mantis not happy about that threat because, hey, they can't afford any sort of disadvantage right now. They're down 4v5. It could be the final round of their season.
Yeah, that gap there was just too tight, I imagine there, and Stamp going to find another pick onto Little Cyanora, but not before a trade comes out between Archer and Leo. Leo only down, though, going to be able to get the call out. Stamp has been revived also by Special Ops. Scooby now pushing out in the open into the middle. Could find himself getting into line of sight there by Special Ops, who does spot him in the back, but not before he gets that confirm. Very important confirm, but
man.
he has given the advantage. Mantis all alone has to abandon the, or get back in onto the objective there. This is not a great one, and there it is. Imperial taking map number 5. What does that mean, Nightfire?
They are our 3rd place season 13, the champions. They will take that $1,000 in cash home in that prize pool, and Boss Fight will go home empty-handed for maybe the first time in a couple of seasons, you know. And man, what a hard-fought battle. We don't have a lot of time to sit on it, Jamie, because we got to take a quick break and start prepping for the finals of season 13. Even more Onward action ahead of us. NA versus EU, NFI versus Resurgence. Do not miss that. That's coming up next. Real quick, Jamie, your thoughts on the whole series overall. What a hard-fought battle by Boss Fight, but ultimately, Imperial Quarantine just played well for them.
Yeah, I mean, what a pick really for them. You know, for most people could probably consider it a bit of a dangerous pick to take that against Boss Fight, but you know, they have really shown they have put that work in on over the you know, throughout the season, throughout the postseason, and done their research as well. I imagine, you know, there was a lot of information to go off of how Boss Fight would play on that. So if they've done that research and made that done all that, then you know that's definitely played into their advantage. Could have gone either way. You know, there was, like we were saying, there was those defining moments where he definitely tipped the tide in either side, you know, and it's just been throughout a brilliant battle. I have been, you know, at the edge of my seat throughout.
No
I'm
kidding.
super excited for the finals.
Indeed, looking forward to the finals. Everyone tuning in, do not go anywhere. We're going to take a brief 10-minute break, and when we come back, it's going to be the start of the NFI versus Resurgence battle. The NA versus EU conundrum will be answered at the end of that series, and we'll know, Jamie, who's the better side at the end of the finals here today, and one of us will be champion. That's how that works out, okay? But that's going to be, again, a few minutes away from now. We're going to cut to a brief break. A lot's on the line when we come back, so don't go anywhere. And a reminder that if you're in the U.S., we are going to be doing giveaways during the finals here, so do be sure you're tuning into Twitch, you're paying attention to Twitch chat, and you are getting in on those giveaways. You're paying attention to this chat when what I'm talking to, because I'm going to be the one to tell you the code that you need to enter to get in, to enter into the giveaway. So that's coming up, but for now, we're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, NFI versus Resurgence. Don't go anywhere. Season 13 finals are coming up. Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 13 Onward VRML World Finals. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm with my co-caster, Jamie, and we are finally here, Jamie, for the best of the best, duking it out.
Yeah, this is number 1 EU taking on number 3 NA. So this is going to be a battle. We have seen both these sides in the postseason. We've seen both these sides in the throughout the regular season. You know, we know how these are going to play. We know what's going to be coming here. And if anything, if the last matchup is anything to go by, I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle this.
Yeah, it is.
Defibrillator on hand.
Oh, it is so wild. We do have, you know, that EU-NA rivalry here, so to speak, that's really coming to a head in Season 13 finals, and I'm so excited to get into this series to see what we've got. Bronze matchup was insane, taking us all 5 maps. Are we going to get that same kind of action here this afternoon? Honestly, my fingers are crossed. I do hope so. I can go for a couple more hours of Onward like that, quite frankly. That would be a great spend on my Saturday, so definitely looking forward to that, but we have to look forward. We have to look into the bans and picks here for the afternoon. Coming in from both sides. If you're not familiar with the game of Onward, Onward is a 5 versus 5 military simulator. The objective is for the attacking team, the Marsoc team, to attack the objective. The defending team, the Volk team, is defending that objective. If the Marsoc team can get within a certain radius of the objective and enter in a 7-digit code, they secure their team 2 points. Otherwise, you're trying to eliminate the opposing team to secure yourself 1 point, and the first team to 4 points or more wins the map. We are playing 5 maps potentially here in this best of 5, and each team gets to ban 1 map from the predetermined map pool at the start of the season. So no fun intended. Have banned Tanker, Resurgence have banned Downfall, and an interesting thing we always like to look into is the reasoning, the methodology behind the bans, the stats, and what do they tell us. And while these stats do tell us some sort of a story, Jamie, it's not necessarily the true one, because it's an NA-EU battle, and these teams have not fought against each other. And so I'm curious what the stats say regardless. You know, what does the reasoning look like behind these bans?
All right, let's go into these as we do. Give me 1 second, sorry.
Oh, I was
sorting
hoping
out
I'd
the
give you
teams.
enough time to drum up the
No,
stats.
sorry, I was
there.
sorting out the teams.
It's we can take a look at the stats by going over to the website, heading over to vrml.com/onward. You can find all of the info you need about any of your favorite teams, players. You can register for a team. You can join into the league for you can join now and get ready for Season 14, which will be up in the future. But you can't obviously join Season 13. You can join the Ultimex League, which did just start last week. If you're interested in getting into a brand new league, the preseason started a week ago, and I think we have over 70 teams in that league already. So I would recommend checking that out if you're looking for something in the postseason. But that is not what we're thinking about here right now. It is the finals, and I want to know, Jamie, as I've bought enough time, what do the stats say?
Right, so the Resurgence ban of Downfall certainly does make sense. It's a strong map for no fun intended. They have only played it twice, they've won it once, but I know these teams have been scrimming each other more often than not, so I imagine that's going to be something that they have recognized, you know,
Yeah.
so that's going to be part of that there. And then the Tanker ban, again, it's a ban that it's a bit of a difficult one, really, because I mean, Resurgence have only played it twice and won it once. So again, I just wonder if this comes down to that scrimming information, you know, that they have been playing each other so often that, or have they just seen something, you know? So
it could also be determined off of their postseason performance, right? You know, maybe as they've played in the quarters and, you know, the regional qualifiers and the world quarterfinals and semifinals, they've found that they have not had success on Tanker against some of these teams. Maybe it's that kind of reasoning too. Sometimes it's a ban of strength, sometimes it's a ban of weakness, and it's always why we do like to try and look at the stats. But like you said, those don't. It's still not necessarily exactly. It's a toss-up, and that's the beauty of this matchup. Really, it's why people are tuning in to see it, because frankly, I don't think anyone really knows who's going to take this series between NFI and Resurgence. And we're starting off on an exciting map. We're going right back to where we finished the series of Boss Fight and Imperial, and we are headed to Quarantine for map number 1. What do the stats say about Quarantine, Jamie? This is No Fun Intended's map pick, as they're the home team. They get to pick the first map. Resurgence picks second and fourth maps, and No Fun Intended will pick third and fifth. So, what is there any intention there in the stats? Is it an NF5 strength, or maybe is it again something that's maybe more postseason related?
Oh, this is certainly a strength of No Fun Intended. They played it 10 times, they've won it 7. It's very rare that they actually lose this. Yeah, they've got cohesion, they've got good coordination for this map, and it is a very, very strong map for them. So this is going to be an interesting battle, to say the least, which we are going to be diving into very, very quickly.
The action unfolds with round number 1 kicking off on map number 1, Quarantine. No Fun Intended go on the offense, Resurgence on the defense, and already shots coming in from this south rotation. Deadshot trying to take some shots down towards Resurgence, rotating up here into this hospital, and Ree is flying forward. Just Do It ready for this advancement, but Ree's actually on the outside of the hospital building. Rambo pushes forward and finds Deadshot. Just Do It now tucked in to the hospital building, vulnerable to a potential flank from Ree, which you can see they're checking and concerned about as they hear the footsteps slowly working behind them, and they're really now kind of surrounded as Rambo also pushes forward here. They don't know Just Do It's here. Just Do It's gonna be able to pop up, find the kill. QC can't find the shots over the top, and Ree is still working around for the flank, but Just Do It has called it out. And so the rest of the team trying to work off this information from Just Do It. How will they find an angle to support their teammate here? It's going to have to be Shadow Warrior pushing up to the hilltop here.
Yeah, I mean, but the question does come down to, do you even go for that kill? If we take a look at the setup, Game Reaper does get a nice pick onto Chawai, taking him down in the west there. Well, the northwest, should we say, with God of Shinobi still hanging back, trying to find that angle. But as I was going to say, the center is exposed. If Shadow Warrior can find himself a little bit of an angle into mid-burning, then he could definitely get onto that eastern cap of the objective and have the wall for cover and and get that and start us out really early on here. And that wouldn't be a good thing for Resurgence. Definitely wouldn't build him any confidence there. God of Shinobi now has to hold on to this north push. If he can take the rooftop and secure it, then that eastern approach or Shadow Warrior's push through the center will not be available to him. It all comes down to Game Reaper getting an angle here and taking him down. But with him just tucked below the hill there, I don't know if Game Reaper can actually spot him until it's just going to be a little bit too late there. These movements over into the west going to give him a little bit more cover here, and again he's holding back, playing it well really, not getting too peaky and just reading the situation, acknowledging that Game Reaper's got to make that approach. There's no need for me to come out and expose myself. He's got to come to me, so just find that angle and pick him off when they go for that open cross. So it does seem like that's what he's going to do here now.
It's a good spot because if they hear Reaper up on the roof, they can stand up and have a very nice head peek over the top of that corner and deny control of the roof. But like it's to tuck in like this, it's a little bit risky, and they must have heard something they didn't like as the flash comes up and over. Game Reaper does get flashed, goes prone, and Shinobi is able to apply enough pressure to catch Game Reaper blind on the ground. They now rotate back, and the question is Shadow Warrior going to apply enough pressure quickly enough to catch Shinobi? No, they are going to see him on the rotation, though, and they will find the headshot, so an instant kill. It's a 2v2. What a start to the series.
Most definitely, if he could have just held that angle and just tucked in and just watched the objective, that would have been super powerful for stopping any approach here for Shadow Warrior. But now he has got free reign of the middle. Ree still locked in with Just Do It, and with those battling there, it essentially comes down to this 1v1 of Fuse versus Shadow Warrior. If Shadow Warrior finds an angle to just get through, thread that needle and go in. There's the trade between Just Do It and Ree over in the south now, so it is actually down to Shadow Warrior versus Fuse. Fuse has got a little bit of a tough challenge on his hands now. He's got to be rotating around this objective. He's got to be checking that east side, because if he does not, he will get capped on. There is a cap opportunity there. It's a sneaky kind of cap, and if you don't know about it, you will fall foul of it. I haven't seen many peaks on that as of yet. which could be a bit of an issue. He's tucked in on the objective. Shadow Warrior going to be able to get real close here and listen out for him, really. 1 minute 50 remaining. There's a lot of time to be had to be able to just kind of come up with a little bit of a plan to yourself, or even just listen for any sound cues and get a little bit of knowledge here.
Welcome to World Finals, people. We are here. It is a 1v1. Shadow Warrior with 1:30 on the clock, working their way up, and Fusi holding down. Fuse, what are we going with there? We have to decide that soon. I think Fuse is where I'm going to go.
Fuse.
Fuse on that. Fuse 65. And Shadow Warrior, it is down to these two. What a better way to start round one than to have it come down to a 1v1 down into the final minute. I mean, come on. But this is an indicator. Everyone make sure your seatbelts are strapped in, because we are here for a good quality bit of Onward and back and forth. And it's interesting here is all the movement from Fuse isn't necessary per se. They're inside, they're tucked in. They do actually have to check the corner. So if Shadow Warrior is quiet enough, they could cap on the corner if Fuse doesn't check it. But Fuse does have to commit. They do have to check this full corner.
This cap could come out. He hasn't checked the east once.
He really hasn't.
Oh, he's heard something.
The flash comes in. It goes a little too far. Shadow Warriors tries to play off of it. A trade. Come on, a trade to end it. It goes to NFI on the defense. No, offense, excuse me. And they take their Marsoc round on their map pick to start things off. And we've seen that before, haven't we, Jamie? That was almost a common trend of the bronze matchup, and it didn't really determine anything. So I'm not putting too much weight into a 1-0 lead here on map 1, but come on, a trade to finish it off. What a round one.
Yeah, I mean, something must have happened there for him to throw that flash as a sound or something, because he didn't actually check that east from what I saw. It's all really, you know, if Shadow Warrior had been able to move from the white car with his tablet out, then potentially, you know, that would have been the 2 points that they needed. But if this is how it's going to go, these back and forths to 1v1s, and, you know, 5 minutes 30 have gone on the clock there. This is going to be a long quarantine. It's going to be a long game, and, you know, that's what we want. We want these back and forths. We want these 1v1s.
I gotta cut you off here, Jamie, because we got to get a giveaway going here at the start of the series. We are giving away a HyperX mouse and keyboard. If you want to get your hands on this, you have to be within the U.S. region. I do apologize to our EU folk that are tuning in. We cannot supply you with any of the giveaways here. It is unfortunate, but it's just the reality of the situation. And so we will be doing a giveaway right now. If you enter in the words into Twitch chat, World Finals, you will be qualifying yourself for the giveaway, and we will pick one winner from that. Again, all you have to do is type World Finals. Type it once. If you type it more than once, you can disqualify yourself, which you don't want to do. Type it one time, and you will enter yourself in for a chance at a HyperX mouse and keyboard, courtesy of HyperX. We do appreciate their support for the VRML as a whole. As we do get back into it, round number 2 kicks off, and we'll give you some time on that giveaway before we determine the winner. But do be sure to enter in. Again, that's World Finals with an S at the end. I guess capitalization doesn't matter. I don't believe it's case sensitive, and you'll get a chance at a HyperX mouse and keyboard. These two teams duking out for a little bit more than that, Jamie. $4,000 to first place.
Yeah, it's a nice chunk of change, really, for picking up a VR headset every week and, you know, playing a couple hours here and there. I mean, I know that, no pun intended, set definitely have been putting in a lot more work than once a week. But, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, the teams that are dedicated to practice, that do get those scrims in, that really understand how the opponent's playing, they are the ones that come out on top. That is why they are here. You know, Resurgence have had an astounding season so far. You know, they've come out the gates running, really, and they really led themselves up to this point. So this is the best of the best, really, going up against each other, and perfect, really, for a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I do apologize for the camera. I'm not sure what's happening there. We're getting some kind of weird hiccup in this camera right now. We may have to try and sort that out between rounds. I don't know if it's going to stop Never had this happen, so I do apologize for the technical issue here that we're having in the start of this. I'm not sure what to do. I guess we'll try to go first person, see if that fixes the problem at all, but apologies for the issues. I've seen that first person maybe sorts it a little bit here. Yeah, so we'll just try and I guess stay into first person views as Shadow Warrior holds down the west side. That's coming in up onto the roof, and a push from Just Do It does catch Ree. Counter aggression on the defensive side shuts down this advancement. There is still 3 more on this side. Just Do It calling out that there's more here. Chawai is on the corner. Rambo is trying to peek up and over the top. The push is coming in from that bottom floor with some distraction shots there as well. And Just Do It's worried about the rotation. They're not worried about a potential advancement over to their left side, as there are still a couple of defenders, attackers pushing in from this side. And we also have the push coming in from the south, so Just Do It really has to hold this down. They're in a vital defensive position right now. As again, I apologize for this. I'm not sure what is happening with the camera issues, but we'll try and sort it between rounds as another kill comes through. And Fuse, Chawai, and Rambo are left alive on the west, with 1 left alive from God of Shinobi. As Deadshot takes shots, those, again, don't connect, and Shinobi tucks in.
Yeah, good position really for Deadshot to be in. He's got a good overarching look onto the objective if the push isn't coming in from the south. And, you know, he's got also the nice long-range angle all the way into the west. So that hospital roof is so powerful for this objective. So God of Shinobi knows that he's got to clear this out. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. Jittery List has got an angle into... As I say, that Chawai will take him down, though. So the gas station is now super exposed. We've got a push coming in also from the west. God of Shinobi potentially could take control of the south hospital. And very quickly, we could see this being, you know, turned around. No pun intended. All are on the deficit at the moment. 3 defenders to take on 4 attackers. Fuse firing onto Game Reaper, trying to get the angle. Does find an angle in that corner there. And now no pun intended, they're down to 2. Got to take on 4 attackers. This is not a great position. The objective is super exposed at the moment. Nobody's in the gas station. Deadshot knows he's got to crash in, or at least keep an eye on that eastern side. But Shadow Warrior isn't watching for anyone coming through the gas station. Deadshot gets a pick onto Rambo, successfully defending that. Now Chawai pushing in, does get around Shadow Warrior, but not before he gets the final pick onto him. Got to crash back in the objective. Nice 2-player switcheroo right there.
And we're still battling on the rooftop as Deadshot connects with a big kill onto Shinobi. Shadow and Deadshot are here to defend, and Fuse is left alone. No pun intended. Looking to take this one up 2-0. And I think we've sorted our technical issues. It was on my end. I apologize for that, but we have solved that stutter, and ultimately we are now into a 1v2 with Fuse tucked in against the wall. And I gotta wonder if Deadshot even knows they're here.
A flash did come out not long ago from there, so I think he may have had some inkling, but my question comes down to how much of an angle has he really got onto the wall? I mean, if Fuse stays tucked in against the wall itself on the east, then is there an angle there to cap?
Oh, they see the head of Deadshot. It's a big kill. Warriors away from objective. They're going to try and swing wide, though. A huge rotation that Fuse is not ready for. And no pun intended, go up 2-0 on map number 1 here. Woo. Again, apologies for those hiccups, but we've sorted them. Everything is A-okay. And, well, it's perfect for no pun intended, Jamie. They are off to the races on their map pick, 2-0. Again, this feels familiar in that it's not over at this point. Obviously, this is the same exact thing that we saw happen with Boss Fight, where then they came back and nearly took map 1. And so you can never count a team out, especially when we get into the final, especially these two teams. They are able to battle against some adversity. And so I anticipate Resurgence with an objective change to have a different sort of opportunity here. You know, that objective swap can mean a lot, and granted, it doesn't move very far, and so I wonder how much it will mean to Resurgence. Maybe it'll be an opportunity, if anything, for NFI to take map 1 4-0. That would be a huge start for them in this series.
Yeah, it really, really would be, but you know, I think what I find sometimes on maps like Quarantine and Downfall, sometimes there are those objectives that teams just may not be as strong on for whatever reason. There's never like an actual specific reason. It's just for some reason, you know, some way the opposing side is just stronger on that. So I think the shift and change certainly could, you know, shift that pace just a little bit, give Resurgence, you know, a little bit of room to breathe. We're on the Vault Courtyard now, so it's a little bit more safer, I would say, as long as you don't allow Marsok to get into mid-burning nor crash building, or gas station side, really. So, it's still a lot to cover, but I think, you know, Vault can potentially have a little bit of an easier time kind of shutting down those methods of approach. You can cut off the pushes on the north and south road early on, get that information, and secure that defense. So, yeah, let us, I guess, see how Resurgence decide to take this objective now, and as no pun intended, being given that northeast spawn.
Into the action we go for round number 3. Resurgence trying to lock this down and get themselves on the board here for their first map in the finals. They do not want this to be the start of their series. They do not want NFI to take another point without them answering back. Otherwise, NFI are really going to have some good momentum for going into map number 2. Of course, it will be Resurgence's map pick, so an opportunity for them to reset, but they can't be there mentally right now. They can't even be thinking about map 2. They got to be thinking about this round, about locking it in right here. And conversely, NFI, definitely a lot of momentum, right? They don't have too much to worry about. They've got a nice 2-0 lead on the start on their map pick. If anything, I think they may be considering a cap right here to really try and overwhelm their opponent and take it 4-0.
Yeah, we can see by the positioning really of the unintended side, they are just basically trying to get around into that crash building, get around into the west, secure that side, and then move in from there. Kind of opting not to go with that southern approach, which I don't know. I mean, the defense is lacking there, but we do have Ree going into this kind of aggressive flank here. He's been allowed to get a lot of ground, and nobody's really checking for the flank. We can see Shadow Warrior periodically looking behind him, but if Ree can go through the garage, he'll just pop out through the middle, or he's going all the way around on the east. If Just Dewey doesn't spot this movement or gets taken down himself, this could be a dangerous position for no pun intended. You don't want a defender on the backside watching this road and then just not allowing you to cross, because how are you going to do it? How are you going to get to that objective? You've got to take him down. And Ree, reading that situation really well, could just hold out here, but does seem like he's going to get a little bit more aggressive, going out in the open. Just Doing definitely spotted that, and there it is. Over-aggression doesn't pay in times, and will give an advantage to the opposing side. So, very nice pick for Just Do It there.
I think that is Resurgence doing their homework, plain and simple. They know that Ree plays aggressive, and Ree has consistently played aggressive all throughout this tournament. They have been a threat on that flank side. Game Reaper picks up another, with Hawaii going down, and Resurgence find themselves at a disadvantage. Granted, they have at least on objective defense still alive, but they've lost their point defenders, which will allow NFI the opportunity to get ever so close to the objective. Shinobi certainly hearing Reaper. Deadshot taking control of the roof, has angles down onto Rambo, but Rambo staying tucked in. And everyone, really, Shinobi, Rambo, and Fuse all staying tucked in, and Shinobi getting rid of Game Reaper. You can see those bullets just missing behind them. A big kill that evens the odds 3-3. And now Rambo getting a little peeky, could expose themselves to Deadshot. They have to be careful with that. Shadow Warrior also very close, and so it's a matter of patience, truly, when, well, Resurgence are a team that gets aggressive, so it'll be a test for the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They'll hold this down and be able to weather what will be eventually a push around 2 minutes. Oh, a big pick from Fuse up onto the rooftop. A really nice tight angle just underneath that down plane. Just underneath the nose, they find the kill, and it's a 3v2. Very well could be the first point for Resurgence.
Yeah, this is a proper battle between these sides, really, at the moment. That they're just holding out in that north. It's a little bit of a concern with the south. Just Do It continues with his push coming around. He could get onto the backside of the defenders here and start picking them off, or even move in. Rambo with a nice pick onto Shadow Warrior, though, does stop the push coming in through the center south north road. So no cross going to be available there.
And I was wondering where the last one was. It's Just Do It. way over in the south, just off of that rotation. Yeah, and what do they do now?
Yeah, he could get onto the hospital roof, and then he has got a nice line of sight, though, onto the Vault Courtyard, potentially taking out Fuse there and moving on through. But as soon as he takes those gunshots, the rest of the defenders are just going to be looking to the south, and the approach may not be there. I think crash building is the weaker point of the defense, really. They won't have an angle, I don't think, unless they come over the plane back onto the objective. But the thing we have to consider here is Just Do It is good in these situations. The 1v3s, the 1v4s, you know, we've seen him more often than not able to take them on, like performing them and performing them well. So there's nothing really to count him out here, as he does make a pretty much undeterred push closer and closer to the objective. But the lasers are getting locked in. And he's going to make this open ground, could potentially get caught out there. Rambo does see some movement, can't quite connect those shots, though. Going to get the call outs, though, to Fuse. He needs to be checking here. They lined up! Just Do It now, closer on the objective. Rambo's got to crash in, Shinobi's got to crash in, and then this is where the issues start becoming in. If Marsok can just surround the objective, 25 seconds remaining, Rambo getting in. Does get taken down, it's a 1v1! This guy could not get any closer here. Just Do It taking on Shinobi. Uses the angle that he knows he can see through the smoke, just barely covering him. Ooh, and Shinobi successfully slither of a gap there. Does save the day, but narrowly, very narrowly. Ooh. I was saying you can't count Just Do It out in those situations at all. He's just those plays just come from nowhere. And the team kill didn't help. Team kill definitely didn't help.
Absolutely crazy series there of events. I mean, almost the comeback, and you could hear at the end Shinobi saying, "I almost had a heart attack." Yeah, the pressure is definitely amplified. We're hyped here. They're even more hyped. They're in VR. It can't get more real and intense than what they're experiencing in the world of VR. In the world of esports, truly, it may be the most intense moment that you can have, obviously outside of being on a giant world stage. But this is the world stage, Jamie. This is the world finals. We have tons of folks tuning in on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Meta Horizon Worlds, and we appreciate you all stopping by. We did do our first giveaway with a mouse and keyboard. We will have more coming down the line, so do keep your ears and eyes peeled, as we do have a couple of more things to toss your way for tuning in here and enjoying what is going to be some dang good Onward. Already is some dang good Onward, Jamie. 2-1. And like I said, the objective swap may be what they needed at the end of the day to get them back into the series. Maybe it just wasn't for them down there. Their spawns didn't work out. They didn't have the good rollout on defense. They weren't quite ready for round one, and who knows? But now Resurgence have an opportunity to tie this up with a Marsok round of their own. Can they do it, or will NFI pile on, push this up 3-1, and be looking confidently at map points next round? We'll find out as we get into it for round number 4.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about just at the start of that last round, you know, is a shift and change of the objective certainly can, you know, change things up just a little bit. Like I was saying, there might just be, for some reason, angles don't work for you, or just something on that one just isn't quite right. And I think we did probably see that one for the Resurgence side, but now clearly in a bit more of a comfortable objective themselves, albeit a little bit closer in that last one, and probably closer than they would have liked it personally, but win is a win at the end of the day, so it doesn't matter to them. And we are in the setup phase really for the Quarantine side. It's similar to Downfall, where you'll have a couple minutes where people are just kind of setting themselves up, taking some shots, pre-firing some angles, trying to get some lines of sight, and Volk really trying to identify that Marsok spawn. That suggests how you're going to defend the objective. If you know they're not in the south, then you know you can lock that down and make sure they can't make it to the south. So there's lots of things that you've got to be doing on this map to really secure yourselves that victory. And it can be a bit of a tough one, but we are going to see a very heavy push coming through the center here.
I was going to say, what are your thoughts on the triple stack up through the hole here? What is Resurgence's plan of approach? Is it to really just kind of fire down the mid, try and overwhelm Game Reaper, take control of Burning, and then be a threat right on top of the objective, essentially, I mean, that building is a powerful spot to be in. Of course, you're threatened from angles like Just Do It. Jittery List could take an angle. Shadow Warrior could potentially find a line. So it's not exactly a safe spot to go if you do up to that top floor, but to have control of middle would be powerful. Deadshot's still here as a threat. Rambo has to kind of deal with that, and the first kill does come through. Just Do It finds Fuse over the top. A nice pickup, and looks like they have a pretty decent line onto any sort of approach up through the middle if there is one.
Yeah, it is a very, very nice angle. Him and Deadshot both have an angle on that central push, so it's not going to be the safest there. Jittery List does get the pick onto Ree in the crash building, but not before God of Shinobi goes down to... it takes down Just Do It as he takes down Chawai. So we are in a 2v4 now. Rambo going down to Deadshot in the hospital, though, so it does come down to this central push. Maybe not the idea that Resurgence wanted to go with, as it kind of left the outside defenders attackers a little bit exposed there, able to get picked off. And I think what you've got to be doing as Marsot really is challenging that defense, pre-firing some spots, draw them out of their angles, and then rely on your teammates to be able to get the additional picks whilst they're distracted. And that is a very, very tough thing to do with a team, and it doesn't seem like we had any of that today. But God of Shinobi is going to go from the east, come all the way around onto the north, and then see what method of approach could be available here. And with 3 minutes remaining, he has got a lot of time, really. He can make his way into the crash building and formulate a bit of a push from there. But it's all a bit of a waiting game, as he's got a couple minutes, or at least a minute, before he is going to make it over into that angle. But got to be watching out for Deadshot, as he is going to... Any gunshots over in the north are going to alert him to the fact of this push, and then that is that. He is going to have an angle and could potentially pick people off, and he is a good sniper. Don't know if he's using it at the moment, but he does like those long-range angles, so it's something you have got to be aware of. And I think that's an... Oh, there it is. There's the angle. Just a slither. I think that's the tough part when it comes to playing against teams as well. I think a lot of the time you're trying to understand what loadouts will they be bringing. Do they have a sniper? You know, is that something I've got to be watching out for? And yeah, no fun intended. Certainly one they have got to watch out for on that.
1v4 in front of them with 2 minutes left. Not looking good for the Resurgence side of things. And I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, I do wonder how important map pick will be, you know, especially in this NA-EU battle. I feel like we did see drastic scoreline swaps, and we did have the NA-EU battle in the last weekend in the World Qualifiers. And so I wonder if that's going to be what we see again, where we do have these kind of more drastic scorelines per map pick. But I don't know. God of Shinobi going to make a quick peek on the corner. Doesn't expect Jittery List to be back and tucked in. And NFI are going to go up 3-1 on their map pick. A very good start for them. But again, it's such good play coming in from Resurgence as well, that we do have good kills coming across the board. You look over at the Resurgence's KDs, they're not too bad.
No, they are all doing work. I mean, Ree has been going for those kind of key flanks, really trying to get those angles behind it. It's just not really been working out for him at the moment. But I mean, as you were discussing the map picks, you know, the next map pick could be one where those flanks are going to be key, and you know they're going to be really detrimental to the attack. So it is important when you're picking those maps to identify, you know, how do my team play, and where are we going to perform the best, obviously. So you can't really take the first map for account, but you know, getting that first map win out the gate definitely would be the the confidence builder that you'd want. So I think they're fun-handed now, building that momentum.
We literally saw a 3-1 map one last series, and it went 3-3 to a 4-3 win. So with an objective swap, as we do every 2 rounds, maybe again it'll allow Resurgence to take 2 points on the board. But this is a tough one here, Jamie, especially for them to go on defense first. Yeah. We saw Boss Fight struggle defending this objective. It was the objective they lost their map on. We'll see how Resurgence defend. I think it's important they take North control, and I imagine that Ree and Chawai are going to be the 2 that are going to prioritize trying to take that. The aggressive 2 on the side of Resurgence. Definitely going to be the point pushers here over into this north side. Try and contest anyone rotating over from the north. for no fun intended, they don't get the quick spawn, so they're not going to be able to have a quick presence in the north side like they sometimes can have. And so it's going to allow Resurgence to set up. It's going to allow Reed to get tucked in. And I do wonder if they're going to anticipate Game Reaper on this long rotation.
It is a bit of a long rotation there. It does not really get the shots onto him, but Chawai there with the backup does get the picks onto Game Reaper. So now,
just great teamwork there. The follow-up, Ree takes shots, calls it out. Now, what's going to happen is, I thought it was going to be a flash. Chawai was going to call that out, and then Ree was going to support over the top. But it was a nade, and if it was just cooked a second longer, baked more cautiously by Deadshot's hands, could have caught their opponent. But it is not, and there's that nuance in the nade tossing itself. And good shots from Ree. Connect on the Deadshot's head. Resurgence finally having a good defensive round here. Only 3 left for NFI, and now this is playing into more how Ree and this Resurgence defense play. They're almost attacking the final 3 on NFI.
Yeah, he's getting the call-outs as well as he's moving around, which is super important for the rest of your team. You know, he's going to get on the back foot of this attack and slowly start to pick him off. And, you know, we can see now Jittery List has to keep an eye on this north. He cannot continue with that push because he knows that somebody is going to be coming around on the back. And again, you know, we were talking about the snipers, and knowing that the opposing team has a notorious flanker, that again, you know, it's part of that mental game, isn't it? You're always going to be second-guessing, has that flank being made? You don't know if anyone's gone down. For all you know, we could have traded, but he hasn't. So, you know, now we're watching for that, and it's something you've really got to be watching out for. But also, you know, it can work against the defending team. If you know they're always sending people off on the flank, you've killed 4 on the objective, odds are that person's on a flank somewhere and the cap's open. So these are all mental battles, and these are all things that you have to be taking mental notes of when you're playing throughout the regular season and watching casts.
Man, this defense is aggressive. Ree is certainly doing good work, but even still to be here, it's a risk because they can push from the south and really completely avoid Ree. Although I do like this spot because Ree does have view of the objective. But even then, you can cap around the corner of the, you know, you can still deny vision from Ree, and so it's not a perfect spot. If they're the last defender, they're not going to be able to prevent a cap 100%. And that's kind of the real risk assessment that anyone takes when you do push up in a defensive position. But curious what NFI plans to do. It seems they've really been kind of put on pause with Ree getting so aggressive shooting behind them. It's broken up this NFI smoothness that we've seen throughout the course of this series, and or at least this first map. And maybe it's that risk reward of that what we were talking about earlier with that aggression, right? Sometimes it pays off, pays you in big dividends, and sometimes it just puts your team at a disadvantage. And as we do just kind of patiently wait for this advancement forward here, Just Do It, Shadow Warriors still inside hospital building. And Shadow tries to cross, but catches almost a fistful of Rambo. Instead, finds Rambo. Kill themselves, and objective starts to open up. Big shots from Chawai, shutting down Shadow Crossing. If they didn't catch that, could have been very bad news with this advancement towards objective. It still kind of is bad news with Jittery List and Just Do It being so close. Jittery List finds the kill on a Goddess Shinobi into the hole, and now they can do a lot of dangerous things. They can rotate underneath the basement, apply pressure. Just Do It's up top threatening. We're going to stay on board Jittery List, who's going to work their way over to these basement stairs. Yes, the stairs. Push up from the stairs and try and cap from potentially inside. They can prone and cap inside. And again, the risk of Ree's far rotated position comes into play here. Chawai shuts down one, but the nade's inside. Fuse has to win this 1v1 trade, and they find the kill. A big pickup. Resurgence clutch it up. And they stay alive. 3-2. Jamie, it's happening. We talked about it. 3-1 doesn't mean you're guaranteed the map.
Not at all, and this objective, now that I'm unmuted, well, you know, I think this one is going to play into Resurgence. You know, it's a very fast-paced objective. Your defenders have to be... They have to be off, in one sense. Not maybe as aggressive as what Resurgence did just, but, you know, they have to cover that north, and they have to cover that south. And, you know, a team that can just shock and awe strategy, nades, smokes, quick plays, you know, they will get those picks on the defenders, and before you know it, you'll find yourself down to your sole defender who's sat in the mall. So, no pun intended, really need to probably pick up the pace a little bit on this one just to be able to match that and not allow Resurgence to take control of the center or the north.
Map 1, giving us some good quality battles here. And if you're just tuning in, you're here at the right time. This is the Season 13 Onward VR Master League World Finals. We've got the EU #1 team, no pun intended, going up against the NA #3 team, Resurgence. The reason we're saying those ranks, that's where they were ranked in their region worldwide, in their respective region. And so, no pun intended, was #1 EU, Resurgence was #3 NA in the overall rankings. Of their specific region, I believe. If I'm correct on that, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But I know chat will let me know if I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay. So and so that's how those numbers are sorted out. But regardless, at this stage, these two teams are the best of the best. They are #1 and 2. We just don't know who is #1 and 2 yet. We'll find out. Not after this round, but hey, it's a round nonetheless as we get into the action. Shots come in. Sly finds the first kill. Just Do It tries to cross with no smoke and can't do it. And that's going to shut down any more sort of crosses from NFI, and Resurgence off to the races. Rambo already up to the objective. GameReaper shuts that kind of aggression down.
Yeah, very, very nice position by GameReaper. Actually, a little bit of an old one. It's one that we used to use quite often, and just to hold here, provide a little bit of cover for yourself, make sure that you're not getting picked off from the south, but then also shut down any approach coming in through the center. So just nice to see those older spots certainly coming back into play there, but smoke usage like that will defend any vision that GameReaper could have on that central push. So got a little bit of a battle here. Fuse taking down Shadow Warrior on the north rooftop does leave GameReaper all alone to try and protect that north side. We see the rotation that could potentially come in by God of Shinobi. Identified that. There's the sniping from Deadshot. Does get a nice angle onto Ree over in the south hospital. Moving back now into the objective and coming through. Chawai got to try and spend the time now looking for this, but obviously, he isn't going to seed with Deadshot kind of making these rotations. And I think that's what you need to be doing really on Volk. You know, get those shots, move around, keep Marsot looking for you, hunting for you, dwindle that time down, and then before they know it, they're on 30 seconds and they've got to make a 50-second push. So it's, again, it all comes down to those mini little battles, mentally, using the time. It's like a war of attrition, really, isn't it? All the time on this.
4 minutes, yeah. They have all the time in the world to work with here, and they have enough time to invest in a far rotation east, so they're sending one all the way east in the hopes that they'd be able to shoot down in the Deadshot, but like you said, it's important that you shoot and move, and Deadshot has shot and moved. Fuse does catch GameReaper through this wall, though, and that's going to open up Shinobi to get aggressive. They'll be able to apply pressure in, and Resurgence are nicely pinching around this objective. Jitteryless and Deadshot, the last two alive to hold this down. The Resurgence take this. We're tied up 3 apiece for map #1. If they get the objective cap, they take the map, and I think they're thinking cap here, Jamie. I think it's on their mind with the kind of comms we've been hearing.
I mean, why wouldn't it be on this one? It is such a capable objective. I think this has got to be one of the most capable because it's just so difficult to defend here. And with 2 defenders to take on 3 attackers, you're just going to find yourself getting surrounded. Jittery has to keep peeking. Deadshot in an angle, but probably not going to be able to adjust quick enough if the push comes in from the opposite side of the tank. And there's the first set of smokes coming in. Does seem like God of Shinobi heard Jittery's movements. Nice flash does come out to hold back Shinobi for just a couple seconds there to allow that smoke to dissipate, but it has blocked his vision. He ain't going to be able to see much of anything on that north side. God of Shinobi does take down dead shot though, and just like that, Fuse gets the pick on
Wow.
3. Very nice attack, very nice comeback by Resurgence to bring this back into a 3-3.
Let's go! We are tied up 3 apiece for map number 1. No Fun Intended versus Resurgence. Delivered straight to you live at high quality nonetheless. I mean, come on. We are down to round number 7. It's taking us to the down plane for our final objective of this first map. I saw a lot of confident folks in chat, Jamie. I saw a lot of people that were certain that one of these teams was going to win. And I wonder how confident they're feeling now, as No Fun Intended's map pick has not been secured. They have to win a MARSOC round, no less, to take this. And what a start for Resurgence this could be. They take their opponent's map pick. They then go into their map pick for map 2. And like I was suggesting, map picks may have even more impact here than they normally would, because it is EU versus NA, because these teams don't face off regularly over the course of the normal season. They don't know what each other's unique strats are per map, and so I'm very curious what we get for map 2, and if it. Oh gosh, I just wish we could go into the mindset of these teams. If they win here, does that change where they go for map 2? If they lose here, does that change where they, what is their game plan? I guess we'll find out as we get ever closer to diving in to our final round of map 1. But wow, what a series. A shout out to everyone tuning in, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds. We appreciate you for catching the action live here today. A reminder that we have more of this, although not Onward related, but more Echo Arena postseason will be starting next weekend. Actually, I think tomorrow we'll have streams live on this channel for the Echo Arena postseason, which does start this weekend as well. And so do keep your eyes peeled for more esports action. If you're enjoying what you see here, believe me, you're not going to want to miss the Echo Arena postseason. They are putting in tons of effort into that, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But we got Onward. We got action right in front of us. We got a round 7 that's unfolding before our eyes, and a heavy north push coming in from No Fun Intended.
Yes, with the northeast spawn there, I think that one certainly will play into this objective, really, and give them a little bit of an advantage. Once you control that north, you've got all the crash building, then it's just like a simple push into the objective. And one thing you've got to remember on, there is a sneaky cap opportunity available on this. The gap between the crash building and the down plane, you can cap in that corner. So that is something that teams have really got to be watching out for. I've fallen foul of it myself a few times. So, and it can be tough. You get honed in on one angle, and then you just neglect those small pushes that people can make, and you do get punished for it. So, and No Fun Intended are going to be a team that are going to go for that angle of the cap, because it's just one where you can't do a lot about it. So Rambo's positioning is probably going to be the most crucial, really, for this, I would say.
It's a really odd setup. They're giving away north. And like you said, this objective in particular, there's that sneaky cap, but to give away north, you're allowing them to get a control of your roof. To have presence
southwest
there. It's just, I don't know where this could really go wrong for Resurgence. With NFI stacking so heavily in the north here, they could really push in to a unprepared defense. But look, we've been dead wrong before, and while this does look odd, this looks odd to us now. Who knows what the rotations will look like, where the crashing will come from, how they'll ultimately end up pushing. Maybe this setup is the right one, because they will end up pushing deep into the west, and Shinobi will be able to catch a kill out by surprise here with how aggressive they're positioned. Maybe they will swing around behind. Who knows how this unfolds, but what I do seem interested in is how NFI are slowing things down here for the final round.
Yeah, well, both really. We've seen Ree go for those crazy flanks, but he's just been sat in the southwest waiting. I'm not sure what he's kind of waiting on, but he's waiting for something. So I think that's something we have got to probably watch out for. Maybe once the attack does start coming in, that he's just going to get through onto mid-burning and come around from the tank and, just be behind the offense. But at the moment, his positioning, not going to be much use. And if, no fun intended, do push aggressive, take out Rambo, there isn't anyone actually covering that cap.
250
It's a bit of an issue.
on the clock for this team to work with. 250 separating us from a winner of map number 1. And it's likely going to be most of that time with how these teams are looking to push. Going to be waiting down to that 2-minute mark to push. And look at this. They are all sliding over to the west where Shinobi is ready and waiting. And they take early shots. They didn't need to get so aggressive like that. An odd choice to make in this game. Why you would try and shoot someone corner peeking instead of surprising them. No one's going to suspect them there. Weird.
Hey, they're the ones who are in the final, not us.
Yep, very true. What do we know? As Shinobi does check their flank, they now tuck back in. And Game Reaper looks to peek this angle, and Shinobi retaking it does find the kill. They'll get the full confirm. Now Deadshot's going to try and apply the aggression that Shinobi was initially worried about. Doesn't fly down off the second floor just yet. But they are here to apply pressure into objective building. They are so close. Danger close to this objective. Shinobi repeats to catch one. Off the top, Deadshot tries to find the kills, can't. But now Deadshot tucking into the tight corner. The cap's going to come in. They're punching in the code. No one's defending the cap. NFI are looking to take this 5-3 in map 1. Is Fuse going to check? Is anyone going to check? Is Deadshot going to do it? Oh, they're having trouble. They're having issues getting the cap through here. No one's checking through the cracks still. It's all the time in the world, and Chawai finally finds the ankles.
What?
What happened? Oh my goodness. They had to cap at a weird angle. Number one, we got to address that, right? Look at how they had their tablet when they were punching in that code. They're trying to get it in to the crack as close as they can, and they can't. They do eventually get it into a position, but then they have to enter in the code awkwardly with their other hand at a strange angle while under pressure, Jamie. The hand's jittering. They can't hit the code right in time. And the save on defense, the celebration from Resurgence to come back from a deficit. We're into the fun. I mean, what are we? I promise none of this is scripted, okay? I swear to you, this is not planned. We're not. It's just the nature of the beast. It's the nature of VRML, the system working as it's intended and giving us good quality games. A great final so far. And Resurgence off to a blazing start with map 2 taking us tight to close quarters for Suburbia. What do you think? What are your thoughts here, Jamie?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one, really, for no pun intended at the moment. They're going to have a bit of an issue because of that, probably. That, you know, they've gone from their win, you know, well, their map pick. It's been taken from them, and now they're going into a map that is strong for Resurgence. They have played this a lot. They've played it 5 times. They played won it 4, but you know, it's one of those staple maps. It plays well to how their playstyle goes. You know, the very fast plays around corners, and you know, just getting those peaks, the equipment usage, and just that teamwork as well. We saw it on Quarantine, and I think on this map as well, it's going to be heightened even more. You'll see that a lot more. The, you know, distraction shots, and then another player just somewhere, you know, making the shots to connect the kill. So it's going to be a bit of a tough one, and it does seem like, no pun intended, haven't really played this all too often. 4 times, I guess, but they have won it 4. So scores on the regular season don't necessarily mean a whole lot.
Yeah,
it's still going to come down to that pressure, isn't it?
Jump in here and just shout out our sponsors for promoting the league here this afternoon, contributing in for a total of 7,640 in prize pool, 7,000 of that in cash, hardware and cash to be won here today. First place takes home 4,000 USD VR cover kits and custom Arma jerseys. Second place, nothing to shake at, Jamie, 2,000. We've already crowned our third place champion being Imperial, and we are on our way to find out who is going to come away with the grand prize pool. We go back into it for round number 1 on Suburbia. Resurgence on the attack. No fun intended defending. What a series we find ourselves in.
Yeah, I just wonder if this is gonna be the battle of the map picks as we saw on the last one.
Right.
You know, I think pretty much everyone won their map pick, didn't they? So, no, I could be wrong. Subway went to boss fight, didn't he? So a little bit, but you know, this could potentially be the opposite. You know, with the individual winning those, but we got to see.
Who knows, dude? It's the toss-up of the finals. It's the great question mark we're here to answer. And Ree, a key shooter, goes down early. Ree has found themselves either in crazy success or dead at the start of the round.
Oh, what a nade there by Just Do It, though. Does, you know, having that knowledge that somebody usually does push lane 2, does take down Fuse. He's now got to get the call-outs. He's calling out that there is a push coming in from lane 2, which God of Shinobi does spot and takes him down. So the revive opportunity is going to be there to turn this back into a 4v4. Before Game Reaper tries to get some angles onto the playground there. Cockback connects onto Rambo, but then Dup. And God of Shinobi finds Shadow Warrior. That's going to be another crucial pick there. Jittery List, Deadshot, and Game Reaper now got to try and hold down on this objective as it's a 3v3.
Rez comes through. Deadshot holding down tightly on the corner as Chihuahua applies pressure. Deadshot radioing in and communicating to the team. They swing on APC. Deadshot's down, calls it out, and look at the reaction. Nice shots over the top, but still, it's just a kill. It's just that there's only one left alive. Jittery finds God of Shinobi, and now as they're alone, they're back exposed. Fuse kills them, and Resurgence take a Marsoc round to start things off on their map pick. And Jamie, I'm not one to get superstitious or anything here, but the lead has really not been too great for teams so far in the postseason.
No, that it hasn't, you know, we definitely, but then again, we saw it in the last one, you know, boss fight and Imperial got the lead, and they went with it. So, I think maybe it's the first 4 maps, that's where it's going to be. We're going to get 3 threes up until the last one. That's my prediction anyway. Who knows though?
Yeah, I see some questions coming in around the giveaways. We will have another one soon enough. Just please be patient. We do have a couple of products to give away here this afternoon. And so when I tell you what code to enter in, you will enter it into chat. You will get your chance at a HyperX headset, which will be up next on the chopping block. Not yet though, so don't do anything crazy, but they are coming. So stick around. We are going to have, we do have a few more things to give away to you guys. So on top of delivering you fantastic action, on top of a hearty prize pool for first and second place, we also want to give you fine folks for tuning in something to write home about. So we appreciate the support of HyperX. And again, we do apologize for not being able to support the EU region. We do hope to revisit that in future seasons, but for the time being, we cannot support shipping HyperX products to that region. Back into the action we go, though, for our number 1 EU NFI going up against our number 3 NA Resurgence for round number 2. Resurgence will be on the defense, NFI on the attack, as we swap sides and stay on the same objective.
What if you don't want to come fucking give me your money then? Fuck you.
This is going to be a bit of a tough push, I imagine, for unattended at the moment. Resurgence have been going for those aggressive flanks, and I just wonder, are they going to be able to take apart that and try and work their way through? Making his way up onto lane 1. This is definitely something we've got to watch. Like you said, he goes down in the first 30 seconds, or he gets a kill in the first 30 seconds. This time, he has gone down in the first 30 seconds, so he is now taken out. Fuse, God of Shinobi, and Rambo all covering the center, getting really aggressive for this objective. God of Shinobi finds a pick. Rambo basically on the opposite side does trade with Jittery, though, so we're in 3v3. God of Shinobi covering lane 2. Got to watch for anyone pushing around lane 3, lane 4 area, but he's not going to be able to fully cover the playground. That is going to be a bit of a tough push. Something you've got to be really watching for. Chihuahua does recognize that, periodically checking, but it exposes him to any kind of angle. 5 minutes remaining at the moment on the clock, and we've already seen 3 people go down, 4 people go down. Wow, just in the moment, Resurgence all coming out the gates running. And there it is, Chihuahua peeks on lane 4 and takes down Game Reaper right at the same time. Wow.
Take a time out. if you're NFI right now. You know, things are spiraling just a little bit out of control. Now, of course, Jamie, the all-important objective swap has occurred now. And that can change things drastically. It has changed things drastically, even in the course of quarantine. And so, while Resurgence did do nicely on that first objective, we now swap sides, and things do change significantly in terms of how you defend and attack this OBJ. And so, it could go back into NFI's hands at any point. The same thing that was happening with NFI is now happening with Resurgence here on their map pick. And overconfidence, playing over aggressive, it can kill you. Ree could suddenly connect and find the kills playing aggressive, and then things are going really wrong for you as an NFI team. You know what I mean? And so, who knows what we get here? But the objective swap gives an opportunity, no pun intended, to get themselves back into this one, because right now it is not going well. And Resurgence are looking at taking this series to a 2-0 lead, where it would require no NFI to take 3 maps in a row, and that is a long road on the comeback train that you don't want to find yourselves in at the start of this. I mean, it feels like the start because it's happened so quick. These rounds are fast, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, when Resurgence are on the defense, it's fast. When they're on the attack, it's fast. You know, they are just getting in there and, you know, trying to get the job done quick. And no pun intended to getting the picks. There's the first one to Shadow Warrior. Takes down Rambo over on lane 1. Nice long-range angle there and just put a stop to that. What they've now got to watch out for is Ree and Chawai pushing around and getting aggressive over on this lane 4. Not enough smoke usage, well, no smoke usage at all as of yet, which is something the scene game. Reaper does spot Chawai though, moving around lane 3, taking him down. Very, very nice angle there. And yeah, I'm not seeing much utility usage now from the Resurgence side. They seem to just be, you know, using these snap aims, the quick peeks, and they're getting the picks from that, and it's working ever so well. If they could throw in a little bit of utility, then these pushes definitely would be a lot stronger here. Ree just battling over on lane 4, just trying to get an idea of, I guess, a little bit more positioning, and just not going to get that information. For watching for the repeat, does get a very nice pick there, and Jitsu just should I say, does get the pick onto Fuse over on lane 2, and there it is. There's the pick onto God of Shinobi. The objective change certainly shifted things up just a little bit, for no pun intended, and now Jamie, they're getting there.
5 alive on defense. Not a single kill coming through for Resurgence that round. I mean, what a sudden swap in momentum here. And as we do get potentially close to the end of this series, huge. That was so big, Jamie, because if it's 3-0 right now, like I said, we're a round away from this being a 2-0 map lead, and for them to be going into series, into the map point. It's the last place NFI want to find themselves in to kick this off, to be at the World Finals so early. And so, yeah, objective swap big. Now how do they attack is the question. You really have to start reading your opponent, and I think Resurgence has certainly shown their hand. You know, I do think NFI are playing, maybe they are adjusting, because they have killed Ree 3 times in a row. And so maybe they are starting to read this aggression, but it's not just Ree, you know, it's the whole team that is out there pushing forward, getting into different aggressive positions, and really challenging this Resurgence squad, or this NFI squad.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Chawai certainly has been getting into some great aggressive positions, you know, and identifying the angles that need to be held from that position, and potentially not getting too aggressive on it, really, you know, just playing the right amount of aggression to still be able to kind of defend. And I think that's the key thing, and I think that's the key difference also between the NA and EU sides, whereas no pun intended aren't really going for those aggressive flanks, you know, the holding down and holding the angles, whereas Resurgence obviously do like those flanks, do like those quicker plays. So it's great to see how the teams are adjusting. Like you say, you know, no pun intended, certainly do seem to be getting an idea now of what to expect, but if Resurgence can now flip the pace and change things up just a little bit themselves, then you're back to square one.
Yeah, you gotta keep your opponent on your toes, and to your point, I wonder if Resurgence are just going to kind of keep leaning into what's been working for them. Yes, they are. Fuse flying forward here, getting very aggressive onto the corner early. It puts them in a position to throw nades and utility right up here to this front corner, and they have to be cautious of those coming in. Flashbangs, anything. They could really be a threat. And yeah, look at this, both Shadow and Deadshot tucking in, using this block as cover, but watching different angles, as you should. You should never be watching the same angle.
I just want to say one nade, that's all it'll take. Never bunch up. But, you know, hasn't come out. And, you know, Fuse could have been listening for those call-outs and then throwing that nade is something you have got to really be careful of when it comes to certain plays. You don't know who's got the long arm throw and who hasn't. And there it is. There's a flash now. Going to put Deadshot down just for a little bit. He's just got to hold back. But Fuse pushes around on that flash. Great bit of teamwork there. Rambo blinds. Fuse pushes around and gets the kill. And whilst all that's going on, it does seem like another pick came out onto Jittery. So he is now down. This lane 1 defense, super aggressive and no fun intended, aren't taking lane 4. Lane 4 is pretty much exposed.
Oh!
We're all the nade from Shadow does take down 2. Oh, you just cannot call these plays at the moment. Just everything's going on at the moment. You really can't take your eyes off anything, you know. It's just fantastic, and that is why we are here. The team plays the nades, just everything at the moment. Fuse gets the nice pick onto Shadow Warrior. Potentially could come round for the revive, but Jittery and Just Do It both blocking him. Just Do It now coming around onto lane 1 to challenge Fuse directly. Doesn't get the shots or connect them. Just Do It now got to go back around onto lane 2, and he's really got to put a stop to Fuse at the moment, but he's looking for stop. And it's the revive from Chihuahua comes back around from lane 4 to get Ree up, who potentially will get Rambo up, and there it is. There's the 2 to 4 switch. We've gone from a 2v4 into a 2v4, but for the opposite side. Game Reaper with a nice pick onto Fuse over onto lane 2. It's just chaotic, and there the Ree goes down to Game Reaper. Rambo finds Jittery, and they go 3-1 up. Wow, what a play by Resurgence there.
Utter
And no fun
chaos
intended.
unfolding here in front of us, Damien. Resurgence, I think it's what they wanted, frankly. I think they wanted the chaos because they are playing well into it. And NFI had opportunities. Like you said, it was a 4v2 the other way, but then they just don't apply the pressure they need to off of the successful kills they've found, and things suddenly go wrong. What a wild swap there, a huge move. Resurgence hanging through the difficult start of that round. The double nade connect, I mean, big plays coming in from NFI, but like you said, they're hard to call it. It's chaotic because now Resurgence are up 3-1, and this seems familiar. Damien, we saw 3-1 on Quarantine, okay? Nothing is over yet. An objective has the objective has changed locations. It's taking us over to the middle building, and this whole round's been chaos. What's to say that that's going to change with this chaotic center objective?
Yeah, this is the tough one really at the moment. I don't know, I think we've seen many strats for this objective over the past seasons. You know, we've seen 5-man holding in the mid-house, you know, just let them get into you and get around there. We've seen that shift now into people being able to throw grenades through the side of the window more often than not.
Yeah.
So you don't want everyone upstairs anymore. So then you had people at the bottom, but now you've got people pushing in with flashes. So the people on the bottom are getting attacked. You just cannot plan for this one. I think it's just going to be another chaotic one, personally. Are we going to see Resurgence just push straight in through the back? You know, that's always possible. Straight through, take out the defenders who have made it there, and get yourself a cap. We're getting a 4-man push. Is it a 3-man push even, sorry?
There's not really a very aggressive rollout here on the defensive side to cover this middle building outside of Jittery advancing forward here with a little bit of utility toss. Resurgence Arsenal aren't getting too crazy aggressive. Just Do It, trying to throw aggression at aggression, trying to get around to the side, but Resurgence know how that works. They know what is effective and what kind of aggression does pay off. And as Jittery tries to push, Ree was communicating to the rest of the team. They had the support of their full squad. And now Ree's upstairs. They could be capping. Game Reaper flies up to shut it down. At least one is inside. Shadow Warrior, Deadshot crashing back, but now they're out in the open, and it's going to be a double for God of Shinobi. Big kills coming through with Resurgence 4 left alive. They'll go upstairs to trade it down, and they'll take map 2 dominatingly 4-1.
Wow. Now you're going to be a little bit concerned. There's no fun intended. You've picked Quarantine. Resurgence Tukey. We've gone to the small play. Resurgence Tukey. I'm going to say Bazaar. Bazaar will be the next pick, I think.
Wow.
That is going to be my prediction here. A change of pace, you know, and it's a good map for no fun intended, but it's also a strong map for Resurgence. We will see where they go, though.
Yeah, this is a powerful performance from the Resurgence squad here as they do take a big lead with 2 maps out the gate. The NA side looking strong. We will do a giveaway now as we do get close to what could be, well, what is map points for Resurgence. NFI looking at a long comeback road ahead of them. 3 maps that need to be won in a row. At least it's their map pick for this 3rd map, so they can go someplace a little bit more comfortable, likely a little bit more longer range, but Downfall's off the table, being banned, and so curious to see how that works out. Anyway, I said we're going to do a giveaway, so we are going to give away a HyperX headset. Again, this is only for you fine folk in the NA US side of things. We do apologize for not being able to support the EU and Canada regions, but if you are in NA, please enter the code NA versus EU. No spaces. Actually, technically, I already said it. NA versus EU. Enter that in to get yourself into the giveaway for a chance at that HyperX headset. We'll probably have that open for the entirety of the start, maybe until the first round starts, because it looks like we may be into a timeout. We'll give you a lot of time to get into that, but only enter the code in once. Again, it's NA versus EU. Entering it in once is all you need to do. More than once will get you disqualified, so you don't want to do that. No spaces. NA versus EU to get into the headset giveaway. And again, we appreciate you all stopping by and enjoying the action. And a reminder that that is only for those fine folks in the US region. Again, we apologize to you fine folks at the EU side of things, but we can't support shipping them. So, it's the nature of the beast. Are we into a timeout? I do wonder if a timeout's been called.
Seems like a player has dropped on no pun intended, so...
No, it was called. I see a timeout coming in from Game Reaper.
Yep.
So NFI have called a timeout after such a good start. They've found themselves in a deep hole. And it's no surprise that they're now trying to figure out where to go. Really make sure they make the right choice for map 3. Do their homework, maybe even watch a video or two, because honestly, there's time in the timeout. And then choose where they're going to head for map number 3. But so far, Jamie, what a series, huh? This has been quite the start to the World Finals here between, no pun intended, and Resurgence.
It's been a fantastic game. You know, the back and forth has been intense, really, hasn't it? You know, just the plays that are coming out, and, you know, even though Resurgence are playing fast, you can still see the coordination there in those fast plays. So they're not just rushing around looking for kills. They, you know, it is tactically done. So, you know, people are either doing that movement and then, you know, distracting the enemy when somebody else is on the opposite side to get that pick. So it is really calculated from what I'm seeing here, and I think it's something, no fun intended, really have got to try and work out and, you know, come up with a plan of how do you stop that, as it can be tough, but the question will come down to, is the 2-0 loss at the moment going to be too much? Are they going to be in their own frame of, in their own heads and, you know, sacking themselves out? So this timeout now is good for them, really. Just, you know, recoup, get together, you know, just let the emotions kind of think for a little bit and then go into your next map pick, and even have 15 minutes to really decide what map you want to play, because it's going to be, this is going to be a do or die kind of map for no fun intended at this point.
Yeah, that is the head scratcher. Where do we go is the big question.
There's no fun intended pick?
Yeah, it is. So I wonder where we're gonna go, and I guess we're gonna have to wait until we come back from this break, which we're about to head to. When we come back, we will have a map 3 decided, and we could be looking at map point. We will be looking at map point for Resurgence, so a lot of pressure on the line for NFI. Don't go anywhere. Could be the last map of Worlds in just a few minutes. welcome back, everybody, right into the action for map number 3 of No Fun Intended versus Resurgence, with Resurgence looking at map and series points here. It is a big moment for NFI. It's their map pick. We're on Abandoned. We've got a little more range, and Shadow Warrior doesn't connect with Fuse up onto that top floor. More shots come in. Those don't find purchase either. Raffalo not finding kills they need up on that top floor, but the res should be able to come through, and we're at least back to a 5v5.
Yeah, well, those gunshots there definitely gave away the spawn. Now Resurgence going to be able to react pretty quickly. It does seem like the battle between Jittery and God of Shinobi is about to come to a head. A nice flash from Jittery does get God of Shinobi. He's running into the wall, and there it is. He knows the battle of the flashes there. Jittery was blinded. He gets a flash out, and unfortunately for him, fortunately for Jittery, his didn't last as long. So nice pick for him, and that's going to open things up. Resurgence down to 4, and No Fun Intended on 5 at the moment, and push is coming in all the way from the north now, and then very slowly trying to make their way over to the can't even think what they're called. It's like it's gone from me now. I usually know that call out.
But yeah, they are set up to rotate around over to that north side and push in towards the objective. It's a long rotation to take, and that's a big kill for a Deadshot. Fuse to be down on that second floor. It really opens up entry for NFI. They are looking good on the start of their round here. They have got themselves into a 5v3.5 with one investing time to rotate around to get the res. They really only have 2 defending objective right now, and is anyone going for the res? Chawai is way far around, not pushing up. Rambo's finally getting in there to go up to this top floor and res Fuse.
Yeah, it's going to be a key kind of res as well. I mean, he'll be able to see a lot of movement there with the being down, being able to get the call-outs as well to his teammates. Ree now going for a little bit of an aggressive push. Could find himself getting into the center of the attack here and get caught off guard. Really got to hold that kind of aggression, but the angles that people hold on this really always kind of like intrigue me. Just using a slither of that palette to be able to view there and not give away yourself, and just give yourself that edge when it comes to somebody coming out in the open. Just the ingenuity of players nowadays. It's really good to see, you know, using every bit of environment that they can to be able to get that edge. So Raffaello going to be the first one to try and attack onto Ree's position. Doesn't know exactly where he is. Could opt to go on the outside, but the footsteps will give away this push now. So Ree going to be alerted to the fact that somebody is going to be coming around very, very shortly. But again, still going to take a little bit. Flash does come out. May have not connected there with Raffaello as he moves back around. Ree trying to challenge him, does get the pick, but it turns into a trade there. Shadow Warrior now going to be able to move around on the north side of the objective, pretty much uncontested. Gunshots from Fuse do come out onto the north there, but Deadshot does finish him off and get that final pick. So Rambo now the only defender kind of on the objective, whilst we do have another one, Chawai, over near the pipe kind of area, just protecting the west. This is looking like a great start here for No Fun Intended. Surrounding the objective, getting those picks, and this is definitely the change of pace that they needed to be able to just get back into the game. But we did see them have a strong start in quarantine, and that soon turned around. So if they can maintain this this strong start, they will be looking good for this third map and just get that ball rolling on those points. But until then, Game Reaper and Deadshot have both got to try and attack onto Chawai and push through here, but with him being pretty much protected by these buildings, it's going to be a bit of a tough challenge. Game Reaper could get caught out in the open. Call out has been made of the push coming in from the west. So Rambo's going to be able to provide just a little bit of backup, but it's not going to be enough. Game Reaper does get the pick onto Chawai, and there we are, which is just with Rambo now defending on the objective.
NFI are looking so good here on the attack. They have everything they need to put themselves up into a nice early lead on their map pick. And maybe, Jamie, it's the start of a long road for them. Maybe it's not going to be 3 maps. It's what Resurgence want. It's what Rambo's trying to lock in here at an early lead. But, man, this would be a perfect start. The almost perfect start outside of a cap. And I wonder if NFI are thinking cap here at all, Jamie. Or I mean, they don't seem to be crashing onto the objective like they're thinking cap. I'm not seeing that full surround. But Jittery and Shadow are getting close.
Yeah, they really need to get in together. They got 1 minute remaining here. If they allow Rambo to get like even just single picks on people, Shadow Warrior coming around on the side by the pipes does get the pick onto Rambo. Could have been a bit of a dangerous one though if he'd been able to just get those single picks one by one. Can go any way, but great play by No Fun Intended. A commanding victory really in that point.
Right.
And everyone got a kill each.
Big moves from NFI to be coming out of the timeout down at such a disadvantage, and ultimately, I mean, huge. They were. What was the actual? I think it actually might have been 8-1 at one point in terms of points secured, because Resurgence ran back from a 3-1 deficit there and then took 4-1 on map 2. So there could have been at one point a moment where Resurgence had taken 8 points to the 1 of NFI, and so for them to get back on here is big.
Yeah, it most definitely is, and it really helps with that momentum and just building that confidence up. You know, when a team starts walking all over, you've really got to be able to kind of pull yourself together and, you know, and just, you know, focus on the next round. It's such a tough thing, and a team that is strong like Resurgence, again, it can be a tough one, especially when they're, you know, they're constantly challenging you. They don't give you that time to catch your breath, really. You take one down, there's also somebody else there firing at you, so, you know, and that's part of that tactical play. But No Fun Intended done really well to just kind of bring that back, you know, go into a different map and just give yourselves the breathe that you needed. So it's definitely had a good effect for them.
Yeah, it is. Man, what a wild start. And we get a sub? No, we did just have a disconnect and reconnect there. I was thinking we may have a sub getting brought in for Resurgence's side, but not the case. It is going to stay the same we've had, or at least for the start of this map, with Ruffalo being a subbed in there for NFI. And maybe that was the missing link, you know, who knows? I mean, Raph did find a kill, so... you know, there's so many variables in the game of Onward. It's the reason, one of the many reasons I like it so much as an esport, because it is the unknown. And with these teams competing at such a high level, the things they're capable of executing on as a team is so fun to watch. And I really want to see how Resurgence push this. They're all obviously stacked up here out of their spawn in the south. They could be crashing into this objective pretty fast if they just thumbstick forward to the objective. There's no W keys here in VR.
No WASD, unfortunately. But yeah, if they can just push through, secure the garage, and then surround the objective from there, then they could give themselves a good start here. I did hear a drone come out not long ago, which is going to be used to get an idea of where the defenders are. And I always question how useful an early drone is, because players can rotate. On maps like Downfall, where they haven't got much option for the rotation, then that is slightly different. But a map like Abandoned, where people can rotate a little bit more, it's I don't know what kind of information we will get, but
look at this.
Rambo opting to push down close to Shadow Warrior.
That is so dangerous. If Rambo swings fast and finds the kill, Shadow goes down. Jittery, I guess, is here. Deadshot can pop up. So they do have some nearby defenders at least.
It's the panic that it had caused, though.
Yeah, it would force a rotation or two, which could end up getting them caught out when they try and swing to defend, but we'll have to see. That's going to be a matter of timing. Rambo pushing this side will only happen once Fuse and the rest of this team take control of middle and are a bit more of a threat, and both Fuse and Chawai are certainly trying to be a threat. Fuse comes flying around the corner and catches Game Reaper off of a flashbang. A nice job there to get Resurgence their first kill on the attack.
Yeah, I've noticed as well this map, they've really slowed it down just a little bit. You know, we're on 2 minutes have gone down, only 1 kill's come out so far. They're kind of systematically checking a lot more, and it's good to see that change of pace for the change of map. You know, they've acknowledged that, and I think that may be it could be a bit of an issue potentially for No Fun Intended in future rounds, you know, if they're anticipating those aggressive plays, but now Resurgence have taken it slower, then the change there. Rambo gets that key pick though onto Shadow Warrior as he swings around on that corner, and now the front of the objective is pretty much open. Jittery got to make a rotation, Deadshot got to make a rotation, goes down to a perfect headshot by Rambo. Brilliant play. Objective completely open now from the south, and there it is. If they get these callouts now, the objective is wide open. Raffaello on the 3-story, and there it is. Rambo's on the objective. Tablets out. Nobody's going to kill the last member. Raffaello's not getting the rotation, and there it is, opening up with a cap.
Oh my goodness, Resurgence.
Oh.
An offense. They go to
out to
defense
win.
now. They go to defense now. They are at a 2-1 lead on map point. They want this to be done in 3, Jamie.
Wow. I mean, we've seen them do it, but you know, that's yeah. That was unfortunate, you know, Rafaela just getting caught out there, but you know, it was that communication, that cohesive play the Resurgence have, you know. Like I say, people are probably watching this thinking they're rushing around, but it's systematic. They are, you know, they're getting into places quick, but then they're spending the time once they've got there to just check angles and wait for their team to come in. And it's a very, very tough thing to counter, and just like that, the caps come out. Just a great play by Resurgence, really. There's no way around that one.
Whew. They're looking good. They are a defensive round and a Marsoc round away from taking this one. And, man, what a series to tune into here. A big shout out to everyone tuning in, and we appreciate your support, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds, sitting around and enjoying the action. We do appreciate you and your support. It couldn't be a better day than this, Jamie. I mean, come on. Bronze matchup down to a best of 5. So we did get at least one if we're not in store for that again here this afternoon. But now Resurgence surprising with... I was leaning so heavily in the NFI camp at the start of this thing with how confident chat was. Shocked as, we go back into the action and see if Resurgence are going to make this a 3-map win or if we're going to battle this out a little longer. It's up to, no fun intended, really, because Resurgence are playing well and they go on the defense for a new objective swap.
And they do, and they've been given probably one of the best spawns they could get for this objective. You know, they're going to be potentially on the weakest side of the defense. This one is so difficult to defend because there's 4 spawns for Marsoc, so you've got to adjust to every single one. Most of the time, as we're seeing here, people do invest in that 3-story on the north side of the map, and the south is usually largely pretty much not defended. You've got a couple of defenders on the objective, and what you've got to remember is those buildings there, Rambo and Fuse are in, you can shoot through them, I believe. There is a couple buildings like that on this map, and I think knowing those is going to be the key things here.
Yeah.
So once the gunshots do
what
come
is
out,
this?
are the Shinobi opening things up? What is that play? He's around on the backside of the attackers.
Was not expecting this rotation on the flank. They take out a drone. Game Reaper's out in the open. They realize the drone was shot behind them. Shinobi continues to apply pressure on the backside. Resurgence are flying on confidence, and no fun intended are down to 2. Shadow Warrior trying to deter this, but they don't even seem to know where Shinobi is, and finally they snap. Can't find Shinobi on those initial shots, and now Shinobi has an idea of Shadow Warrior's presence. Is the utility going to come in? It does from both sides. Flashes up and over. No, the nade comes in from Shadow. Shinobi double flashes, but they have support from a teammate. Jittery List at least saves things from going completely chaotic. 2v4.
This is just what a play, you know. The Resurgence just seem to have that one player in each map who's just going for those flanks, and you know they're just destroying. You know, you've got to be watching for them. But I think again, it's that shift in play, isn't it? Hawaii now getting aggressive on that corner, trying to get an angle into Jittery. Can't quite connect. Jittery can't quite connect either. And now they're going to get hung up on checking for him. 4 minutes remaining, plenty of time to be doing this. But it's just a battle. If they decide to leave him there, they could push in on the objective. 2 lasers trained in on Hawaii, who recognizes that and then pull back.
Did you hear the comms? He almost as if he recognized his own over-aggression. That's good play right there from Chawai. He wanted to go more. He wanted to hunt. And as he peeked out just a little bit, he said, oh, wait. There's vulnerabilities here. And Shadow Warrior was dialed in. And so he makes the right call there. That is a sign of a smart player there, one that is reading the situation. And I say smart now as they fly out into the middle of the map wide open. Luckily, no one's here to find this rotation. And so we'll see how it pays off for Chawai.
Somebody check if they're coming from.
Yeah, and this is the best thing when you're in the casted deck, isn't it? You know, you hear those comms and you hear people make those put those dots together, don't they, and just recognize, oh, hey, I need to hold on just a little bit. We've got an advantage, you know. They've got to push onto us, and we can close them in. They can't leave this area now, and that is a key thing. But going back in for the aggression, I think he's just opted to take a little bit of a kind of shorter route, but he could find himself getting caught out by this jittery shadow combo. It may not be expecting both of them on this side as he runs straight forward, potentially into the lines of sight. Oh, no, they're just around the silos. Oh, there it is. Shadow Warrior does spot that and takes down Hawaii. It's something you've really got to watch out for. If you go for hunting for those, well, use as an angle and takes down Jittery. Shadow got to try and push through, but gets taken down himself.
Why go for that challenge? That's a huge challenge from Shadow Warrior. They're down. Backs against the wall. He dies. It's 3-1. Round, map, series point for Resurgence. But he goes for that trade and can't find it. And Resurgence sit 3-1 on map 3 right now, Jamie. The momentum.
Are they going to be thinking cap? That's the question here. You know, this objective, it's tough. It's very tough.
Yeah, and honestly, how can you think, you know, you're kills away from getting the whole thing, from taking first place in your entire season. They are just a round away right now. I would be shocked if they had the stability in their hands to go for the cap with that much pressure on the line. They are so close right now, and NFI, man, they got to be hurting. I mean, look at the scoreline here, Jamie. You lose you lose the 3-1 lead on Quarantine. That stings. You then get kind of quickly defeated on Suburbia because Resurgence just throws aggression at you, and then you find yourself in map 3, your map pick, long range, and you're at the last potential round of the season. It is a hard spot to find NFI, and if they can push through this, then wow, they are going to be a team to write home about. So we'll have to see what they can do on Abandoned. Their map pick, a place they should be comfortable in. Very much an option to bring this back, but they do have to push through the defensive round here. We then go to a new objective, and maybe opportunities open up, Jamie. We're never closing things off here. It's not written home yet, but Resurgence are dang close, and we'll see if they can lock it in here as we go in to round number 4 on map number 3.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think it's a tough one, isn't it, really? When you're at a deficit like this, you've really got to just maintain that focus on this round. There are certainly aspects, you know, that, no pun intended, are getting those picks. They are picking off the attackers, and they're just getting close, but unfortunately they're just not able to close things out at the moment. Game Reaper has gone a little bit aggressive himself and could find himself getting attacked by Chawai. He's just got to sit here and listen to the call-outs and then kind of time this right, but if he does, he could get 3 kills. Chawai, Rambo, and God of Shinobi aren't watching for anyone to come round on this flank. Timing is going to be key. Jittery gets taken down in the first 30 seconds, which we expected. So
Ree does. Ree. Jittery takes down Ree, but yes, as we expected. Exactly. Ree either kills or dies, and that's what's happened so far this series. It's maybe a meme that we can start sprouting out here, but either way, they are down, and Resurgence find themselves at a slight disadvantage. Fuse takes the pause and is holding the window, waiting to see if anyone else commits to a peek, and Raph identifies them out the window. The call-out comes, and Fuse then rotates slightly off. Meanwhile, the flash does come up from Game Reaper. It's just a little bit too late. They at least catch one, but not all 3, as we have a battle up through the middle. Raph's going to find that kill on Fuse. The Resurgence only have 2 left, Chawai and Rambo.
Yeah, this is it. This is looking much stronger for no pun intended. Just as we were talking about, you know, you've got to be able to maintain your focus on this round and this round only. Forget about everything that's gone on and just play the game that you know. But the smokes now coming out by Rambo are going to cause a little bit of chaos, and this is what Resurgence do enjoy. They like that chaos and just causing that confusion. But no pun intended, with 5 defenders up, it's a tough challenge for 2 attackers. They're not making the rotations that Resurgence are hoping for, so they're not going to get those picks. This is going to be a tough push for Rambo, but if we can, if Chawai comes in from the back, the majority of the defenders are focused on that north side. So the cap in between Deadshot and Shadow Warrior could be available there, but now it may not be. Rambo goes down to Shadow Warrior. He's super exposed from the back. Once those gunshots do come out, then everyone's just got to loop to the north, to the south, and that's shut down. I think the timing there would have been key. Shadow Warrior is still very, very exposed to Chihuahua, though, in the south.
An all-out battle to try and take this round, but NFI, I like to see that nothing's easy here. You know what I mean? Even down 3-1, they are putting up a solid defensive hold. They are countering the aggression. They're using utility to shut down plays, and it still makes me wonder what could happen here. You know, there's no guarantees. This Game Reaper almost gets shot. Chihuahua tries to find the angle there, but can't quite. And 3 minutes left for Chihuahua to pick through 4 defenders.
Yes, the odds would be against him at the moment, but at the end of the day, anything can happen in this battle. If Chihuahua can just get those shots onto Shadow Warrior, then Deadshot's going to have to make rotations himself. Game Reaper will have to make the rotations, and Jittery will. So one pick can be the difference between a win or a loss, really, when it comes to this. So many things to be going, but we're seeing the lasers all the way from the 3-story. Jittery has got an angle over into this. Chihuahua, recognizing that, good map knowledge, knows that he could potentially get picked off from the 3-story or that general area. So opts to go for the longer route round to try and work out a better kind of plan of approach. Again, the rotation could throw off, no fun intended, just a little bit until those initial gunshots do come out, but with 2 minutes remaining, the question does come down to what is available for Chihuahua to use to be able to push in on this objective. No fun intended, have locked it down just a little bit more as the time's been going. So that push going to be ever so hard, but I think Resurgence still probably going to be feeling somewhat confident and going into a defensive round potentially and trying to go through on this, but Chihuahua still got to attack and take down, no fun intended here.
They still do. It's a minute and a half and the round's not over. We've seen some good big comebacks before, some big plays executed before, and Chihuahua in particular has found some good shots throughout the course of this series, although I say that now and they're 1-2 so far on this abandoned matchup, although maybe that was after a disconnect that shifted up their scoreline, but either way, they aren't exactly connecting big so far, and so we'll have to see how this push looks as Chihuahua really is trying to clear out all these angles, but ultimately not clearing anything because NFI are all alive, tucked in, and waiting for the push onto the objective. Game Reaper may be the first one to find this action, and once they hear footsteps, the call out comes, and then we're going to see maybe even a push out from Shadow or a Deadshot to try and challenge on the corner. Who knows what could happen here, but Chihuahua is not going to be able to make it through 4, I don't think, at least undetected as the smoke comes in. Game's on the tight corner. Jittery's up top. Jittery goes down. Game's still on the tight corner, though, and they do peek out. They'll find the kill. NFI hang on for at least another round. And we swap objectives.
I mean, I'm just looking at the kill feed at the moment. Everyone except Deadshot, on no fun intended, is sitting on 3 kills each.
Yeah.
You know, they're all doing work. Everyone is doing work. This has not been, you know, easy for Resurgence by any means because they are getting picked off. You know, the kill feed shows that. It's just, you know, they've just got something about them that no fun intended at the moment to just trying to work out, I think. And, you know, this map, they've certainly worked something out as these defensive rounds are coming back in. You know, they're doing the work, then they're having much stronger victories on that defense, I think. So we just got to see, I guess, how it does go into this next attack, as this is a capable objective. It's a tough one to put a defense in, as you do need to be pretty spread out, really, on these hotels areas. So it could still go either way. I've seen some very, very good pushes come in by no pun intended on this objective and by a lot of teams. So Resurgence really got to watch out, but I don't know, the flanks that they make, I think this objective is one where a good flank could be make or break when it comes to the round. So,
Yeah.
so much could come into play on this one.
Not over yet. I see some calls for more giveaways. We do have one more item on the line here, but it probably won't. We won't start that giveaway until after this map at the very soonest. Okay, at the very earliest. If we do go to map 4, then sometime around map 4. But at the end of this map, at the very earliest, you have to stick around for what is and could be the series point for Resurgence as they go on defense, and NFI must secure an all-important Marsoc round, Jamie. We've talked about this before. This Marsoc round is vital to get your team up, and that is an opportunity to win when it's your map pick, and this is the only time they can get it now. Obviously, the cap doesn't help them, but hey, hey, it's still a big moment for them, and that's a big start.
Deadshot with a nice, accurate angle onto Rambo there. It just shows that experience, on this objective. There's only one spawn for either side, so there's no mixtures on this. You're only going to get one angle, so acknowledging that and being able to use that is super key here. Hawaii, though, getting a nice pick onto Drittery himself, and this is probably where the main battle is going to be coming here on the east side. Hawaii and Ree both desperately fighting out on this. They know what this means, and also, no fun intended to. They're going to be fighting for their lives here. Game Reaper just can't push out onto this exposed angle without the support from the opposite side. So he definitely needs someone to be coming in from the garage side to be able to just put a bit of pressure onto Hawaii and Ree so that they have to hunker down and he can gain a little bit more ground. But this funnel, it's not a fun approach. And you can hear the call-outs, Ree there, just calling out what he's going to be watching to Hawaii. And, those comms, that communication and that knowledge, super important for any kind of defense. It's, if you sit in and listen to them, they're constantly calling stuff out to each other. They're always talking, they're always working together, and it's brilliant to see.
They're applying pressure. They're still pushing forward here, and it's going to cost Ree his life, although it's a trade. Game Reaper is resable, so is Ree. Callouts are coming in. Chawai is getting the res. No one's here to support in time. Deadshot can't make it. Now they have to challenge Ree, and it ends in a trade that does take Ree's life, but it's a 2-for-1. That's a net positive for Resurgence. They're up 3-2 after what was a good start. Ree really getting aggressive and taking things back into control for Resurgence here. It's up to Raffalo and Shadow, who's kind of working past God of Shinobi, potentially. This could be, in some ways, a 2v2.
Yeah, this is it's very, very tough at the moment. Whilst no fun intended got a lot of ground to try and make, Shadow Warrior is going in for the push from the pipes here, and there isn't really much of an angle on his approach. I mean, Fuse could peek it here and there, but I'm not really seeing a lot of coverage. God of Shinobi's still very, very far away, considering there's only 3 defenders up. He should probably be making a rotation back into the garage just to support that objective now. If he doesn't get in time, or it's just a second too late, Shadow Warrior could slip past the net and get in for a cap and give no fun intended the map number 3 that they desperately need here. So all on the line at the moment.
No, doesn't connect on the head. Fuse almost finds Shadow. They pop up, they go for the kill, a massive challenge. They find one. Now it's a 2v2 officially, with Chawai the only one on objective. God of Shinobi is coming crashing back, but they're on a big rotation.
The question is, are they going to come around, though, and find Shadow Warrior off guard? He knows that somebody's got to be pushing in from here. He's watching that angle. It's definitely anticipating somebody's coming in. Raf's coming around from the east. He's going to be challenging onto Dwight.
C4 in Shinobi's hand.
Blind! He was blind on that as well. The flash came out seconds before, just not quick enough. Unfortunate for Shadow Warrior there, because that would have been the play of the century and definitely what they needed. But Hawaii and God of Shinobi now just need to lock down this objective, lock down this center push, and they will give themselves map number 3 and be crowned this season's winners. Nearly a team kill onto Hawaii there for God of Shinobi. You just can't at the moment. Raf got all the knowledge he needs, and 2 minutes remaining. He's got a lot of time, and he could do this. He's just got to keep that panic suppressed and play how he knows he's got to play. All the crawl with Tablet out.
No.
He's got to make it on this open bit.
Is Shinobi going to be watching? That's the question. They seem to be looking here. Yep, gun comes up. It's the final kill.
Oh, he crawled right past your head.
Resurgence take map number 3. They take first place worldwide, and they are crowned our champions after 3 map wins in a row. Jamie, a performance to be had here this afternoon from the NA side.
That was fantastic. They've really, really shown why they were here in the finals there. It's just from the get-go, really. I mean, you know, the comeback on Quarantine on map number 1 from the 3-0 kind of deficit to bring that back, then go into Suburbia just super strong and just, you know, taking control of the map early on and going with that. And then, you know, the back and forth on this, that cap opportunity, like I said earlier, you know, one cap can be the difference between everything. It stops the team coming back, and there it is.
Crazy series to tune into here. We'll do one more giveaway. Well, we have a couple of things that we want to talk about here this afternoon, so everyone will stick around until that giveaway finishes, which will be at the end of the stream. But to enter into that giveaway, type in Resurgence. That'll enter you into the giveaway. That is for a HyperX Quadcast S, I believe. At the very least, the HyperX mic, and so you're going to want to get in on that. Again, you're going to enter in Resurgence into chat. It's only for the North American region, only for the U.S. region. I do apologize again to our EU and other regions, but we cannot currently support HyperX shipping there. So for now, it is only within the U.S. region, but enter in by entering in, again, the code Resurgence. That'll get you in, and we'll finish that giveaway when we're done with all of our shout-outs, because there are a lot here today, Jamie. I mean, this prize pool of $7,640 in cash coming in from all of our sponsors. Those include ProTube VR, who offer fantastic haptic feedback stocks and haptic feedback pistols that offer enhanced immersion in any of your favorite VR shooters. They also offer great stocks that don't have the haptic feedback that are great for enhanced sniping and enhanced stabilization in any of, again, your favorite VR shooters. So do check out ProTube VR. We also are sponsored by VR Cover. They offer fantastic comfort options for any of your VR devices. Do go check out VR Cover. They're a must-buy to greatly enhance how long you can spend in VR, because they enhance the comfort of the headset overall. Also sponsored by Asterion. They offer fantastic RGB mounts, which you've seen in our ad here in the intermission, but it also has a built-in USB charge port to charge the headset. Again, they also have mats, which help you identify your play space without necessarily identifying it with your hand. You can feel it in your feet before you know that you're close to the edge of your room or close to the edge of your play space. A really nice tool to use if you do have somewhat of a big space and can utilize that mat to help you identify your play space. I do recommend you check that out. Again, that's over at AsterionProducts.com. If you use code VRML 5 off Asterion, you'll get $5 off any purchase of $20 or more over at AsterionProducts.com. Again, that's VRML, the number 5 off Asterion. We'll get you $5 off any purchase of $20 or more over at Asterion. And like I said, while we do have giveaways here, again, enter code Resurgence only once to get yourself entered into this giveaway for the HyperX mic. We also are going to be doing giveaways over the course of the rest of this weekend, with Echo Arena's postseason beginning today and moving into tomorrow, but then also every weekend leading up to November 20th, where we have our Echo Arena World Finals. And I want to show everyone here that's tuning in live the hard work that's been put in by our team over at the Echo Arena side. They've done a fantastic job of creating what I think is a great ad to get you hyped up for those November 20th finals. Even if you're not a Echo Arena enthusiast, check this ad out right now. It's the debut of it, at least here for you fine folks, so I hope you do enjoy. But November 20th, don't forget it.
The best teams in the world compete in the biggest event in VR Master League history. Tune in live for a chance to win giveaways. These 10 teams have been in a brawl for 15 straight weeks, but only one will come out champion.
You got a teammate coming in, the stun coming in, they've got a 2-on-1, and Ryan gonna tuck that one into the goal. 2 points!
Pass across is gonna happen. Are they gonna take the shot? Yes, off the backboard, no way.
Now a 2-on-3 on the goal coming in, shot, no, what a save! Kong is gonna grab that one.
Will they be able to get it in? I don't know. Jaywalker with the distance into Kong, and it is good, and they take the round.
Again, a big shout out to the Echo Arena team for putting that one together. Do be sure to tune in on November 20th. There's big giveaways that you don't want to miss out. More HyperX products, a monitor or two that you want to get your hands on. Those are nice monitors that we're going to be giving away on 19th and 20th. and maybe a little something else that you're not going to want to miss. Even if you don't play Echo Arena, you do not want to miss everything that we have in store for the finals on the 20th. Interviews, content, it is going to be the full boat of high-quality esports action, much like we saw here this afternoon, Jamie. I mean, come on. This was a fantastic Onward finals to tune into. A big shout-out to the huge crowd on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Meta Horizon Worlds for enjoying the action here today. If you are now done with Onward, as this is into the postseason and you need a little break, do check out Ultimex. You can find that over at vrml.com/Ultimex, a brand new league in its preseason right now, only 1 week in, with over 70 teams already involved. You can enter in now over onto that into that league. It's a great game, free to play, easy to download on all of the platforms. Check it out. Again, that's Ultimex, and that preseason has just started, so do check that out. Congratulations to our winners who did win giveaways this afternoon. We are going to be headed over to Resolution Games and their Blast On Championship. We'll be rating that channel. So if you do want to stick around and catch what is going to be what is great Blast On esports action, that's where we are headed. But that's going to be it for us here this afternoon. And Jamie, what an afternoon it has been. Any final thoughts before we sign off here for what was 6 hours of non-stop action-packed Onward?
There's too many thoughts, really, but I think it's all going to come down to, this has just been one heck of an intense season, The plays that we have seen, I think the level of play this season has got to have been probably one of the highest kind of standard I've seen. I've been around since like season 2, 3, It's definitely been well up there with the plays, and it gives me so much hype for season 14, the new teams that are going to be coming in over the off season, the teams that didn't quite make it this season into the postseason finals, they're going to be doing work. They're going to be coming in with so many of them in the round robins and the Challenger Cup. It's all going to be played for next season. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it is going to be fantastic. You do not want to miss any of this action ahead of us. Next year is going to be stellar, and man, we have so many things planned in store for you guys on the VRML side of things. So a lot of VR esports actions left ahead of us, but not for Onward, at least in the immediate future. We are wrapping up our Season 13 here. My name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-caster, Jamie. A final congratulations to our Season 13 champions Resurgence. And until next time, stay classy.